Section 45 of Hidden Treasures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. Hidden Treasures by Harry A. Lewis. Daniel Webster. On January 8, 1782, was born at Franklin, New Hampshire, a son to a comparatively poor farmer. No royal blood flowed through the veins of this child whereby to bring him honor, yet one day he was to rise to the foremost rank among the rulers of his country. At that early period the town of Salisbury, now Franklin, was the extreme northern settlement in New Hampshire, and the schools were of necessity in a primitive state. Daniel Webster labored on his father's farm during the summer, and a few months of each winter attended the district school some 2 miles from his home. Considering the cold and the heavy snows which are characteristic of his native state, one can scarcely realize the amount of energy he must have utilized to enable him to enter Exeter Academy at the early age of 14, and 1 year later Dartmouth College. He is represented as promising nothing of his future greatness at this time, but it is stated that he pursued every study with extraordinary tenacity. He read widely, especially in history and general English literature, and thereby laid a good foundation for the splendid education which his personal energy at last brought him. As a matter of course, such a line of action must bring out what qualities might be in any man. The college society soon sought him as a member. While at Exeter he could hardly muster courage to speak before his class, but before he had finished his college course he had delivered addresses before the societies, which found their way into print. His diligence soon placed him at the head of his class, a position he maintained until the close of his college studies, graduating in 1801 with high honors. Choosing law as his profession, he entered the law office of a friend and neighbor, Thomas Thompson, who afterwards became a congressman and eventually a senator. Mr. Webster remained here for some time, when he left the office to become a teacher in Maine, at a salary of $350 per year, which he enlarged somewhat by copying deeds. He afterwards returned to the office of Mr. Thompson, where he remained until 1804, when he went to Boston, and entered the office of Christopher Gove, who also distinguished himself afterwards as governor of Massachusetts. He had previously helped his brother Ezekiel to prepare for college, and Daniel now in turn was helped to continue his law studies as Ezekiel was teaching. His opportunity to enter the office of Mr. Gove proved most fortunate, and he was thus enabled to study men, books, and daily hear intelligent discussions on the topics of national interest. In 1805 he was admitted to the bar, and established himself at Boscawen. He had been offered the clerkship of the Hillsborough County Court at a salary of $1,500 a year, which was then a large income, and he was urged to accept it by his father and other friends, but was dissuaded from so doing by Mr. Gove, who foresaw great honor in store for him at the bar. He practiced at Boscawen 1 year, when he was admitted to practice in the Superior Court of New Hampshire, and he established himself at Portsmouth, at that time the capital of the state. Here he rose to distinction among the most eminent counselors. During his 9 years' residence in Portsmouth, he gave his especial attention to constitutional law, becoming one of the soundest practitioners in the state. He had inherited from his father the principles of the Federalist party, and, therefore, advocated them in speeches on public occasions, but did not for some years enter into politics. Mr. Webster came forward in a time when party spirit ran high, and the declaration of war in 1812, long deprecated by his party, created a demand for the best talent the country afforded. Mr. Webster now held a commanding reputation, and in 1812 he was sent to Congress. This was a most favorable time for Webster to enter Congress, as measures of the greatest importance were now to be discussed. Henry Clay was Speaker of the House, and placed this new member on a most important committee. June 10, 1813, he delivered his maiden speech on the repeal of the Berlin and Milan decrees. These decrees were a scheme of Napoleon's, avowedly directed against the commercial interests of Great Britain. They closed all ports of France and her allied countries against all vessels coming from England or any English colony. All commerce and correspondence was prohibited. All English merchandise was seized, and English subjects found in any country governed by France were held prisoners of war. Great Britain retaliated by prohibiting neutral vessels from entering the ports of France under pain of confiscation, and a later order placed France and her allies, together with all countries with whom England was at war, under the same restriction. Napoleon then issued his decree from Milan in the Tuileries declaring that any vessel that had ever been searched by English authority, or had ever paid duty to England, should be treated as a lawful prize of war. Mr. Webster's first speech, as before stated, was upon a resolution on the repeal of these decrees, and so ably did he define our duty as a country in the matter, and so clearly did he show wherein both England and France had transgressed, that, being a new member, unknown outside of his own section of the Union, his lucid and eloquent appeal took the House and nation by surprise. His subsequent speeches on the increase of the navy and the repeal of the Embargo Act won for him a first place among the great debaters of his day. He cultivated a friendly relation with political opponents as well as partisan friends, which soon gained for him the respect of all, and he became the acknowledged leader of the Federal party. He was re-elected to Congress in 1814 by a large majority, and in the debates upon the United States Bank which followed, he displayed a most remarkable mastery of the financial questions of his time. Afterward a bill which was introduced by him passed, requiring all payments to the Treasury to be made in specie or its equivalent, restored the depreciated currency of the country. His home and library was burned, and after some hesitation as to whether to locate in Boston or Albany, he decided on the former, whither he moved, and where he lived the remainder of his life. This change of location gave greater scope for the extension of his legal business, and his resignation from Congress increased still further his time and opportunities. During the next 7 years he devoted his exclusive attention to his profession, taking a position as counselor, above which no one has ever risen in this country, and the best class of business passed into his hands. In 1816 the legislature of New Hampshire reorganized the corporation of Dartmouth College, changing its name to Dartmouth University, and selecting new trustees. The newly created body took possession of the institution, and the old board brought action against the new management. The case involved the powers of the legislature over the old corporation without their consent. It was decided twice in the affirmative by the courts of the state, when it was appealed to Washington, the highest court. Mr. Webster opened the case, delivering a most eloquent and exhaustive argument for the college. His argument was that it was a private institution supported through charity, over which the state had no control, and that the legislature could not annul except for acts in violation of its charter, which had not been shown. Chief Justice Marshall decided that the act of the legislature was unconstitutional, and reversed the previous decisions. This established Mr. Webster's reputation in the Supreme Court, and he was retained in every considerable case thereafter, being considered one of the greatest expounders of constitutional law in the Union. He was already acknowledged to be among the greatest criminal lawyers, and at the anniversary of the landing of the Pilgrim Fathers he delivered the first of a series of orations, which, aside from his legal and legislative achievements, must have made him renowned. He was elected in 1822 to Congress, being chosen from Boston, and during 1823 made his world-famous speech on the Greek Revolution, a most powerful remonstrance against what has passed into history as the Holy Alliance, and he also opposed an extravagant increase of the tariff. He also reported and carried through the House a complete revision of the criminal law of the United States, being chairman of the Judiciary Committee. In 1827 he was selected by the legislature of Massachusetts to fill a vacancy in the United States Senate. In that body he won a foremost position. Probably the most eloquent exhibition of oratory, based on logic and true statesmanship, ever exhibited in the Senate of the United States, was the contest between Mr. Webster of Massachusetts and Mr. Hayne, the silver-tongued orator of South Carolina. The debate transpiring in 1830. The subject of discussion before the Senate by these two intellectual gladiators grew out of a resolution brought forward by Senator Foote, of Connecticut, just at the close of the previous year, with a view of some arrangement concerning the sales of the public lands. But this immediate question was soon lost sight of in the discussion of a great vital principle of constitutional law, namely, the relative powers of the States and the national government. Upon this Mr. Benton and Mr. Hayne addressed the Senate, condemning the policy of the Eastern States as illiberal towards the West. Mr. Webster replied in vindication of New England and of the policy of the government. It was then that Mr. Hayne made his attack, sudden, unexpected, and certainly unexampled, upon Mr. Webster personally, upon Massachusetts and other Northern States politically, and upon the Constitution itself. In respect to the latter, Mr. Hayne taking the position that it is constitutional to interrupt the administration of the Constitution itself, in the hands of those who are chosen and sworn to administer it, by the direct interference in form of law of the States in virtue of their sovereign capacity. All of these points were handled by Mr. Hayne with that rhetorical brilliancy and the power which characterized him as the oratorical champion of the South on the floor of the Senate, and it is not saying too much that the speech produced a profound impression. Mr. Hayne's great effort appeared to be the result of premeditation, concert, and arrangement. He selected his own time, and that too peculiarly inconvenient to Mr. Webster, for at that moment the Supreme Court was proceeding in the hearing of a case of great importance in which he was a leading counsel. For this reason he requested, through a friend, the postponement of the debate. Mr. Hayne objected, however, and the request was refused. The time, the matter, and the manner indicated that the attack was made with a design to crush so formidable a political opponent as Mr. Webster had become. To this end, personal history, the annals of New England, and the Federal party were ransacked for materials. It was attempted with the usual partisan unfairness of political harangues to make him responsible not only for what was his own, but for the conduct and opinion of others. All the errors and delinquencies, real or supposed, of Massachusetts and the Eastern States, and of the Federal party during the War of 1812, and indeed prior and subsequent to that period, were accumulated and heaped upon him. Thus it was that Mr. Hayne heralded his speech with a bold declaration of war, with taunts and threats, vaunting anticipated triumph, saying that he would carry the war into Africa until he had obtained indemnity for the past and security for the future. It was supposed that as a distinguished representative man, Mr. Webster would be driven to defend what was indefensible, to uphold what could not be sustained, and as a Federalist to oppose the popular resolutions of '98. The severe nature of Mr. Hayne's charges, the ability with which he brought them to bear upon his opponents, his great reputation as a brilliant and powerful declaimer, filled the minds of his friends with anticipations of complete triumph. For 2 days Mr. Hayne had control of the floor. The vehemence of his language and the earnestness of his manner, we might properly say the power of his oratory, added force to the excitement of the occasion. So fluent and melodious was his elocution, that his cause naturally begat sympathy. No one had time to deliberate on his rapid words, canvass his sweeping and accumulated statements. The dashing nature of the onset, the assurance, almost insolence of his tone, the serious character of the accusations, confounded almost every hearer. The immediate impression of the speech was most surely disheartening to the cause Mr. Webster upheld. Congratulations from almost every quarter were showered upon Mr. Hayne. Mr. Benton said in full Senate that as much as Mr. Hayne had done before to establish his reputation as an orator, a statesman, a patriot, and a gallant son of the South, the efforts of that day would eclipse and surpass the whole. Indeed, the speech was extolled as the greatest effort of the time, or of other times. Neither Chatham or Burke nor Fox had surpassed it in their palmiest days. Mr. Webster's own feelings with reference to the speech were freely expressed to his friend Mr. Everett, the evening succeeding Mr. Hayne's closing speech. He regarded the speech as an entirely unprovoked attack on the North, and what was of far more importance, as an exposition of politics in which Mr. Webster's opinion went far to change the form of government from that which was established by the Constitution into that which existed under the Confederation, if the latter could be called a government at all. He stated it to be his intention, therefore, to put that theory to rest forever, as far as it could be done by an argument in the Senate chamber. How grandly he did this is thus vividly portrayed by Mr. March, an eyewitness, and whose account has been adopted by most historians. It was on Tuesday, January 26, 1830, a day to be hereafter memorable in senatorial annals, that the Senate resumed the consideration of Foot's resolution. There was never before in the city an occasion of so much excitement. To witness this great intellectual contest multitudes of strangers had, for 2 or more days previous, been rushing into the city, and the hotels overflowed. As early as 9 o'clock in the morning, crowds poured into the Capitol in hot haste. At 12 o'clock, the hour of meeting, the Senate chamber, even its galleries, floor, and lobbies were filled to its utmost capacity. The very stairways were dark with men who hung on to one another like bees in a swarm. The House of Representatives was early deserted. An adjournment would hardly have made it emptier. The Speaker, it is true, retained his chair, but no business of moment was or could be attended to. Members all rushed in to hear Mr. Webster, and no call of the House or other parliamentary proceedings could call them back. The floor of the Senate was so densely crowded that persons once he got in could not get out. Seldom, if ever, has a speaker in this or any other country had more powerful incentives to exertion. A subject, the determination of which involved the most important interests and even duration of the republic, competitors unequaled in reputation, ability, or position, a name to make still more renowned or lose forever, and an audience comprising not only American citizens most eminent in intellectual greatness, but representatives of other nations where the art of oratory had flourished for ages. Mr. Webster perceived and felt equal to the destinies of the moment. The very greatness of the hazard exhilarated him. His spirits arose with the occasion. He awaited the time of onset with a stern and impatient joy. He felt like the war horse of the Scriptures, who paweth in the valley, and rejoiceth in his strength, who goeth on to meet the armed men, who saith among the trumpets, Ha, ha! and who smelleth the battle far off, the thunder of the captains and the shouting. A confidence in his resources, springing from no vain estimate of his power, but the legitimate offspring of previous severe mental discipline, sustained and excited him. He had gauged his opponents, his subject, and himself. He was, too, at this period in the very prime of manhood. He had reached middle age, an era in the life of man when the faculties, physical or intellectual, may be supposed to attain their fullest organization and most perfect development. Whatever there was in him of intellectual energy and vitality, the occasion, his full life and high ambition might well bring forth. He never arose on an ordinary occasion to address an ordinary audience more self-possessed. There was no tremulousness in his voice or manner, nothing hurried, nothing simulated. The calmness of superior strength was visible everywhere, in countenance, voice, and bearing. A deep-seated conviction of the extraordinary character of the emergency and of his ability to control it seemed to possess him wholly. If an observer more than ordinarily keen-sighted detected at times something like exultation in his eye, he presumed it sprang from the excitement of the moment and the anticipation of victory. The anxiety to hear the speech was so intense, irrepressible, and universal, that no sooner had the Vice President assumed the chair than a motion was made and unanimously carried to postpone the ordinary preliminaries of senatorial action and take up immediately the consideration of the resolution. Mr. Webster arose and addressed the Senate. His exordium is known by heart everywhere. Mr. President, when the mariner has been tossed about for many days in thick weather, and on an unknown sea, he naturally avails himself of the first pause in the storm, the earliest glance of the sun to take his latitude, and ascertain how far the elements have driven him from his true course. Let us imitate this prudence, and before we float further on, the waves of this debate refer to the point from which we departed, that we may at least be able to form some conjecture where we are now. I ask for the reading of the resolutions. Calm, resolute, impressive was this opening speech. There wanted no more to enchain the attention. There was a spontaneous though silent expression of eager attention as the orator concluded these opening remarks, and while the clerk read the resolution many attempted the impossibility of getting nearer the speaker. Every head was inclined closer toward him, every ear turned in the direction of his voice, and that deep, sudden, mysterious silence followed which always attends fullness of emotion. From the sea of upturned faces before him the orator beheld his thought, reflected as from a mirror. The varying countenance, the suffused eye, the earnest smile, and ever attentive look assured him of the intense interest excited. If among his hearers there were some who affected indifference at first to his glowing thoughts and fervent periods, the difficult mask was soon laid aside, and profound, undisguised, devout attention followed. In truth, all sooner or later voluntarily, or in spite of themselves, were wholly carried away by the spell of such unexampled eloquence. Those who had doubted Mr. Webster's power to cope with and overcome his opponent were fully satisfied of their error before he had proceeded far in this debate. Their fears soon took another direction. When they heard his sentences of powerful thought towering in accumulated grandeur, one above the other as if the orator strove Titan-like to reach the very heavens themselves, they were giddy with an apprehension that he would break down in his flight. They dared not believe that genius, learning, any intellectual endowment however uncommon, that was simply mortal, could sustain itself long in a career seemingly so perilous. They feared an Icarian fall. No one surely who was present could ever forget the awful burst of eloquence with which the orator apostrophized the old Bay State which Mr. Hayne had so derided, or the tones of deep pathos in which her defense was pronounced. "Mr. President, I shall enter on no encomium upon Massachusetts. There she is. Behold her, and judge for yourselves. There is her history. The world knows it by heart. The past at least is secure. There is Boston, and Concord, and Lexington, and Bunker Hill, and there they will remain forever. The bones of her sons falling in the great struggle for independence now lie mingled with the soil of every state from New England to Georgia, and there they will remain forever. And, sir, where American liberty raised its first voice, and where its youth was nurtured and sustained, there it still lives in the strength of its manhood, and full of its original spirit. If discord and disunion shall wound it, if party strife and blind ambition shall hawk at it and tear it, if folly and madness, if uneasiness under salutary and necessary restraint, shall succeed to separate it from that union by which alone its existence is made surer, it will stand in the end by the side of that cradle in which its infancy was rocked. It will stretch forth its arm with whatever vigor it may still retain over the friends who gather around it, and it will fall at last, if fall it must, amidst the proudest monuments of its own glory, and on the very spot of its origin." No New England heart but throbbed with vehement emotion as Mr. Webster dwelt upon New England sufferings, New England struggles, and New England triumphs during the War of the Revolution. There was scarcely a dry eye in the Senate. All hearts were overcome. Grave judges and men grown old in dignified life turned aside their heads to conceal the evidence of their emotion. We presume that none but those present can understand the excitement of the scene. No one who is present can, it seems, give an adequate description of it. No word painting can convey the deep, intense enthusiasm, the reverential attention of that vast assembly, nor limn their transfer to canvas their earnest, eager, awestruck countenances. Though language were as subtle and flexible as thought, it would be still impossible to represent the full idea of the occasion. Much of the instantaneous effect of the speech arose of course from the orator's delivery, the tones of his voice, his countenance and manner. These die mostly with the occasion. They can only be described in general terms. "Of the effectiveness of Mr. Webster's manner in many parts," says Mr. Everett, himself almost without a peer as an orator, "it would be in vain to attempt to give any one not present the faintest idea. It has been my fortune to hear some of the ablest speeches of the greatest living orators on both sides of the water, but I must confess I never heard anything which so completely realized my conception of what Demosthenes was when he delivered the oration for the crown." Could there be higher praise than this? Keene nor Kemble nor any other masterly delineator of the human passions ever produced a more powerful impression upon an audience, or swayed so completely their hearts. No one ever looked the orator as he did, in form and feature how like a god. His countenance spake no less audibly than his words. His manner gave new force to his language. As he stood swaying his right arm like a huge tilt-hammer, up and down, his swarthy countenance lighted up with excitement, he appeared amid the smoke, the fire, the thunder of his eloquence like Vulcan in his armory forging thoughts for the gods. Time had not thinned nor bleached his hair. It was as dark as the raven's plumage, surmounting his massive brow in ample folds. His eye, always dark and deep-set and kindled by some glowing thought, shone from beneath his somber overhanging brow, like lights in the blackness of night from a sepulchre. No one understood better than Mr. Webster the philosophy of dress. What a powerful auxiliary it is to speech and manner when harmonizing with them. On this occasion he appeared in a blue coat, a buff vest, black pants, and white cravat, a costume strikingly in keeping with his face and expression. The human face never wore an expression of more withering, relentless scorn than when the orator replied to Haynes's allusion to the murdered coalition, a piece of stale political trumpery well understood at that day. "It is," said Mr. Webster, "the very cast-off slough of a polluted and shameless press. Incapable of further mischief it lies in the sewer, lifeless and despised. It is not now, sir, in the power of the honorable member to give it dignity or decency by attempting to elevate it and introduce it into the Senate. He cannot change it from what it is, an object of general disgust and scorn. On the contrary, the contact, if he chose to touch it, is more likely to drag him down, down, down to the place where it lies itself." He looked as if he spoke these words as if the thing he alluded to was too mean for scorn itself, and the sharp stinging enunciation made the words still more scathing. The audience seemed relieved, so crushing was the expression of his face, which they held on to as "'twere spellbound" when he turned to other topics. But the good-natured yet provoking irony with which he described the imaginary though lifelike scene of direct collision between the marshaled army of South Carolina under General Hayne on the one side, and the officers of the United States on the other, nettled his opponent even more than his severe satire, it seemed so ridiculously true. With his true Southern blood, Hayne inquired with some degree of emotion if the gentleman from Massachusetts intended any personal imputation by such remarks, to which Mr. Webster replied with perfect good humor, "Assuredly not, just the reverse." The variety of incident during the speech and the rapid fluctuation of passions kept the audience in continual expectation and ceaseless agitation. The speech was a complete drama of serious, comic, and pathetic scenes, and though a large portion of it was argumentative, an exposition of constitutional law, yet grave as such portion necessarily must be, severely logical and abounding in no fancy or episode, it engrossed throughout undivided attention. The swell of his voice and its solemn roll struck upon the ears of the enraptured hearers in deep and thrilling cadence, as waves upon the shore of the far resounding sea. The Miltonic grandeur of his words was the fit expression of his great thoughts and raised his hearers up to his theme. And his voice, exerted to its utmost power, penetrated every recess or corner of the Senate, penetrated even the anterooms and stairways, as in closing he pronounced in deepest tones of pathos these words of solemn significance: "When my eyes shall be turned to behold for the last time the sun in heaven, may I not see him shining on the broken and dishonored fragments of a once glorious Union, on states dissevered, discordant, belligerent, on a land rent with civil feuds, or drenched, it may be, in fraternal blood. Let their last feeble and lingering glance rather behold the gorgeous ensign of the Republic, now known and honored throughout the earth, still full, high, advanced, its arms and trophies streaming in their original luster, not a stripe erased nor polluted, not a single star obscured, bearing for its motto no such miserable interrogatory as 'What is all this worth?' nor those other words of folly and delusion, 'Liberty first and Union afterwards,' but everywhere spread all over it characters of living light blazing on all of its ample folds as they float over the sea, and over the land, and in every wind under the whole heavens, that other sentiment dear to every American heart, Liberty and Union now and forever, one and inseparable." The speech was over, but the tones of the orator still lingered on the ear, and the audience, unconscious of the close, retained their positions. Everywhere around seemed forgetfulness of all but the orator's presence and words. There never was a deeper silence. The feeling was too overpowering to allow expression by voice or hand. But the descending hammer of the chair awoke them with a start, and with one universal, long-drawn breath with which the overcharged heart seeks relief, the crowded assembly broke up and departed. In the evening President Jackson held a levee at the White House. It was known in advance that Mr. Webster would attend it, and hardly had the hospitable doors of the mansion been thrown open, when the crowd that had filled the Senate chamber in the morning rushed in and occupied the room, leaving a vast and increasing crowd at the entrance. On all previous occasions the general himself had been observed of all observers. His receptions were always gladly attended by large numbers, and to these he himself was always the chief object of attraction, on account of his great military and personal reputation, official position, gallant bearing, and courteous manners. But on this occasion the room in which he received his company was deserted as soon as courtesy to the President permitted. Mr. Webster was in the East Room, and thither the whole mass hurried. He stood almost in the center of the room, pressed upon by surging crowds, eager to pay him deference. Hayne, too, was there, and with others went up and complimented Mr. Webster on his brilliant effort. In the subsequent meeting between the two rival debaters, Webster challenged Hayne to drink a glass of wine with him, saying as he did so, "General Hayne, I drink to your health, and I hope that you may live 1,000 years." "I shall not live more than 100 if you make another such a speech," Hayne replied. To this day Webster's speech is regarded as the masterpiece of modern eloquence, unsurpassed by even the mightiest efforts of either Pitt, Fox, or Burke, a matchless intellectual achievement and complete forensic triumph. It was to this great, triumphant effort that Mr. Webster's subsequent fame as a statesman was due. Upon the election of General Harrison to the presidency, Mr. Webster was offered his choice of the places in the cabinet, a recognition of ability probably never accorded to any other man before or since. He finally accepted the office of Secretary of State. Our relation with England demanded prompt attention. The differences existing between the two nations relative to the northern boundary could not be disregarded, and Mr. Webster and Lord Ashburton brought about a treaty which was equally honorable and advantageous to the countries. He was also able later to contribute much toward the settlement of the Oregon boundary question through private channels of influence, though holding no official position at the time. In 1847 he started on a tour of the Southern States, being well received throughout, especially in Charleston, Columbia, Augusta, and Savannah was as well received, but his health failing him in the latter city, he was obliged to abandon his project of making a tour of the whole South. He became Secretary of State under Mr. Fillmore. This position he held at his death, which occurred at Marshfield on the 24th day of October, 1852. Funeral orations were delivered throughout the country in great numbers. He was a man of commanding figure, large, but well proportioned. His head was of unusual size, his eyes deep-seated and lustrous, and had a voice powerful yet pleasing. His action, while not remarkably graceful, was easy and impressive. His social tastes were very strong, and he possessed marked conversational power. He lived in an age of great legislators, and it is needless to add that he was excelled in statesmanship by none. Professor Ticknor, speaking in one of his letters of the intense excitement with which he listened to Webster's Plymouth address, says, "3 or 4 times I thought my temples would burst with the gush of blood, for after all you must know, I am aware it is no connected and compact whole, but a collection of broken fragments, of burning eloquence to which his manner gave tenfold force. When I came out I was almost afraid to come near him. It seemed to me that he was like the mount that might not be touched, and that burned with fire." End of section 45. Hidden Treasures. Recording by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 46 of Hidden Treasures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Engel. Hidden Treasures by Harry A. Lewis. Andrew Jackson. Of all the presidents of the United States, Andrew Jackson was, perhaps, the most peculiar. He was of Scotch-Irish descent, his parents coming to this country in 1765 from Ireland, and settling in the northern part of South Carolina on the Waxhaw Creek. They had been very poor in the old country, his father tilling a small farm, while the mother was a weaver of linen. His father never owned land in America, and died soon after he arrived in this country, little Andrew being born about the time of his death. One would hardly be justified in supposing young Jackson would one day be ruler of a great nation, rising as he did from such a beginning. Yet such are the possibilities in our glorious republic. His mother wished to make a preacher of him, but his boyhood is represented as mischievous. To say the least, his belligerent nature breaking out in childhood, and his mother's fond hope was signally defeated. He was passionately fond of athletic sports, and was excelled by none of his years. The determination he evinced in every undertaking, guided by his maxim of "Ask nothing but what is right, submit to nothing wrong," seemed to be the keynote of his success, for he was not addicted to books, and his education was limited. Being an eyewitness of the horrible massacre perpetrated by the bloody Tarleton at the Waxhaw settlement, his patriotic zeal was terribly awakened, and at the tender age of 13 we find him among the American forces, and his military career begins at Hanging Rock, where he witnesses the defeat of Sumter, and he is soon a prisoner of the enemy. The English officer ordered him to black his boots. At this all the lion in young Jackson is aroused, and he indignantly refuses, whereupon the officer strikes him twice with his sword, inflicting 2 ugly wounds, one on his arm, the other on his head. He had smallpox while a prisoner, but his mother effected his exchange, and after a long illness he recovered, but his brother died of this same disease. Soon after, his mother was taken from him. His other brother was killed at Stono. Thus, left alone in the world, he began a reckless course, which must have been his ruin but for a sudden change for the better, when he began the study of law at Salisbury, North Carolina, and before he was 20 was licensed to practice. Being appointed solicitor for the Western District of North Carolina, now Tennessee, he removed to Nashville, 1788. His practice soon became large, which, in those days, meant a great deal of travel on horseback. He made 22 trips between Nashville and Jonesboro during his first 7 years, and dangerous trips they were too, for the Indians were numerous and hostile. When he came to Nashville, he entered as a boarder the family of Mrs. Donaldson, a widow. A Mr. and Mrs. Roberts were boarders at the same home. Mr. Roberts, becoming foolishly jealous of young Jackson, applied to the legislature of Virginia for an act preliminary to a divorce. Jackson and Mrs. Roberts, thinking the act of the legislature was a divorce of itself, were married before the action of the court. Judge Overton, a friend, was himself surprised to learn that the act of the legislature was not a divorce, and through his advice they were married again in the early part of 1794. The fact that Captain Roberts' own family sustained Mrs. Roberts in the controversy with her husband must strongly point to the groundlessness of the charges. While it is further conceded that Andrew Jackson was not the first victim of the suspicious nature of Captain Roberts. However, this can never be regarded otherwise than a most unfortunate period in the life of Andrew Jackson, it being the immediate cause of more than one of the many obstacles with which he was obliged to contend in the after years. He was appointed district attorney of Tennessee when that country became a federal territory, and in 1796, when Tennessee became a state, he was a man of no small wealth. On January 11, 1796, a convention met at Knoxville to draft a constitution for the new state, and Jackson was chosen one of 5 delegates from Davidson County to meet the other members from over the state. He was appointed on the committee to draft that important document. Having been elected to represent his state in the popular branch of Congress, he accordingly took his seat in that legislative body in December 1796. As Jackson entered the House on the eve of the retirement from public life of Washington, he voted on the measure approving Washington's administration, and as he could not conscientiously vote otherwise, not approving of some of Washington's measures, he is recorded among the 12 who voted in the negative. He at this time belonged to the so-called Republican party, now Democratic, which was then forming under Jefferson, the incoming vice president, under the Federal Adams. His record in Congress is made exemplary by his action on 3 important bills, namely, against buying peace of the Algerians, against a needlessly large appropriation for repairing the house of the President, and against the removal of the restriction confining the expenditure of public money to the specific objects for which said money was appropriated. As would be natural, such a course was highly approved by his constituents, and he was made a senator in 1797. But his senatorial career was not so fruitful, as it is believed that he never made a speech, nor ever once voted, and resigned his seat in less than a year. He was elected a justice of the Supreme Court of Tennessee, but he did nothing remarkable here either, as none of his decisions remain. Nothing of note occurred for some time, except his becoming involved in a quarrel with Governor Sevier, which came to crisis in 1801, when Jackson was made Major General of Militia over Sevier. Jackson suspected Sevier of being involved in certain land frauds, and a duel was averted only by the influence of friends. About this time Jackson became financially embarrassed. Thinking himself secure, he sold a large amount of land to a gentleman in Philadelphia, and, taking his notes, bought goods for the Tennessee market, depending on these notes for payment. The failure of these threw him into great difficulties, but his firm will came to his aid once more and saved him. He immediately resigned the position of judge, and sold land enough to clear himself from debt. He is said to have now removed to what subsequently became known as the Hermitage, taking all his slaves and dwelling in a log house. He extended his business, being now at the head of the firm of Jackson, Coffee, and Hatchings. This was a trading firm, raising wheat, corn, cotton, mules, cows, and horses, it being a concern whose business extended to New Orleans, but it lost money and finally came to an end, although through no fault of Jackson, as he generally carried to success whatever he personally managed, and this embarrassment grew out of reckless proceedings during his absence. We now come upon another dark page of Jackson's life. During the year 1806, a quarrel was started, which led to the death of Charles Dickinson. This is one of his quarrels resulting indirectly from the manner in which he became married to Mrs. Roberts. This Dickinson had spoken offensively of Mrs. Jackson. He once retracted his words, and renewed them. In the meantime Jackson became involved in a quarrel with a man by the name of Swan over the terms of a horse race, and Jackson used some strong language relative to Dickinson, whose name had been meaningly introduced. Jackson's words were carried to Dickinson, as it appears he had intended. Afterward, the quarrel with Swan resulted in a bar-room fight, it is said, begun by Jackson. About this time, Dickinson wrote a very severe attack on Jackson, and published it. Jackson challenged him, and the parties met a long day's journey from Nashville, on the banks of the Red River in Logan County, Kentucky. Dickinson was a very popular man in Nashville, and he was attended by a number of associates. Dickinson's second was a Dr. Calais. Jackson's, General Overton. Dickinson fired first, and his ball took effect, breaking a rib and raking the breastbone, but Jackson never stirred nor gave evidence of being hit. His object was to hide from his adversary the pleasure of knowing that he had even grazed his mark, for Dickinson considered himself a great shot, and was certain of killing him at the first fire. Seeing he had missed, he exclaimed, "My God, have I missed him?" Jackson then fired, and Dickinson fell mortally wounded, dying that night without knowing his aim had taken any effect. This duel was another most unfortunate thing for Jackson, and caused him great unpopularity in Tennessee until his military victories turned popular attention from it. Jackson lived a comparatively quiet life for the few years following. Nothing of importance happened except his mistaken connection with Aaron Burr and quarrel with a Mr. Dinsmore, an agent of the Choctaw Indians. In 1812 the Second War with Great Britain broke out, and Jackson at once tendered his services to the government. They were gladly accepted, and the rest of the year was devoted by him in raising more troops and organizing them for active service. During the early part of 1813 he started across the country, but for some reason the Secretary of War ordered him to disband his forces, but he marched them back to Tennessee. It was on this march that he received the name of Hickory, which afterwards became Old Hickory. Arriving at Nashville, he tendered his troops to the government for an invasion of Canada, but the Secretary of War never even answered his proposal. Finally, he disbanded the forces on May 22nd. The government failed to sustain him, and his transportation drafts were allowed to go to protest. This must have ruined Jackson had it not been for his friend Colonel Benton, who made an appeal which the government felt bound to comply with, as it was made plain that it would lose the service of Tennessee if such a preposterous act were persisted in. Thus he was saved from what might have been an irretrievable financial misfortune. Through deceitfulness in others, he was led to a disgraceful quarrel with his intimate friend, Colonel Benton, who had helped him so much at Washington. The difficulty with the Creek Indians arising, Jackson with his characteristic energy helped to subjugate them. His victory over the Indians of Horseshoe Bend is so familiar to every American schoolboy that it is needless to relate the details. He now gained a national reputation, and was made a major general in the United States Army, and soon became the acknowledged military leader of the Southwest. From now General Jackson's star grew steadily brighter, and he began to develop the sterling qualities which he unmistakably possessed. During the progress of the war, the Spanish authorities, who then controlled Florida, had neither the power nor disposition to demand of the British due regard to the rights of neutral territory. They seemed to sympathize with England, as Jackson could gain no satisfaction through his correspondence with them, and as neither the Spanish or British could be induced to change their purpose, Jackson, as was his custom both in politics and war ever afterward, determined to act without orders. He immediately moved upon Pensacola, razed the town, and drove the English forces out of Florida. Returning to Mobile, he learned of the plan of the British to conquer Louisiana. He immediately marched to New Orleans, but the city was miserably defended, and his own forces were a motley crew, consisting of about 2,000. But Jackson made the most of his opportunities. He learned the plan of the British from the chief of a band of smugglers. After a few preliminary battles, in which, as a whole, the Americans were victorious, the British army, now 12,000 strong, was joined by General Pakenham, who was a brother-in-law of the great Duke of Wellington, who changed the plans of the British army. Jackson at this time was joined by about 2,000 more troops, but they were poorly armed. The British captured a whole fleet of gunboats. This left the way clear, and it is thought that had the British pushed in then, as Jackson would have done, nothing could have saved the day for America. Jackson fell back and threw up earthworks, cotton bales, and sandbags for protection, and waited for the enemy. On the memorable day, the 8th of January, the army advanced. Ridpath said, "They went to a terrible fate." Pakenham hurled column after column at the American breastworks, only to return bleeding and torn. The Americans were well protected, while the veterans of England were exposed to the fire of the Tennessee and Kentucky riflemen, and the result was awful, the enemy losing not only General Pakenham, their commander, but also General Gibbs, leaving only General Lambert to lead the forces from the field, General Keane being wounded. The loss of the enemy was about 2,000 killed, wounded, and prisoners. The Americans' loss was 8 killed and 13 wounded. This battle was a most fortunate thing for Jackson, for the reputation this gained for him, added to that already gained in deciding forever the white man's supremacy in America, undoubtedly made him President of the United States. He became governor of Florida when that territory was ceded to the United States by Spain in 1821, but he held the position only a few months. In 1828 the Tennessee legislature made him a senator, and later he was nominated for the presidency. This at first was not regarded seriously, as many had misgivings as to his capability as a legislator, although all admitted his military power. The election proved that he had great political strength as well, receiving the largest number of electoral votes, 99 to 84 for Adams, 41 for Crawford, and 37 for Clay. As no one had a majority, the case was decided by Congress, who gave the place to Adams. The opposition to the administration united under Jackson, and in the next election he was triumphantly elected, receiving 178 electoral votes to 83 for Adams. In this campaign, Jackson's private life was bitterly assailed, especially was the manner in which he came to be married misrepresented. His wife died only a short time after his election, it is said, from the influence of the vile stories which were circulated regarding her. He entered upon his duties as president with his characteristic firmness. A rupture soon arose between him and the vice president, Mr. Calhoun, and this was intensified when Calhoun's nullification views became known. The Democratic Party outside of South Carolina supported the administration. The cabinet was soon changed. During his administration, over 1,700 removals from office were made, more than had occurred in all previous administrations. His appointments gave much offense to some, and with a degree of reason, it must be admitted, as they were selected wholly from his political friends, notwithstanding his previously avowed principles, which were implied in his advice to Mr. Monroe on the selection of his cabinet. However, some allowance should be made, as Jackson had a seeming rebellion on hand, and one could hardly blame him for desiring men on whom he knew he could depend in the promised hours of peril. The tariff laws were especially obnoxious to South Carolina of the Southern states. Now Jackson was opposed to the tariff laws himself, but as long as the laws remained, he proposed that they should be enforced, and when South Carolina met at Columbia and passed resolutions to resist the existing laws and declaring in favor of state rights, he promptly sent forces to quell the promised rebellion. Seeing what kind of man they had to deal with, the nullifiers were glad to seize the excuse for not proceeding, which Clay's Compromise Bill afforded. This bill reduced the duties gradually until at the end of 10 years they would reach the standard desired by the South. His re-election was even more conclusive than the former, inasmuch as it was found that he had carried every state save 7. His principal opponent was Henry Clay, who represented the party in favor of renewing the charter of the United States Bank. Jackson was bitterly opposed to this institution, vetoed the bill to recharter the bank, and in an effort to pass the bill over his head, failing to receive a 2/3 vote, the bank ceased to exist. He conceived the idea of distributing the surplus left by the bank, about 10 millions, among certain banks named for that purpose. He had no acknowledged authority for this, but he believed himself right, and acted independently, as was characteristic in such cases. A panic ensued, and the Whigs claimed that this measure of Jackson's was the cause, while the Democrats were equally confident that the financial troubles were brought about by the bank itself, which was described as an institution too powerful and despotic to exist in a free country. A powerful opposition was formed in the Senate against him, headed by men such as Calhoun, Clay, and Webster, and finally a resolution condemning his course was adopted by a vote of 26 to 20, but was afterward expunged through the influence of his intimate friend Colonel Benton. The House sustained the President throughout, or he must have been overthrown. The foreign relations of our government at the close of Jackson's administration was very satisfactory indeed. The national debt was extinguished, and new states were admitted into the Union. He issued a farewell address to his country, and retired to private life at the Hermitage, where he lived until his death in 1845. There is much in the life of Andrew Jackson that can be profitably copied by the American youth of today, notably his fixedness of purpose, indomitable will, and great love of truth. There are other things that would be well to pass by and give little promise, such as his sporting propensities. Lossing says, "The memory of that great and good man is revered by his countrymen next to that of Washington." His imposing statue occupies a conspicuous place in President's Square, Washington, where it was unveiled in 1852, being the first equestrian statue in bronze ever erected in America. It is certain that he exercised a marked influence in shaping the affairs of the generations that were to follow his administration. End of section 46. Andrew Jackson. Recording by Jill Ingle.
Section 47 of Hidden Treasures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. Hidden Treasures by Harry A. Lewis. Thomas H. Benton. Thomas Hart Benton was born at Hillsborough, North Carolina, March 14, 1782. During his youth he enjoyed few educational advantages, his father dying while he was a child. He, however, persevered and completed his studies at Chapel Hill University, supporting himself throughout his school course. Removing to Tennessee, he began the study of law and commenced practice at Nashville, where he arose to eminence at the bar. When elected to the legislature of the state, an event which occurred soon after his beginning law practice in Nashville, he procured the passage of a bill securing to slaves the right of trial by jury. In the War of 1812 he was made lieutenant colonel, serving on the staff of General Jackson. In 1814 15, Colonel Benton took up his residence in St. Louis, Missouri, and established the Missouri Enquirer. It is stated that this enterprise involved him in several duels, one of which resulted fatally to his opponent, Mr. Lucas. Mr. Benton took a leading part in the admission of his adopted state into the Union, and in 1820 he was elected one of her first senators, and remained a member of the national government for 30 consecutive years, a leader of his party in debate. He warmly supported Jackson in his administration of the affairs of the government, and as is well known rendered him valuable and efficient service by his speech on the expunging resolution which he successfully carried through the Senate. In 1829 he made a speech on the salt tax, which was a masterly production, and through its influence is due largely the repeal of the same. He was among the foremost who advocated a railroad to the Pacific coast, and it was Thomas Benton who first introduced the idea of Congress granting preemption rights to actual settlers. He favored trade with New Mexico, and establishing commerce on the Great Lakes. He was an eminent specie advocate. So vehement was he that he became known as Old Bullion, and it was through his influence that the 49th parallel was decided upon as the northern boundary of Oregon. He opposed the fugitive slave law, and openly denounced nullification views wherever expressed. Nothing but his known opposition to the extension of slavery caused his final defeat in the legislature, when that body chose another to succeed him in the United States Senate. Thus in defense of human liberty ended his splendid career of 30 years in the upper house, struck down by the frown of demagogism. 2 years later he was elected to the House of Representatives, where he did noble work in opposition to the Kansas-Nebraska Act, denouncing it as a violation of the Missouri Compromise, and was defeated as a candidate for Congress in the next campaign. After 2 years' devotion to literature, he was a candidate for governor of his state, but was defeated by a third ticket being placed in the field. He was the popular candidate, however, of the three, against great odds, being defeated by only a few votes. During this year he supported Mr. Buchanan for the presidency against his son-in-law, Mr. Fremont. He now retired permanently from public life, devoting his exclusive attention to literature, and his 30 years' view, or a history of the working of the United States government for 30 years, from 1820 to 1850, was a masterly piece of literature, and reached a mammoth sale, more than 60,000 copies being sold when first issued. When this was finished he immediately began another, an abridgment of the debates of Congress from 1789 to 1850. Although at the advanced age of 76, he labored at this task daily, the latter part of which was dictated while on his deathbed, and while he could speak only in whispers. Surely he deserved the success which had attended his efforts. He died in Washington on the 10th day of April, 1858. He had a large and grandly proportioned head, and was a most aggressive debater. It was in the expunging resolution, and the exciting debates in which he bore so prominent a part, that he gained his greatest reputation. This bill, and the manner in which he managed its course through the Senate, securing its adoption against the combined effort of such men as Clay, Webster, and Calhoun, illustrates the characteristics of the man more clearly than anything that could be said of him. When reading the life of Andrew Jackson, the reader will remember that the Senate passed a resolution condemning the action of the President, Mr. Jackson, in regard to the distribution of the public funds in the following language: Resolved, that the President in the late executive proceedings in relation to the public revenue has assumed upon himself authority and power not conferred by the Constitution and laws, but in derogation of both. The motion of Mr. Benton was to strike from the journals of the Senate this resolution of censure. In support of the President's course and of Mr. Benton's proposed method of vindication, various public proceedings were had in various sections of the country, and some of the state legislatures not only voted in favor of the removal of the record of censure, but instructed their congressional delegations to use their influence and votes in a similar direction. Mr. Benton's resolutions rehearsed the principal points involved in the past history and present aspects of the controversy quite at length, the closing resolution being as follows: that the said resolve be expunged from the journal, and for that purpose that the Secretary of the Senate at such time as the Senate may appoint shall bring the manuscript journal of the session 1883-4 into the Senate, draw black lines round the said resolve, and write across the face thereof in strong letters the following words: expunged by order of the Senate, this day of in the year of our Lord . For 3 years successively did Mr. Benton bring forth on different occasions his celebrated motion, and again he suffered defeat after the most scathing debates that ever took place in any parliamentary body, the Senate at this point containing an unusual amount of oratorical talent and forensic power. But the last scene, and with it victory to the great Missourian and his presidential master, was now near at hand. In this scene, as described by Mr. Benton himself, was as follows. Saturday, the 14th of January, the Democratic senators agreed to have a meeting, and to take their final measures for passing an expunging resolution. They knew they had the numbers, but they also knew they had adversaries to grapple with, to whom might be applied the motto of Louis XIV, not an unequal match for numbers. They also knew that members of the party were in process of separating from it, and would require reconciliating. They met in the night at the then famous restaurant of Bollinger, giving to the assemblage the air of convivial entertainment. It continued till midnight, and required all the moderation, tact, and skill of the prime movers to obtain and maintain the Union, in details on the success of which depended the fate of the measure. The men of conciliation were to be the efficient men of that night, and all the winning resources of Wright, Allen, and Lynn were put in requisition. There were serious differences upon the method of expurgation, while agreed upon the thing, and finally obliteration, the favorite mover, was given up in the mode of expurgation adopted, which had been proposed in the resolution of the General Assembly of Virginia, namely, to enclose the obnoxious sentence in a square of black lines, an oblong square, a compromise of opinions to which the mover agreed upon condition of being allowed to compose the epitaph, expunged by the order of the Senate. The agreement which was to lead to victory was then adopted, each one severally pledging himself to it, that there should be no adjournments of the Senate after the resolution was called until it was passed, and that it should be called immediately after the morning business on the Monday ensuing. Expecting a protracted session extending through the day and night, and knowing the difficulty of keeping men steady to their work and in good humor when tired and hungry, the mover of the proceeding took care to provide as far as might possible against such a state of things, and gave orders that night to have an ample supply of cold hams, turkeys, rounds of beef, pickles, wines, and cups of hot coffee ready in a certain committee room near the Senate chamber by 4 o'clock on the afternoon of Monday. The motion to take up the subject was made at the appointed time, and immediately a debate of long speeches, chiefly on the other side, opened itself upon the question. As the darkness of approaching night came on, and the great chandelier was lit up, splendidly illuminating the chamber then crowded with the members of the House, and the lobbies and galleries filled to their utmost capacity with visitors and spectators, the scene became grand and impressive. A few spoke on the side of the resolution, chiefly Rivers, Buchanan, and Niles, and with an air of ease and satisfaction that bespoke a quiet determination and consciousness of victory. The committee room was resorted to in parties of 4 and 6 at a time, always leaving enough on watch, and not resorted to by one side alone. The opposition were invited to a full participation, an invitation of which those who were able to maintain their temper availed themselves of, but the greater part were not in a humor to eat anything, especially at such a feast. The night was wearing away, the expungers were in full force, masters of the chamber happy and visibly determined to remain. It became evident to the great opposition leaders that the inevitable hour had come, that the damnable deed was to be done that night, and that the dignity of silence was no longer to them a tenable position. The battle was going against them, and they must go into it without being able to re-establish it. In the beginning they had not considered the expunging movement a serious proceeding. As it advanced they still expected it to miscarry on some point. Now the reality of the thing stood before them, confronting their presence, and refusing to down at any command. Mr. Calhoun opposed the measure in a speech of great severity. The day, said he, is gone, night approaches, and night is suitable to the dark deed we meditate. There is a sort of destiny in this thing. The act must be performed, and it is an act which will tell upon the political history of this country forever. Mr. Clay indulged in unmeasured denunciation of the whole thing. The last speech in opposition to the measure was made by Mr. Webster, who employed the strongest language he could command condemnatory of an act which he declared was so unconstitutional, so derogatory to the character of the Senate, and marked with so broad an impression of compliance with power. but though thus pronounced an irregular and unconstitutional proceeding by Mr. Webster and the other senators with whom he sided and voted, Mr. John Quincy Adams, who was at the time a member of the House and in direct antagonism politically with Mr. Benton and to the Jackson administration, held a different opinion. Midnight was now approaching. The dense masses which filled every inch of the room in the lobbies and in the galleries remained immovable. No one went out, no one could get in. The floor of the Senate was crammed with privileged persons, and it seemed that all Congress was there. Expectation and determination to see the conclusion were depicted on every countenance. It was evident that there was to be no adjournment until the vote should be taken, until the deed was done, and this aspect of invincible determination had its effect upon the ranks of the opposition. They began to falter under a useless resistance. They alone now did the talking, and while Mr. Webster was yet reciting his protest, two senators from the opposition side, who had been best able to maintain their equanimity, came around to the mover of the resolution and said: "This question has degenerated into a trial of nerves and muscles. It has become a question of physical endurance, and we see no use in wearing ourselves out to keep off for a few hours longer what is to come before we separate. We see that you are able and determined to carry your measure, so call the vote as soon as you please. We shall say no more." Webster concluded. No one arose. There was a pause, a dead silence, and an intense feeling. Presently the silence was invaded by the single word "question," the parliamentary call for a vote, rising from the seats of different senators. One blank in the resolved remained to be filled, the date of its adoption. It was done. The acting president of the Senate, Mr. King, of Alabama, then directed the roll to be called. The yeas and nays had been previously ordered and proceeded to be called by the Secretary of the Senate, the result showing a majority of 5 on the side of the expungers. The passage of the resolution was announced by the chair. Mr. Benton arose and said that nothing now remained but to execute the order of the Senate, which he moved to be done forthwith. It was ordered accordingly. The Secretary thereupon produced the original manuscript journal of the Senate, and opening at the page which contained the condemnatory sentence of March 28, 1834, proceeded in open Senate to draw a square of broad black lines around the sentence, and to write across its face, in strong letters, "Expunged by order of the Senate this 16th day of January, 1837." End of section 47. Hidden Treasures. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida. Section 48 of Hidden Treasures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. Hidden Treasures by Harry A. Lewis. Henry Clay. A few miles from the old Hanover Courthouse in Virginia, where the splendors of Patrick Henry's genius first beamed forth, is a humble dwelling by the roadside, in the midst of a miserably poor region known as the Slashes. There, on the 12th of April, 1777, Henry Clay, the great American statesman, was born, and from the district schools of his neighborhood he derived his education. He was the son of a Baptist clergyman of very limited means, hence his early advantages were of necessity meager. He was very bashful and diffident, scarcely dare recite before his class at school, but he determined to become an orator. He accordingly began the plan of committing speeches and then reciting them in the cornfields. At other times they were delivered in the barn, before the cows and horse. Henry became a copyist in the office of the clerk of the Court of Chancery at Richmond. Here he was enabled to begin the study of law, an opportunity which he at once embraced. While other boys were improving their time having fun, he was studying, and so closely did he occupy his odd time that he was enabled to pass the necessary examination and be admitted to the bar at the early age of 20. 2 years later he moved west. He was enterprising, settling at Lexington, Kentucky, where he entered upon the practice of law. Here he became an active politician as well as a popular lawyer. He was an intelligent young man, and early cultivated a genial disposition which was a leading feature of his splendid success in life. In 1799 Kentucky called a convention for the purpose of revising the constitution of the state. During this campaign young Clay labored earnestly to elect delegates to that convention favorable to the extinction of slavery. Thus early he manifested an interest in a question many years in advance of his countrymen. This is the man who, when afterward told that his action on a certain measure would certainly injure his political prospect, replied, "I would rather be right than be president." It was even so in this case. His action in behalf of the freedom of slaves offended many, but his opposition to the obnoxious alien and sedition laws later restored him to popular favor. After serving in the state legislature with some distinction, he was elected to fill the unexpired term of General Adair in the United States Senate. Here he made excellent use of his time, advocating bills on internal improvements, accomplishing much toward that end, though his time expired at the end of the year. He left an impression on that body which foretold his future greatness. He was now returned to his state legislature, where he was elected Speaker, a position which he held for the next 2 terms. Another vacancy occurred, and Mr. Clay was once again elected to fill the unexpired time in the United States Senate. This time he remained a member of that body 2 years, and it was during this term that he placed himself on record as one of the first and most powerful of early protectionists. He also favored the admission of Louisiana as a state. His term expired, he returned to his constituents, who promptly elected him to a seat in the House of Representatives, and immediately upon his appearance in that body he was chosen Speaker of the House. This is an honor without parallel in the whole history of our legislative affairs. It was at this session that John C. Calhoun and William H. Crawford first made their appearance in the National Congress. The duties of this high office he discharged with marked ability and great satisfaction through that and the succeeding Congress until 1814, when he was appointed one of the commissioners to negotiate at Ghent a treaty of peace with Great Britain. Abroad, Mr. Clay proved to be a diplomat of no mean ability, and during his absence he was re-elected to the National Congress, and upon his reappearance in that august assembly was immediately chosen Speaker. Mr. Clay was one of the unsuccessful candidates for the presidency in 1824, receiving 37 electoral votes, but became Secretary of State under John Quincy Adams, who was chosen President by Congress. In 1831, after a temporary retirement, he was elected to the National Senate, this time for a full term of 6 years. His services during this period were very important. His compromise measure was probably, under the circumstances, one of the most important bills that ever passed the Senate. As is well known, it secured the gradual reduction of the tariff for 10 years, thus satisfying the South, but allowing the manufacturers time to accommodate themselves to the change. Mr. Clay was a strong protectionist, but this was a compromise on both sides which Clay was willing to make, even though it might be to satisfy a political opponent, Calhoun, to whom he was bitterly opposed. Certain it is when he saw his country in danger, Henry Clay was not the one to allow partisan hate to stand in opposition to any bill which might tend to peace, and while this measure had little merit in and of itself, still it averted a civil war at that time. In 1834, President Jackson proposed to Congress that they should give him authority to secure indemnity from France through reprisals. Mr. Clay, as chairman of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, reported that Congress would not be justified in so doing, as the neglect on the part of France was clearly unintentional, and thus war was once more averted through the influence of the great pacifier. At the presidential election of 1839, Mr. Clay, General Harrison, and General Scott were submitted to the Whig convention as candidates. Mr. Clay was clearly the choice of the convention, but by one of those strange movements which so often occur at such times, General Harrison was nominated. Many of Clay's friends were disposed to bolt, but Mr. Clay promptly acknowledged the ticket, and it was elected. Then followed the death of the president in office, the obnoxious vetoes of the newly installed president, Tyler, the division of the Whig party, the nomination of Mr. Clay at this late, inopportune time, and the election of Mr. Polk. At the next convention Mr. Clay was a very prominent candidate for the nomination, but Mr. Taylor's military career seemed to carry everything with it, and he was nominated and elected. Had Mr. Clay been nominated at either this convention or in 1839, he would have been elected, but, like Webster, the presidential honors were not essential to perpetuate his name. And during the year 1849, as the people of Kentucky were about to remodel their constitution, Mr. Clay urged them to embody the principles of gradual emancipation, but they refused to do so. He was again returned to the Senate, and during this term brought out the Compromise Act of 1850. This measure, while recognizing no legal authority for the existence of slavery in the newly acquired territory of New Mexico, yet declared that in the establishment of territorial governments in such territory no restriction should be made relative to slavery. It also provided for the admission of California, without restrictions on the subject of slavery, and opposed the abolition of slavery in the District of Columbia. The bill carried with slight changes, Mr. Clay being very feeble when in his seat but few days of the session. In 1852 he gradually sank until on June 29th, 1852, he died. In him intellect, reason, eloquence, and courage united to form a character fit to command. It was the remark of a distinguished senator that Mr. Clay's eloquence was absolutely intangible to delineation, that the most labored description could not embrace it, that to be understood it must be seen and felt. He was an orator by nature, and by his indomitable assiduity he at once rose to prominence. His eagle eye burned with patriotic ardor, or flashed indignation and defiance upon his foes, or was suffused with commiseration or of pity, and it was because he felt that made others feel. A gentleman, after hearing one of his magnificent efforts in the Senate, thus described him: "Every muscle of the orator's face was at work. His whole body seemed agitated, as if each part was instinct with a separate life, and his small white hand with its blue veins apparently distended almost to bursting, moved gracefully, but with all the energy of rapid and vehement gesture. The appearance of the speaker seemed that of a pure intellect, wrought up to its mightiest energies, and brightly shining through the thin and transparent will of flesh that invested it." The particulars of the duel between Mr. Clay and Mr. Randolph may be interesting to our readers. The eccentric descendant of Pocahontas appeared on the ground in a huge morning gown. This garment had such a vast circumference that the precise whereabouts of the lean senator was a matter of very vague conjecture. The parties exchanged shots, and the ball of Mr. Clay hit the center of the visible object, but the body of Mr. Randolph was untouched. Immediately after the exchange of shots, Mr. Clay instantly approached Mr. Randolph, and with a gush of the deepest emotion said: "I trust in God, my dear sir, you are untouched. After what has occurred, I would not have harmed you for 1,000 worlds." The incident referred to above as occurring was the fact of Mr. Randolph's firing in the air, thus publicly proclaiming his intention not to harm Mr. Clay at all events. In person Clay was tall and commanding, being 6 feet and 1 inch in stature, and was noted for the erect appearance he presented, while standing, walking, or talking. The most striking features of his countenance were a high forehead, a prominent nose, an uncommonly large mouth, and blue eyes which, though not particularly expressive when in repose, had an electrical appearance when kindled. His voice was of extraordinary compass, melody, and power, from the deep and dreadful sub-bass of the organ to the most aerial warblings of its highest key. Hardly a pipe or stop was wanting. Like all the magical voices, it had the faculty of imparting to the most familiar and commonplace expressions an inexpressible fascination. Probably no orator ever lived who, when speaking on a great occasion, was more completely absorbed with his theme. "I do not know how it is with others," he once said, "but on such occasions I seem to be unconscious of the external world. Wholly engrossed by the subject before me, I lose all sense of personal identity, of time, or of surrounding objects." End of section 48. Hidden Treasures. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida. Section 49 of Hidden Treasures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. Hidden Treasures by Harry A. Lewis. Martin Van Buren. In the quiet little village of Kinderhook, New York, there was at the close of the Revolution an indifferent tavern kept by a Dutchman named Van Buren. There his distinguished son Martin was born on the 5th day of December, 1782. After attending the academy in his native village he, at the age of 14, began the study of law. His success was phenomenal from the beginning, and he has passed into history as an indefatigable student all through life. In 1808 he was made surrogate of his native county. In 1812 he was elected to the Senate of his native state, and in that body voted for electors pledged to support DeWitt Clinton for the presidency. He was Attorney General of the state from 1815 until 1819. Mr. Van Buren was a very able politician, and it was through his influence that the celebrated Albany Regency, whose influence ruled the state uninterruptedly for over 20 years, was set on foot. In 1821 Mr. Van Buren was chosen to the United States Senate, and was made a member of the convention to revise the state constitution. In the latter body he advocated the extension of the elective franchise, but opposed universal suffrage, as also the plan of appointing justices of the peace by popular election. He voted against depriving the colored citizens of the franchise, but supported the proposal to require of them a freehold qualification of $250. In 1828 he was elected governor of the great state of New York, and resigned his seat in the National Congress to assume this new position. As governor he opposed the safety fund system which was adopted by the legislature in 1829. In the month of March of the next year, after assuming the gubernatorial chair, he accepted the leading position in the cabinet of President Jackson, but resigned 2 years later. On May 22, 1832, he was nominated for the office of vice president on the ticket with General Jackson, and was elected. The Democratic National Convention, which met at Baltimore May 20, 1835, unanimously nominated him for the presidency, and in the ensuing election he received 170 electoral votes out of a total of 238, 73 being cast for his principal antagonist, General Harrison. The country was now plunged into the deepest pecuniary embarrassments, the result of previous hothouse schemes and speculations, rather than the result of the administrative measures of Van Buren. He had succeeded to the presidency at a most unfortunate time. Commerce was prostrate. Hundreds of mercantile houses in every quarter were bankrupt. Imposing public meetings attributed these disasters to the policy of the government. On May 15th, he summoned an extraordinary session of Congress to meet the following September. The President in his message advised that a bankrupt law for banking and other incorporations be enacted, and that the approaching deficit in the Treasury be made good by withholding from the states the fourth and last installment of a previous large surplus ordered to be deposited with them by act of June 23, 1836, and by the temporary issue of $6 million of Treasury notes. He also recommended the adoption of what was called the independent Treasury system, which was passed in the Senate, but was laid on the table in the other branch of Congress. The payment of the fourth installment to the states was postponed, and the emission of $10 million of Treasury notes was authorized. Again, the President, in his next annual message, recommended the passage of the independent Treasury bill, but the measure was again rejected. Another presidential measure, however, was more fortunate, a so-called preemption law being enacted, giving settlers on public lands the right to buy them in preference to others. Van Buren's third annual message was largely occupied with financial discussions, and especially with argument in favor of the divorcement of the national government from the banks throughout the country, and for the exclusive receipt and payment of gold and silver in all public transactions, that is to say, for the independent Treasury. Through his urgent arguments in its favor, it became a law June 30, 1840, and it is the distinguishing feature in his administration. The canvass of 1840 was early begun by the opposition, and became a bitterly contested one. The Whigs placed Harrison at the head of their ticket, and as Van Buren had no competitor, he became the candidate for the Democracy. Never in the political history of the United States had there been such universal excitement as was displayed in the ensuing campaign. The great financial trials through which the government had passed were made the basis of all argument by the press and orators of the opposition. Charges of corruption, extravagance, and indifference to the welfare of the laboring classes were collected and dumped upon poor Van Buren. Thus was Van Buren represented, while the enthusiasm for Harrison was greatly augmented by log cabins, emblematical of his humble origin. This time Van Buren received only 60 electoral votes, while General Harrison received 234. His last annual message set forth with renewed energy the benefits of the independent Treasury, announced with satisfaction that the government was without a public debt, and earnestly advised the enactment of more stringent laws for the suppression of the African slave trade. In 1844, Mr. Van Buren's friends once more urged his nomination for the presidency by the Democratic National Convention in Baltimore, but he was rejected there on account of his opposition to the annexation of Texas to the Union, avowed in a public letter to a citizen of Mississippi who had asked for his position on that question. Though a majority of the delegates in the convention were pledged to his support, a rule being passed making a two-thirds vote necessary to a choice proved fatal to his interest. For several ballots he led all competitors, when he withdrew his name, and Mr. Polk was nominated on the 9th ballot. In 1848, when the Democrats had nominated General Cass and avowed their readiness to tolerate slavery in the new territories lately acquired from Mexico. Mr. Van Buren and his adherents, adopting the name of the free democracy at once, began to discuss in public that new aspect of the slavery question. They held a convention at Utica on June 22nd, which nominated Mr. Van Buren for president and Henry Dodge of Wisconsin for vice president. Mr. Dodge declined, and at a great convention in Buffalo on August 9th, Charles Francis Adams was substituted. The convention declared, "Congress has no more right to make a slave than to make a king. It is the duty of the federal government to relieve itself from all responsibility for the existence and continuance of slavery, wherever the government possesses constitutional authority to legislate on that subject, and is thus responsible for its existence." In accepting the nomination of this new party, Mr. Van Buren declared his full assent to its anti-slavery principles. The result was that in New York he received the votes of more than half of those who had hitherto been attached to the Democratic party, and that General Taylor, the candidate of the Whig party, was elected. At the outbreak of the Civil War, he at once declared himself in favor of maintaining the Republic as a union. Unhappily, he died before the close of the war, and was thus deprived of the satisfaction of seeing perpetuated the Union he so dearly loved. On the 24th of July, 1872, at his home in Kinderhook, he passed from death into life. End of section 49, Hidden Treasures. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Merritt. Hidden Treasures by Harry E. Lewis. Section 50. Stephen Arnold Douglas. One of the most noted statesmen of the day was the subject of this narrative. Short, thick-set, and muscular in person, and strong in intellect, Stephen A. Douglas came to be known as the Little Giant. For many years he held a very conspicuous place in the political history of the Republic. He was a native of the Green Mountain State, being born in Brandon, April 23, 1813. When he was about 2 months old, his father, who was a physician, died, and his mother removed to a small farm, where Stephen remained until he was about 15 years old. Having received a common school education, he was very anxious to take a college course. But this being impossible, he determined thereafter to earn his own living. He accordingly apprenticed himself to a cabinet maker. But his health would not allow the pursuit of this business, and he was compelled to abandon the undertaking. When he was possibly able, he removed to Illinois. Upon his arrival in Jacksonville, his entire wealth consisted of a sum of 37 cents. He determined to start a school at a place called Winchester, some 15 miles from Jacksonville, and as he had little money, walked the entire distance. Arriving in Winchester, the first sight that met his eyes was a crowd assembled at an auction, and he secured employment for the time being as clerk for the auctioneer. For this service, which lasted 3 days, he received $6, and with this sum he started a school, which occupied his attention during the day. For 2 years previous he had studied law during his spare moments. Much of his time nights was now devoted to the completion of his legal studies. Being admitted to the bar during the following year, 1834, he opened an office and began practicing in the higher courts, where he was eminently successful, acquiring a lucrative practice, and he was elected Attorney General of the state before he was 22. He soon became a member of the legislature, taking his seat as the youngest member in that body. He was the Democratic nominee for Congress before he had acquired the required age. However, his 25th birthday occurred before election, thus the obstacle was removed. In his district a most spirited canvass took place, and out of over 35,000 votes cast, his opponent was declared elected by only 5. He was appointed register of the land office at Springfield, but resigned this position in 1889. He became Secretary of State the following year, and in 1841 was elected a judge of the Supreme Court at the age of 28. This position he also resigned 2 years after to represent his district in Congress, where he was returned by successive elections until 1848. He was recognized as one of the able members while in the national legislature, and his speeches on the Oregon question are models. He next became a senator from his state, and supported President Polk in the Mexican War. As is well known, he was the founding father of the Kansas-Nebraska Act, popularly known as squatter sovereignty, carrying the measure through in spite of great opposition. He was a strong candidate for the Democratic nomination for the presidency in 1852, and his strength was still more developed 4 years later, when he was the favorite candidate save one, James Buchanan, who finally received the honor. At the end of the next 4 years he was nominated by the convention meeting at Charleston, and was the unanimous choice of the northern wing of the Democracy, but bitterly opposed by the southern faction, who nominated Mr. Breckinridge at a separate convention. This caused a split in the Democratic vote, and Mr. Lincoln was elected on a minority of the total vote cast. Stephen A. Douglas, however, like Webster and Clay, needed not the honor of occupying the presidential chair to make his name illustrious. He was remarkably successful in the promotion of his state's interest in Congress. To him is due the credit of securing the splendid grant of land which brought about the successful operation of the Illinois Central Railroad, which contributed so much toward the weakened resources of the state. As previously stated, Mr. Douglas was defeated by Mr. Lincoln, yet at the outbreak of the Civil War his voice was heard in earnest pleas for the Union, declaring that if this system of resistance by the sword, when defeated at the ballot box, was persisted in, then the history of the United States is already written in the history of Mexico. He most strongly denounced secession as a crime, and characterized it as madness. His dying words were in defense of the Union. To say that Mr. Douglas was a wonderful man is the least that can be said, while more could be added in his praise with propriety. As an orator he was graceful, and possessed natural qualities which carried an audience by storm. He died June 3rd, 1861, at the outbreak of the Civil War. Had he lived, no one would have rendered more valuable assistance in the suppression of that gigantic rebellion than would Stephen A. Douglas. But it was in the great political debate between himself and Abraham Lincoln that Mr. Douglas gained his greatest notoriety, as well as Lincoln himself. The details of this debate will be seen in our sketch of Mr. Lincoln. End of section 50. Stephen Arnold Douglas. Recording by Tom Merritt. Section 51 of Hidden Treasures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Merritt. Hidden Treasures by Harry A. Lewis. Abbott Lawrence. Solomon said, "Seest thou a man diligent in his business? He shall stand before kings. He shall not stand before mean men." How true are those words! How often have we seen them demonstrated! Abbott Lawrence, brother of Amos Lawrence, was born December 16, 1792, and what education he had he received at the Academy in Groton. When about 16 years of age he took the stage for Boston, with the princely sum of $3 in his pocket. He entered the store of his brother Amos as clerk. After 5 years of faithful service he was taken in as partner, and the firm's style became A. and A. Lawrence. The War of 1812 came on, and Abbott, who possessed less money than his brother, failed, but he was not disheartened. He applied to the government for a position in the army, but before his application could be acted upon, peace was declared. After the war his brother Amos helped him, and once more they entered into partnership, Abbott going to England to buy goods for the firm. About 1820 the Lawrence brothers, with that enterprise, which characterizes all great businessmen, commenced manufacturing goods in America, instead of importing them from the Old World, and to the Lawrences is due no small credit, as the cities of Lowell and Lawrence will testify. He was a member of the celebrated convention at Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, whose recommendations to Congress resulted in the Tariff Act of 1828, which was so obnoxious to Calhoun and the Cotton States. In 1834 Mr. Lawrence was elected to Congress, where he did valuable service on the Committee of Ways and Means. He declined re-election, but afterward was persuaded to become a candidate and was again elected. By the advice of Daniel Webster, he was sent to England on the boundary question. President Taylor offered him a seat in his cabinet, but he declined. Later he was sent to England, where he became a distinguished diplomat, and was recalled only at his own request. At one time he lacked but 6 votes of being nominated for vice president. On the 18th of August, 1855, Abbott Lawrence died. Nearly every business place in Boston was closed. In fact, Boston was in mourning. The military companies were out on solemn parade, flags were placed at half-mast, and minute guns were fired. Thus passed away one of the merchant princes of New England. End of section 51. Abbott Lawrence. Recording by Tom Merritt. Section 52 of Hidden Treasures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hidden Treasures by Harry A. Lewis, Alexander H. Stephens. This great statesman was born in Georgia on February 11, 1812, and was left an orphan at an early age. He studied law and was admitted to the bar in 1834, having the advantage of a college education. He entered upon the practice of law at Crawfordsville in his native state, and his natural ability and splendid education soon won for him a most lucrative practice. Mr. Stephens early became a convert to the Calhoun school of politics, and he remained firmly fixed until death in the belief that slavery was the proper sphere in which all colored people should move. He believed it was better for the races, both white and black. Though physically weak, he was wonderfully developed in personal courage. In 1836 Mr. Stephens was elected to the state legislature, to which he succeeded 5 successive terms. In 1842 he was elected to the state senate, there to remain only 1 year, when he was sent as a Whig to the National Congress, there to remain until 1859, when, July 2nd, in a speech at Augusta, he announced his intention of retiring to private life. When the old Whig party was superseded by the present Republican party, Mr. Stephens joined the Democrats. During the presidential canvass of 1860, Mr. Stephens supported the northern wing under Douglas, and in a speech at the capital of his state bitterly denounced secession. As the speech so well illustrates his powers of oratory, so far as words can portray that power, we give the speech as follows: "This step, secession, once taken can never be recalled, and all the baleful and withering consequences that must follow, as you will see, will rest on this convention for all coming time. When we and our posterity shall see our lovely South desolated by the demon of war, which this act of yours will inevitably provoke, when our green fields and waving harvests shall be trodden down by a murderous soldiery, and the fiery car of war sweeps over our land, our temples of justice laid in ashes, and every horror and desolation upon us, who but him who shall have given his vote for this unwise and ill-timed measure shall be held to a strict account for this suicidal act by the present generation, and be cursed and execrated by all posterity in all coming time. for the wide and desolating ruin that will inevitably follow this act you now propose to perpetuate. Pause, I entreat you, and consider for a moment what reasons you can give that will satisfy yourselves in calmer moments. What reasons can you give to your fellow sufferers in the calamity that it will bring upon us? What reasons can you give to the nations of the earth to justify it? They will be calm and deliberate judges of this case, and to what cause or one overt act can you point on which to rest the plea of justification? What right has the North assailed? Of what interest has the South been invaded? What justice has been denied? And what claim founded in justice and right has been unsatisfied? Can any of you name today one governmental act of wrong deliberately and purposely done by the government at Washington, of which the South has a right to complain? I challenge an answer. On the other hand, let me show the facts. And believe me, gentlemen, I am not here the advocate of the North, but I am here the friend, the firm friend and lover of the South and her institutions. And for this reason I speak thus plainly and faithfully for yours, mine, and every other man's interest, the words of truth and soberness, of which I wish you to judge, and I will only state facts which are clear and undeniable, and which now stand in the authentic records of the history of our country. When we of the South demanded the slave trade or the importation of Africans for the cultivation of our lands, did they not yield the right for 20 years? When we asked a 3/5 representation in Congress for our section, was it not granted? When we demanded the return of any fugitive from justice or the recovery of those persons owing labor or allegiance, was it not incorporated in the Constitution, and again ratified and strengthened in the Fugitive Slave Law of 1850? Do you reply that in many instances they have violated this law and have not been faithful to their engagements? As individuals and local committees they may have done so, but not by the sanction of the government, for that has always been true to the Southern interest. Again, look at another fact. When we asked that more territories should be added that we might spread the institution of slavery, did they not yield to our demands by giving us Louisiana, Florida, and Texas, out of which 4 states have been carved, and ample territory left for 4 more to be added in due time? If you do not by this unwise and impolitic act destroy this hope, and perhaps by it lose all, and have your last slave wrenched from you by stern military rule, or by the vindictive decrees of a universal emancipation, which may reasonably be expected to follow. But again, gentlemen, what have we to gain by this proposed change of our relation to the general government? We have always had the control of it, and can yet have it if we remain in it and are as united as we have been. We have had a majority of the presidents chosen from the South, as well as the control and management of most of those chosen from the North. We have had 60 years of Southern presidents to their 24, thus controlling the executive department. So of the judges of the Supreme Court. We have had 18 from the South and but 11 from the North. Although nearly 4/5 of the judicial business has arisen in the free states, yet a majority of the court has been from the South. This we have required so as to guard against any interpretation of the Constitution unfavorable to us. In like manner we have been equally watchful in the legislative branch of the government. In choosing the presiding officer pro tem of the Senate,
we have had 24, and they only 11. Speakers of the House, we've had 23, and they 12. While the majority of the representatives from their greater population have always been from the North, yet we have generally secured the Speaker because he, to a great extent, shapes and controls the legislation of the country. Nor have we had less control in every other department of the general government. Attorney generals, we have had 14, while the North has had but 5. Foreign ministers, we've had 86, and they but 54. While 3/4 of the business which demands diplomatic agents abroad is clearly from the free states because of their greater commercial interest, we have nevertheless had the principal embassies so as to secure the world's markets for our cotton, tobacco, and sugar on the best possible terms. We have had a vast majority of the higher officers of both army and navy, while a larger proportion of the soldiers and sailors were drawn from the northern states. Equally so of clerks, auditors, and comptrollers filling the executive department. The records show for the last 50 years that of the 3,000 thus employed we have had more than 2/3, while we have only 1/3 of the white population of the republic. Again, look at another fact, and one, be assured, in which we have a great and vital interest. It is that of revenue, or means of supporting government. From official documents we learn that more than 3/4 of the revenue collected has been raised from the North. Pause now while you have the opportunity to contemplate carefully and candidly these important things. Look at another necessary branch of the government, and learn from stern statistical facts how matters stand in that department. I mean the mail and post office privileges that we now enjoy under the general government, as it has been for years past. The expense for the transportation of the mail in the free states was, by the report of the Postmaster General for 1860, a little over $13 million, while the income was $19 million. But in the slave states the transportation of the mail was $14,716,000, and the revenue from the mail only $8,265,000, leaving a deficit of $6,715,735 to be supplied by the North for our accommodation, and without which we must have been cut off from the most essential branch of the government. Leaving out of view for the present the countless millions of dollars you must expend in a war with the North, with tens of thousands of your brothers slain in battle and offered up as sacrifices on the altar of your ambition. For what, I ask again? Is it for the overthrow of the American government established by our common ancestry, cemented and built up by their sweat and blood, and founded on the broad principles of right, justice, and humanity? I must declare to you here, as I have often done before, and it has also been declared by the greatest and wisest statesmen and patriots of this and other lands, that the American government is the best and freest of all governments, the most equal in its rights, the most just in its decisions, the most lenient in its measures, and the most inspiring in its principles to elevate the race of men that the Son of Heaven ever shone upon. Now, for you to attempt to overthrow such a government as this, under which we have lived for more than 3/4 of a century, in which we have gained our wealth, our standing as a nation, our domestic safety, while the elements of peril are around us, with peace and tranquillity, accompanied with unbounded prosperity and rights unassailed, is the height of madness, folly, and wickedness, to which I will neither lend my sanction nor my vote. This is one of the most eloquent appeals recorded on the pages of history, And had Mr. Stevens carried out his first intention as expressed, "I will neither lend my sanction nor my vote," in his subsequent career during that war he had so eloquently and prophetically depicted, he would today not only be recognized as one of the ablest and most brilliant of orators, as he is known, but would have stamped his life as a consistent and constant legislator, which is so laudable in any man. But only a month later, after delivering the great speech at Milledgeville in defense of the Union, he accepted one of the chief offices in the Confederacy, and began to perpetuate the very wrongs he had so vehemently deplored, seeking by speeches innumerable to overthrow that government he had so eloquently eulogized. At Savannah he spoke something as follows: "The new Constitution has put to rest forever all the agitating questions relating to our peculiar institutions, African slavery as it exists among us, the proper status of the Negro in our form of civilization. This was the immediate cause of the late rupture and the present revolution. Jefferson in his forecast had anticipated this as the rock upon which the old Union would split. The prevailing ideas entertained by him and most of the leading statesmen at the time of the formation of the old Constitution were that the enslavement of the African was in violation to the laws of nature, that it was wrong in principle, socially, morally, and politically. Our new government is founded on exactly the opposite ideas. Its foundations are laid, its cornerstone rests upon the great truth that the Negro is not equal to the white man, that in slavery subordination to the superior race is his natural and normal condition. This, our new government, is the first in the history of the world based upon this great physical, philosophical, and moral truth. It is the first government ever instituted upon principles in strict conformity to nature and the ordination of Providence in furnishing the materials of human society. Many governments have been founded upon the principle of enslaving certain classes, but the classes thus enslaved were of the same race, and enslaved in violation to the laws of nature. Our system commits no such violation of the laws of nature. The Negro by nature, or by the curse against Canaan, is fitted for that condition which he occupies in our system. The architect in the construction of buildings lays the foundation with the proper material, the granite. Then comes the brick or marble. The substratum of our society is made of the material fitted by nature for it, and by experience we know that it is best not only for the superior but the inferior race that it should be so. It is indeed in conformity with the Creator. It is not for us to inquire into the wisdom of his ordinances, or to question them. For his own purposes he has made one race to differ from another, as he has made one star to differ from another in glory. The great objects of humanity are best attained when conformed to his laws and decrees, in the formation of governments as well as in all things else. Our Confederacy is founded upon principles in strict conformity with these laws. This stone which was rejected by the first builders is become the chief stone of the corner in our new edifice. By both of these speeches he was of great service to the national government. The first was used to justify the suppression of secession, and the second to excite the animosity of the world against secession. After the war, Mr. Stevens was once more a member of the National Congress and governor of his native state. On the 3rd day of March, 1883, He died at his home in Crawfordville. We have thus spoken of Mr. Stevens as a legislator. Personally, he was a very pleasant man to meet, loved in society, was kind-hearted, and we believe sincere. His eloquence was at times wonderful, and was augmented rather than diminished by his physical infirmity. Those who have heard him will never forget the squeaking voice and haggard look. According to Webster, the three cardinal points essential to true oratory are clearness, force, and sincerity. In all of these Stevens was proficient. His descriptive powers were remarkable, and he could blend pathos with argument in a manner unusual. He was a warm friend of Mr. Lincoln, and one of the most characteristic stories ever told of Mr. Lincoln is in connection with Governor Stevens' diminutive appearance and great care for his shattered health. On one occasion before the war, he took off 3 overcoats, one after the other, in the presence of Mr. Lincoln, who rose, and walking around him said, "I was afraid of Stevens, for I thought he might keep on taking off clothes until he would be nothing but a ghost left," and speaking to a friend standing by, remarked further, "Stevens and his overcoats remind me of the biggest shuck off the smallest ear of corn that I have ever seen in my life." One by one the eminent men of state pass away. Their deaths make vacancies which the ambitious and active hasten to occupy, whether they are able to fill them or not. End of section 52. Alexander H. Stevens. Recording by Tom Merritt.
Section 53 of Hidden Treasures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ethel Buss. Hidden Treasures by Harry A. Lewis. Millard Fillmore. Great indeed are the possibilities of our country. The subject of this narrative, 13th President of the United States, was born in Summer Hill, Cayuga County, New York, January 7, 1800. The nearest house to that of Fillmore was 4 miles distant. Cayuga County was then a wilderness with few settlers. Consequently, young Fillmore's education was limited to instruction in reading, writing, spelling, and the simplest branches of arithmetic. At 14 he was bound out to learn the fuller's trade. Think of it, boys, what splendid opportunities most of you have. Yes, all of you have, compared to that of Fillmore. For he had not the advantage of our glorious and complete school system, and at that was bound out where a mere lad. Yet at the age of 19 he presumed to aspire to become a lawyer. He had 2 more years to serve in his apprenticeship, but where there is a will there is a way. To think a thing impossible is to make it so. And he accordingly set to work contriving to gain for himself an education. Contracting with his employer to pay him $30 for his release. That obstacle was overcome. He next made an arrangement with a retired lawyer, by which he received his board for service and studied nights. This continued for 2 years. When he set out on foot for Buffalo, where he arrived with just $4 in his pocket. Oh, methinks people who saw that boy must have felt that he was destined to be somebody in the world. Neither do men light a candle and put it under a bushel, but on a candlestick, and it giveth light unto all that are in the house. How often are we so deeply impressed by reading the biographies of great men that it really does in a great measure rest with ourselves whether we amount to something or worse than nothing in the world. We have followed this man from childhood and have seen him overcome all obstacles thus far. Will we then be surprised when we read that no sooner did he arrive in Buffalo than he succeeded in making arrangements with a resident lawyer, obtaining permission to study in his office, and supported himself by severe drudgery, teaching and assisting the postmaster. By the spring of 1823 he had so far gained the confidence of the bar that by the intercession of several of its leading members he was admitted as an attorney by the Court of Common Pleas of Erie County. By the intercession of several of its leading members he was admitted as an attorney by the Court of Common Pleas of Erie County, although he had not completed the period of study usually required, and commenced practice at Aurora, where his father resided. In the course of a few years he acquired not only a large practice, but a true mastery of the principles of the common law, and he rose to a place among the first lawyers of his state. In 1827 he was admitted as counselor of the Supreme Court of the state. In 1830 he moved to Buffalo, where he continued in the practice of law until 1847, when he was elected comptroller of the great Empire State. He had previously been in the state legislature and in the National Congress. In Congress he rose gradually to the first rank for integrity, industry, and practical ability. As a state legislator he particularly distinguished himself by his advocacy of the act to abolish imprisonment for debt, which was drafted by him, and which passed in 1831. In Congress he supported John Quincy Adams in his assertion of the right of petition on the subject of slavery. He opposed the annexation of Texas because it extended slave domain and advocated the immediate abolition of the interstate slave trade. At the death of President Taylor, Mr. Fillmore, according to the provisions of the Constitution in such cases, became President of the United States, and the poor boy who had entered Buffalo on foot now entered the national capital as the ruler of a mighty nation. During his administration, a treaty with Japan, securing for the United States valuable commercial privileges, was consummated. His administration as a whole was a successful one, and had he not signed the fugitive slave law, he would undoubtedly have been the nominee of his party at the convention in 1852. In 1854 he made an extensive tour in the southern and western states, and in the spring of 1855, after an excursion through New England, he sailed for Europe. While in Rome he received information that he had been nominated by the Native American party in his native country for the office of president. He accepted, but Maryland alone gave him her electoral vote. However, he received a larger popular vote. In 1874, March the 8th, he died in Buffalo, where he had resided many years in private life. End of section 53 of Hidden Treasures.
Section 54 of Hidden Treasures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hidden Treasures by Harry A. Lewis, William H. Seward. A truly eminent American statesman, William H. Seward was born in Florida, Orange County, New York, May 16, 1801. He graduated with much distinction when only 19 at Union College, Schenectady, New York. Then taught school in Georgia,
6 months when he entered a New York law school, and was admitted to the bar in 1822. Commenced the practice of law at Auburn in connection with Judge Miller, whose daughter he afterward married. In 1824 he entered upon his political career by preparing an address for a Republican convention in opposition to the Democratic clique known as the Albany Regency. Thus commenced a contention which only ended when the association was broken up in 1838. He presided over a young men's convention in New York in favor of John Quincy Adams' reelection to the presidency. In August 1828, on his return home, he was offered a nomination as member of Congress, but declined. He was elected to the state senate in 1830, when he originated an opposition to corporate monopolies, which has since ripened into a system of general laws. After a rapid tour through Europe in 1833, he returned home to become the Whig candidate for governor of New York, being defeated by W.L. Marcy. But in 1838 he was elected over Marcy, his former opponent, by a majority of 10,000 votes. Placed now in a position where he could exercise that mighty mind which he unmistakably possessed, he achieved national distinction in the measures he prosecuted. Prominent among these measures was the effort to secure the diffusion of common school education, advocating an equal distribution of the public funds among all schools for that purpose. Imprisonment for debt was abolished. The banking system was improved. The first lunatic asylum was established, and every vestige of slavery was cleared from the statute books. He also became famous through his controversy with the governor of Virginia. The latter issued a demand on Mr. Seward, as the governor of New York, for the delivery of 2 men charged with abducting slaves. Seward maintained that no state could force a requisition upon another state, founded on an act which was only criminal by its own legislation, and which, compared with general standards, was not only innocent, but humane and praiseworthy. This correspondence between the 2 executives, known as the Virginia controversy, was widely published, and was largely instrumental in bringing about his triumphant reelection in 1840. At the close of his second term he once more resumed the practice of law, becoming a practitioner in the United States courts. He was also a great criminal lawyer, and especially aided, not only by gratuitous service but money also, in aiding people whom he thought unjustly accused. Becoming a United States senator, he announced his purpose to make no further concessions to the slave power. In his speech on the admission of California, March 11th, 1850, the judgment of the man, his ability to forecast events, and his oratorical powers are displayed. Among other things, he said, "It is true, indeed, that the national domain is ours. It is true it is acquired by the valor and with the wealth of the whole nation. But we hold, nevertheless, no arbitrary power over it. We hold no arbitrary authority over anything, whether acquired lawfully or seized by usurpation. The Constitution regulates our stewardship. The Constitution devotes the domain to union, to justice, to defense, to welfare, and to liberty. But there is a higher law than the Constitution, which regulates our authority over the domain, and devotes it to the same noble purposes. The territory is a part, no considerable part, of the common heritage of mankind, bestowed upon them by the Creator of the universe. We are his stewards, and must so discharge our trusts as to secure in the highest attainable degree their happiness." In another speech, delivered at Rochester in 1858, in alluding to the constant collision between the system of free and slave labor in the United States, he said, "It is an irrepressible conflict between opposing forces, and it means that the United States must and will, sooner or later, become either entirely a slaveholding nation or entirely a free labor nation. Thus, while others dodged this issue, William H. Seward came squarely out in language which could not be misinterpreted. When the Whig party had proved its incompetency to deal with the slavery question, Mr. Seward, in conformity with his past public career, withdrew and figured most conspicuously in the founding of the new Republican Party. In the last session of the 36th Congress, when the war clouds were threatening and desertion of the Union cause became an epidemic, high above the breathings of secession was heard the voice of William H. Seward exclaiming, "I avow my adherence to the Union with my friends, with my party, with my state, or without either, as they may determine, in every event of peace or war, with every consequence of honor or dishonor, of life or death." In conclusion, he declared, "I certainly shall never directly or indirectly give my vote to establish or sanction slavery in the common territories of the United States, or anywhere else in the world." His second term closed with the 36th Congress, March 4th, 1861. In the National Republican Convention he was the most conspicuous candidate for the presidency for 1856-60. He made quite an extended tour through Europe, Egypt, and the Holy Land in 1859. Upon the accession of Mr. Lincoln to the presidency, Mr. Seward was called to fill the seat of honor in his cabinet. At the outbreak of the Civil War, Mr. Seward had already shown himself a very able man, but his management of the foreign affairs of our government during those trying hours indelibly stamped him as the most able of able secretaries of state. He was one of the few men who have been considered to be a great success in the office of Secretary of State. His management of the complicated Trent affair, the manner of his declination of the French proposal to unite with Great Britain and Russia in mediating between the Federal and Confederate governments, and his thorough reorganization of the diplomatic service abroad, thus ensuring a correct interpretation by foreign powers of the issues before the government. In fact, his management of the high office did him great credit, and more than once averted a foreign war. When Mr. Lincoln had drafted his famous proclamation, he submitted it to Seward for approval. Many people at the North were dissatisfied with some measures of the administration, and the rebellion had been characterized as a "nigger war," even at the North. Besides all this, the Union arms had met with terrible loss, and Mr. Seward wisely saw the evil results which might follow such a proclamation at this time. Therefore, through his advice, the paper was held until after the victory at Antietam, when the country was further educated and better able to understand and receive the real issue of the war. Early in the spring of 1865 he was thrown from his carriage, and his jaw and one arm were broken. While confined to his bed by these injuries, he was attacked by a would-be assassin and very severely wounded, being cut several times with a knife. His son, Frederick W., came to his rescue and was also injured. It was on the same night that President Lincoln was shot, April 14. The assassin escaped from the house, but was soon arrested and hanged with the other conspirators, July 7th. Mr. Seward's recovery was very slow and painful, and it is thought the shock given by the accident and this murderous attack impaired his intellectual force, for when he again resumed his duties under President Johnson, he supported the president's reconstruction policy, becoming at dissonance with the party he had so satisfactorily served until now. At the close of his official term in March, 1867, he retired from public life, and soon made an extended tour through California, Oregon, and Alaska, the latter having been acquired
during his secretaryship, and mainly through his efforts. Accompanied by his family, he made a tour around the world, returning to Auburn in October, 1871. He was everywhere received with honor and great distinction. The observations made during his extensive voyage are embodied in William H. Seward's Travels Around the World, prepared by his adopted daughter, Olive Risley Seward. He died at Auburn, New York, October 10th, 1872, lamented by a nation. End of section 54. William H. Seward. Recording by Tom Merritt.
Section 55 of Hidden Treasures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. Hidden Treasures by Harry A. Lewis. Horatio Seymour. One whose name and deeds are familiar to the people of the whole Union was Horatio Seymour, the most eminent and notable of the later governors of New York. Born May 31st, 1810, at Pompey, Onondaga County, New York, a hamlet in what was then almost a wilderness. When he was 9 years of age, his parents moved to Utica. His school education was obtained at the academies of Oxford and Geneva, New York, and Partridge's Military School, Middletown, Connecticut. He studied the science of law and fitted himself for the profession, being admitted to the bar in 1832. But the death of his father devolved upon him the settlement of a large estate. This withdrew him from his intended calling, but enabled him to give ample time and attention to reading, for he had an intense thirst for knowledge. His public life began with his appointment as military secretary to Governor Marcy. Martin Van Buren is said to have seen with his keen eye the valuable qualities in the young man, and the appointment was made at his instance. Seymour held this place through Marcy's 3 terms, 1833 through 39, and being very young, he became enamored with public life. In 1841 he was elected to the State Assembly as a Democrat, was re-elected 3 times, and in 1845 was chosen Speaker, which office he filled with dignity and courtesy toward all. In 1842, while in the Assembly, he was elected mayor of Utica for 1 year, and was especially interested in all public matters pertaining to the welfare of that city. In 1850, Mr. Seymour was an unsuccessful candidate for governor of his native state, being defeated by his personal friend, Washington Hurt, by a plurality of only 262 votes. Considering the hopeless condition of the Democratic Party at that time, and his majority of 20,000 over the same competitor 2 years later, we can imagine something of his popularity at this early period. His first term as the executive of New York was marked by his veto of the prohibitory law which had been passed by the legislature, but his action in regard to the speedy completion of all public works then in progress, and the interest he manifested in the diffusion of public education was very exemplary. However, in the ensuing election he was defeated by a plurality, this time of only 309 votes. In 1862, Mr. Seymour was again elected governor over Wadsworth by nearly 11,000 majority. The breaking out of the Civil War found Mr. Seymour allied to that element of the Democratic Party which made its views formally known at what has passed into history as the Tweedle Hall meeting. He was one of the principal speakers at this memorable peace convention, and employed his eloquence in the behalf of concession and conciliation, and pointedly inquired, "Shall we compromise after war or without war?" His position was analogous with many of the great men in both parties at this time. When hostilities had really begun his tone changed, and in his inaugural address, January 1st, 1863, his position was clearly defined as follows: "Under no circumstances can the division of the Union be conceded. We will put forth every exertion of power. We will use every policy of conciliation. We will guarantee them every right, every consideration demanded by the Constitution, and by that fraternal regard which must prevail in a common country. But we can never voluntarily consent to the breaking up of the Union of these States or the destruction of the Constitution." President Lincoln telegraphed Mr. Seymour, asking if he could raise and forward forthwith 20,000 troops to assist in repelling the threatened invasion by Lee of Maryland and Pennsylvania. Within 3 days 12,000 soldiers were on their way to Gettysburg. The draft riots next occupied his attention. The national government passed a conscription act, March 3rd, enrolling all able-bodied citizens between 20 and 45 years of age, and in May the President ordered a draft of 300,000 men. The project was exceedingly unpopular, and was bitterly denounced on every hand, says Barnes. The anti-slavery measure of the administration had already occupied widespread hostility to the war. While Pickett's noble Southern troops were assaulting Cemetery Ridge at Gettysburg, inflammatory handbills were being circulated in New York City, which brought on a riot July 13th. The mob rose in arms, sacked houses, demolished the offices of the provost marshal, burned the colored orphan asylum, attacked the police, and chased negroes. Even women and children, wherever found, were chased, and if caught hung to the nearest lamppost. $2 millions worth of property was destroyed. The governor immediately went to New York, and on the 14th he issued 2 proclamations, one calling on the rioters to disperse, the other declaring the city in a state of insurrection. He divided the city into districts, which were placed under the control of military men, who were directed to organize the citizens, and 3,000 stands of arms were issued to these men and other organizations. Boats were chartered to convey policemen and soldiers to any point on the shores of the island where disturbances were threatened. The governor visited all the riotous districts in person, and by persuasion, as well as by the use of the force at his command, aided in quelling the disturbance. During his term, Governor Seymour commissioned more than 13,000 officers in the volunteer service of the United States. In August 1864, he presided over the Democratic National Convention at Chicago, which nominated General McClellan for the presidency. 4 years later, much against his will, he was nominated for the presidency himself, and was defeated by General Grant, as any nominee of the Democratic Party at that time would have been. He then retired to private life, dwelling in elegant repose at his pleasant home near Utica, New York, until his death, which occurred February 12, 1886. His occasional addresses were charming to the hearer, and no man could deliver a more edifying speech at any celebration. He was an ardent lover of American history, particularly the history of his native state, and on all state topics he discoursed with learning and a charm peculiarly original. Notwithstanding the high position held by Mr. Seymour among the great men of his time, his funeral was very simple. Reverend Dr. A.B. Goodrich offered a prayer at the residence of ex-Senator Roscoe Conkling, his brother-in-law, after which the regular services were conducted at the Old Trinity Church. After the services, the body was borne to Forest Hill Cemetery and placed in the Chapel of Roses. End of section 55. Hidden Treasures. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 56 of Hidden Treasures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Hidden Treasures by Harry A. Lewis. Section 56. Winfield S. Hancock. A large man, finely proportioned, with a most graceful carriage and self-poise, and withal handsome, thus had nature endowed Winfield Scott Hancock, who was born in the county of Montgomery, Pennsylvania, February 14th, 1824. In 1844 he graduated from West Point with honor, and served with distinction in the war with Mexico, where he was commissioned lieutenant. Until the breaking out of the Civil War he was stationed with his division in various parts of the country. Being recalled to Washington, he was commissioned a brigadier general of volunteers, and served with great valor during the Peninsular campaign. For this and other meritorious conduct he was made a major general, and commanded a division at the great battles of Fredericksburg and Chancellorsville. But in the great and decisive battle of Gettysburg, Hancock won his greatest laurels. General Meade, his commander, sent him to the field of Gettysburg to decide if battle should be given there, or if the army should fall back to another position. Hancock reported that Gettysburg was the proper place, and thus the little hamlet became famous in history. 2 days of terrific fighting passed. The afternoon of the third day arrives, and the final charge is made upon the division commanded by Hancock. About 1 o'clock 155 guns suddenly opened on that one division. For 2 hours the air was fairly alive with shells.
Every size and form of shell known to British or American gunnery shrieked, whirled, moaned, whistled, and wrathfully fluttered over the ground, says Wilkinson. As many as 6 in a second, constantly 2 in a second, came screaming around the headquarters. They burst in the yard, burst next to the fence where the horses belonging to the aides and orderlies were hitched. The fastened animals reared and plunged with terror. One horse fell, then another. 16 lay dead before the cannonade ceased. Through the midst of the storm of screaming and exploding shells, an ambulance driven at full speed by its frenzied conductor presented the marvelous spectacle of a horse going rapidly on 3 legs, a hind one having been shot off at the hock. A shell tore up the little step at the headquarters cottage and ripped bags of oats as with a knife. Another shell soon carried off one of its 2 pillars. Soon a spherical case burst opposite the open door, another tore through the low garret. The remaining pillar went almost immediately to the howl of a fixed shot that Whitworth must have made. Soldiers in Federal blue were torn to pieces in the road and died with the peculiar yell that blends the extorted cry of pain with horror and despair. The Union guns, says Barnes, replied for a time, and were then withdrawn to cool. Probably the experience of the veteran troops knew that they would soon be needed for closer work. The men lay crouching behind rocks and hiding in hollows, from the iron tempest which drove over the hill, anxiously awaiting the charge which experience taught them must follow. Finally the cannonade lulled, the supreme minute had come, and out of the woods swept the Confederate double battle line, over a mile long, preceded by a cloud of skirmishers, and with wings on either side to prevent its being flanked. This was Lee's first charge, and upon it depended, as subsequently seen, the rise or fall of the Confederate cause. A quarter of a mile away, and 100 guns tore great gaps in the line, but the men closed up and sternly moved on. A thrill of admiration ran along the Union ranks. As silently and with disciplined steadiness that magnificent column of 18,000 men moved up the slope, with its red battle flags flying, and the sun playing on its burnished bayonets. On they came on the run. Infantry volleys struck their ranks. Their ranks were broken, and their supports were scattered to the winds. Pickett's veterans and A.P. Hill's best troops went down. Out of that magnificent column of men, only 1/4 returned to tell the story. 3 generals, 14 field officers, and 14,000 men were either slain or captured. This was the supreme moment of the war. From that hour the Confederate cause waned and slowly died. All honor to Hancock, the hero of Gettysburg, who was borne bleeding from the field, not to resume active service until March, 1864, when he took a leading part in the battles of the Wilderness, Spotsylvania Courthouse, North Anna, the second battle of Cold Harbor, and in the operations around Petersburg. After the war was over he was placed in command of the Middle Department, the Department of Missouri, of Louisiana and Texas, of Dakota, and on the death of General Meade promoted to command the Department of the East, which position he held at his death. In 1868 he was a very prominent candidate for the Democratic nomination, receiving 114½ votes. But after an exciting contest, Horatio Seymour was nominated on the 22nd ballot. The next year he was tendered the Democratic nomination for governor of his native state, but respectfully declined. In 1880 he accepted the nomination from the same party for the highest honor within the gift of the party, but in the subsequent election was defeated by James A. Garfield, the Republican nominee. His last conspicuous appearance in public was at the funeral services of General Grant, where he acted as marshal of ceremonies. Scarcely 6 months were passed when we were startled with the news, "Hancock is dead," and on February 13, 1886, with military honors but no elaborate display, he was laid to rest beside his father and beloved daughter. No long line of troops, no sound of dirges, no trappings of woe marked the funeral of General Hancock. The man who had received the nomination of a great party for the highest honor in the nation's gift, who had turned the fortunes of many a battle, and whose calm courage in the midst of death had so often inspired the faltering regiments, was laid at rest quietly, without pomp or vain show, at Norristown, Pennsylvania. End of Section 56.
Section 57 of Hidden Treasures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Merritt. Hidden Treasures by Harry A. Lewis. George B. McClellan. On the 3rd of December, 1826, was born in Philadelphia a child who would one day become celebrated in the annals of history. He enjoyed the privilege of a good education, graduating at the University of Pennsylvania, and when 20 years old he also graduated at West Point, ranking second in his class. George B. McClellan was a brilliant scholar, and during the Mexican War won high esteem as an engineer. After the war he was engaged in various engineering projects, and rendered valuable service to the country by introducing bayonet exercises into the military tactics at West Point, and translating a French manual of bayonet exercises, which was adapted to the United States service, and became an authority. In 1855-6 he was a member of the military commission sent by the government to visit the seat of the Crimean War. He resigned his commission in the regular army in 1857, became chief engineer of the Illinois Central Railroad, and in 1868 he also became vice president of the road. 2 years later, president of St. Louis and Cincinnati Railway. It is difficult to surmise what he might have become as a railway magnate but for the Civil War. At the outbreak of hostilities he became the Major General of Ohio Volunteers, and by skillful generalship and bravery succeeded in driving the rebels out of West Virginia, which made him commander in chief of the Army of the Potomac. General McClellan was overcautious and lingered about Washington with about 200,000 men, drilling and preparing for the battle. Succumbing to popular clamor, he moved out toward Richmond. Then followed the Peninsula Campaign, wherein McClellan was forced to change his base, accomplishing one of the most masterly retreats in the annals of history. Being relieved of the command by Pope, who also failed, he was reinstated and fought the bloody Battle of Antietam. In this battle he foiled the Confederate project of invasion, but popular clamor demanded his removal, as it was thought he followed up his victory too leisurely. This virtually ended his military services, and on November 8, 1864, he resigned his commission. After his unsuccessful canvass for the presidency, he, with his family, sailed for Europe, where he remained until 1868, when he returned to the United States and took up his residence at Orange, New Jersey. Henceforth he followed his profession as an engineer. In 1877 he was elected governor of New Jersey. On October 29, 1885, he died at his residence in New York City from the effects of heart disease. We do not propose to pose as a champion of McClellan's wrongs, real or supposed, but in reviewing his life, the following facts are worthy of thought. He was in command at a time when the whole North were laboring under a delusion as to the requirements of the war, and it is doubtful if any general would have succeeded at this time. The fact that such an able general as Hooker was relieved after one reverse leads one to wonder What might have been the fate of even Grant had he commanded at this time? However, it is not for us to say, but certain it is that no greater military tactician was to be found among the generals of our late war, and as such he deserves credit. End of section 57. George B. McClellan. Recording by Tom Merritt.
Section 58 of Hidden Treasures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Engel. Hidden Treasures by Harry A. Lewis. Ulysses Simpson Grant. When a man is energetic and determines to be somebody in the world, which is praiseworthy so long as that energy is guided by propriety and a just conception of right, there are always scores, hundreds, perhaps thousands of people who endeavor to depreciate that man's reward. No other excuse can be assigned for the slander and vituperation which has from time to time been heaped upon the fair reputation of General U. S. Grant. Born in obscurity at Point Pleasant, Ohio, April 27, 1822, his life is a fitting type of the possibilities of our glorious institutions. Through the influence of Hon. Thomas L. Hammer, he was admitted at West Point in 1839. Personally, at this early age, he detested war and was opposed to accepting the opportunity, but his father persuaded him to go, and his name was blunderingly registered as U.S. instead of H.U. Hence, he was ever after known as U.S. Grant. In 1843 he graduated, ranking 21st in a class of 39. It will be remembered that Lee and McClellan each ranked second when they graduated. At this time Grant was not taken with war, and probably evinced little interest in army tactics. The Mexican War came on, and Grant here distinguished himself, rising to the rank of captain. After the war he was stationed at Detroit and Sackett's Harbor, but this kind of inactivity was ill-suited to the restless nature of Grant. He therefore resigned. Having married a Miss Dent of St. Louis, he accordingly moved on to a farm near that city. The next few years he was engaged on the farm, in a real estate office in St. Louis, and at the outbreak of the Civil War was in business with his father, dealing in leather. When the news of the fall of Fort Sumter reached Galena, he immediately raised a company and marched to Springfield, where they tendered their services to the governor. Grant acted as mustering officer until, being commissioned colonel of the 21st Illinois Volunteers, he took the field. His first great victory was the capture of Fort Donelson, with 15,000 prisoners. When asked by the Confederate general what terms of surrender were expected, his answer was, "No terms other than an unconditional and immediate surrender can be accepted. I propose to move upon your works at once." The fall of Fort Donelson and the capture of its garrison being the first substantial victory that had crowned the Union cause, together with the above described answer to General Buckner, brought the name of General Grant prominently before the country. Pittsburgh Landing followed, and then Grant determined to take Vicksburg. All his generals declared the plan he proposed unmilitary and impossible, but after several unsuccessful attempts, the Gibraltar of the Mississippi was captured, and this time 27,000 prisoners taken. Now came the Battle of Chattanooga. General Halleck, in speaking of this battle, said, "Considering the strength of the rebel position and the difficulty of storming his entrenchments, the Battle of Chattanooga must be considered the most remarkable in history. Indeed, it is so. After Grant had turned the Confederate right flank, Sherman was intercepted between Longstreet and Bragg, thus cutting Longstreet entirely out, and preventing another junction being possible. Resolutions of thanks were passed in Ohio and New York, and Congress created Grant a lieutenant general, a commission which had been held by no one since General Scott resigned. Indeed, if ever a general deserved honor, Grant had won it. He had opened the Mississippi to navigation and had captured nearly 100,000 prisoners and arms. He was now commander of all the Federal forces. He at once inaugurated 2 campaigns to be carried on at once, one under Sherman against Atlanta, commanded by the skillful rebel General Johnson, the other under Meade, directed against Lee and the Confederate capital. Sherman advanced upon Atlanta, and the success of his famous march to the sea is well known. The capture of Lee was a far more difficult undertaking. After various flanking movements and costly assaults, the problem of taking Lee narrowed itself down to a siege of Petersburg. Grant perceived that his only hope lay in literally starving the Confederate army out by cutting off all resources as far as practicable. Lee attempted to draw off attention toward Washington, but General Sheridan drove Early out of the Shenandoah Valley, devastating the country to such an extent that it was impossible to forage an army there, should Lee attempt such a maneuver again. Time wore away, and on the 9th of April, 1865, Grant captured the Confederate army under Lee, thus virtually ending the war. On July 25, 1866, he was made general of the United States Army. The rank having been created for him, he was the first to hold it. At the next Republican convention, Grant was nominated for president on the first ballot, and was elected over Seymour, and was re-elected a second term by an increased majority. When his public services were finished, he started in company with his wife, son Jesse, and a few friends. They set sail from Philadelphia on 17th of May, 1877. They visited nearly all the countries of Europe, and part of those of Africa and Asia. On this trip the Grant party were the guests of nearly all the crowned heads of those foreign countries, everywhere receiving the most exalted honors it has ever been the pleasure of an American to enjoy. And on his return to the United States, they were the recipients of an ovation in many of the principal cities of this country. His success seems to have been the outgrowth of hard study and ability to perform the most exhaustive labor without fatigue. The scenes of his later days were clouded with the intrigues of a stock gambler, but the stain that the Grant Ward failure seemed likely to throw on the spotless reputation of General Grant was wiped away when the facts were brought to light, and a new luster was added to his fame by the self-sacrifice shown in the final settlement. General Grant proved to be a writer of no low order, and his autobiography is a very readable book. On July 23, 1885, the general surrendered to a loathsome cancer, and the testimonials of devotion shown the honored dead, and the bereaved family throughout the civilized world indicated the stronghold upon the hearts of the people held by the dead general. End of section 58. Ulysses Simpson Grant. Recording by Jill Ingle.
Section 59 of Hidden Treasures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Merritt. Hidden Treasures by Harry A. Lewis. Stonewall Jackson. The true name of this most remarkable man was Thomas Jonathan Jackson. Few people, however, would recognize by that name to whom was referred. At the Battle of Bull Run, when the Confederates seemed about to fly, General B, suddenly appearing in view of his men, pointing to Jackson's column, exclaimed, "There stands Jackson like a stone wall." From that hour the name he received by ordinance of water was supplanted by that received in a baptism of fire. Stonewall Jackson was born at Clarksburg, Virginia, January 21st, 1824. He graduated at West Point in time to serve in the Mexican War, where he became distinguished for gallant service and was brevetted as captain and finally major. After serving a number of years in the regular army, he resigned to become professor and instructor in military tactics in the Virginia Military Academy, situated at Lexington, Kentucky. He was considered at this time a most peculiar man, being very eccentric in his habits. At the breaking out of the Civil War he naturally sided with his state, and it is believed that he was sincere. It is said that Jackson never fought a battle without praying earnestly for the success of his people. As has been intimated, he saved the day for the Confederacy at Bull Run. McClellan was promised the assistance of General McDowell and 40,000 men who had been left at headquarters for the protection of the capital. It was well known that a combined attack on Richmond was designed immediately upon the junction of the two great armies. To prevent the execution of this plan, Jackson was ordered to drive the Federal forces out of the Shenandoah Valley and threaten Washington. He accomplished this by one of the most brilliant campaigns of the war. He crossed the mountains and drove the army of Fremont back, and returning to the valley with all speed, defeated Banks at every turn. Indeed, it was only by the most rapid marching that the Federals escaped across the Potomac. McDowell was suspended from joining McClellan and ordered to cooperate in crushing Jackson. Jackson, with a force of scarcely 20,000 men, had opposed to him, bent upon his destruction, fully 70,000 men and 4 major generals. His defeat seemed certain, yet by a most rapid and skillful march he eluded pursuit until his army had reached a point from which his line of retreat was safe, when he turned upon his enemy and defeated Fremont at Cross Keys June 8th and Shields at Port Republic the next day. Having thus accomplished the purpose of the campaign, he hastened to join Lee in his attack on McClellan. As before stated, this was a most brilliant campaign. Not only was McDowell prevented from joining McClellan, but McClellan became alarmed as to his own safety, and resolved to change his base from the York to the James. This forced upon him the Peninsula campaign, which resulted in the Union army being driven back to Washington. For this and other important services he was made a major general, being placed in immediate control of nearly half of Lee's entire army. He made one of his characteristic movements. Gaining Pope's rear, fell upon the Union forces with a terrible ferocity which carried all before it. By a rapid movement in the Antietam campaign, Jackson captured Harper's Ferry and 11,000 men, and then by a forced march rejoined Lee in time to take an important part in the Battle of Antietam 2 days afterward. At Fredericksburg he was made a lieutenant general. He soon controlled 2/3 of the Confederate forces, and at Chancellorsville he made a secret march of over 15 miles, mostly by forest roads, and gaining Hooker's right, fell upon it by surprise, and drove it en route upon the main body. The engagement being apparently over, he rode into the woods to reconnoiter, having with him a small escort. Upon his return they were mistaken for Union scouts and fired upon by his own men. Several of the escort were killed, and Jackson received 3 balls, one through each hand and one which shattered his shoulder. He was at length carried to the rear where his arm was amputated. Pneumonia set in, however, which was the immediate cause of his death. His last words were, "Let us cross over and rest under the shade of the trees." Stonewall Jackson was considered by the Confederates to have been their most brilliant commander, and his death had much to do with the overthrow of their government. End of section 59. Stonewall Jackson. Recording by Tom Merritt. Section 60 of Hidden Treasures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Merritt. Hidden Treasures by Harry A. Lewis. General Robert E. Lee. Robert E. Lee was born in Virginia at the town of Stafford, June 19th, 1807. He was son of Colonel Henry Lee, of Revolutionary fame. He had a commanding military bearing, was a most graceful horseman. He came from good fighting stock, and as there never was a braver man drew sword, he was well calculated to become the beau ideal of the Southern Confederacy. When 18 years of age, he entered the military academy at West Point, where, after a 4 years' course, he graduated. One thing. General Lee, as a cadet, was an example well worthy of imitation, as he, during his whole 4 years' course, never received a reprimand, and graduated second only to one in his class. From 1829 until 1834, he served as assistant engineer in the building of forts in the South, and later was assistant astronomer, aiding in determining the boundary of Ohio. When the Mexican War broke out, he was appointed chief engineer for the army under General Scott. During this war, he served with great distinction, being successfully brevetted major, lieutenant colonel, and colonel, and was wounded once. Certain it is that Robert E. Lee gave ample proof of his ability in the Mexican War. In the interim between Mexican and Civil Wars he served his country in various ways, being for some 3 years superintendent of the West Point Military Academy. In 1855, 2 new regiments were formed. Of the 2nd Regiment, Albert Sidney Johnson was made colonel, Lee lieutenant colonel, Hardy and Thomas majors, Van Dorn and Kirby Smith captains. Among the lieutenants were Stoneman and Hood. One can see that the officers of that regiment were composed of men of no small caliber. When Lincoln was elected, Lee was in Texas, but he obtained a leave of absence and hurried to his home in Virginia. General Lee was held in very high esteem by General Scott, who was then at the head of all the Union armies. General Scott was getting very old, too old for active service, and it is stated that he felt strongly inclined to name Lee as his successor. But Lee had other views on the question, and he joined his fortune with that of the South. Perhaps a letter written to his sister will more clearly portray Lee's convictions and motives at the breaking out of hostilities than anything that can be found elsewhere in history. The whole South is in a state of revolution into which Virginia has been drawn after a long struggle, and though I recognize no necessity for this state of things, and would have forborne and pleaded to the end for redress of grievances, real or supposed, yet in my own person I had to meet the question whether I should take part against my native state. With all my devotion to the Union and the feeling of loyalty and duty of an American citizen, I have not been able to make up my mind to raise my hand against my relatives, my children, my home." These were the words of General Lee to his sister. The idea of certain powers reserved from the Central Power, as they termed it, had been inculcated since Jefferson and Madison drew up the Kentucky and Virginia Resolution in 1798. Upon these did Calhoun claim authority to rest justified when he fostered the idea of state rights. Had it not been for a sudden wave of popular politics which swept Jefferson into power, it might have been Thomas Jefferson or James Madison who would have been known in history as the author of the Nullification Acts, which did not come until Calhoun's day. This doctrine had been taught in the South for several generations, and had enlarged with rolling. The profitable use of slaves helped to sustain it, and it is no wonder, to a careful observer, that these people were carried away by rebellion. When he takes into consideration these things, the characteristics of the people, etc., as it was with Lee, so it was with the South, and despite assertions to the contrary, we believe that Robert E. Lee was sincere, and not looking after glory any more than other officers of recognized ability who cast their fortunes with the North. Then, too, Lee gained his position at the head of the Southern army only after one general had been killed, another wounded, and another stricken with a paralytic stroke, he coming fourth in order. On June 3rd, 1862, Lee received his commission, and immediately launched out upon a series of battles known as the 7 Days' Battle, in which he succeeded in driving McClellan from before Richmond. Pope was now placed in command of the Union forces, and Lee signally defeated him in the second battle of Bull Run. Now he attempted his first invasion of the North, and was forced back in the battle of Antietam. Retreating into Virginia, he massed his forces at Fredericksburg. The North, being dissatisfied with the slow manner in which McClellan was following Lee, placed Burnside in command, who attacked Lee in his position, but was signally repulsed by the Confederates. He next met Hooker at Chancellorsville, and again success attended the standard of Lee. Flushed with the great victories of Fredericksburg and Chancellorsville, Lee once more started on an invasion of the North. Meade was now put at the head of the Union forces, who at once started in pursuit. They met at Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. 3 long days of terrible fighting resulted in the repulse of Lee, and he retreated south in good order. When he reached the Potomac, he found it impassable. If Meade had followed Lee up now, he might have gained a glorious victory, but he allowed Lee to escape into Virginia. General Grant was now placed at the head of the Union forces, and Lee found he had other metal with which to deal. Grant was not only made of different material, but he could profit by the experience of his predecessors. Then, too, Grant had the great resources of the North behind him and the confidence of President Lincoln. Lee could never replace the 30,000 veterans lost at Gettysburg, but Grant could lose later 80,000, and the government was amply able to replace 3 times that number. Grant now commenced to starve Lee out, to wear the Confederacy threadbare. The history of the war from now until the close of the war is a series of flanking movements carried on by 2 most skillful generals. At last Lee was obliged to surrender on the 9th of April, 1865. After the war he became president of Washington and Lee University, his great popularity and good management gaining for it a large patronage. He died on the 12th of October, 1870. End of section 60. General Robert E. Lee. Recording by Tom Merritt.
Section 61 of Hidden Treasures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Etel Puss. Hidden Treasures by Harry A. Lewis. Harry Wilson. Great honor is due any man who rises from the shoemaker's bench to be vice president of the United States. Such a man was Henry Wilson, who was born at Farmington, New Hampshire, February 16, 1812. When yet a mere child, he was apprenticed to a farmer, whom he was to serve until of age. 11 long years did he serve this man, receiving only about 1 year's schooling during that time. But he borrowed books and read nearly 1,000 volumes during the May hours of his apprenticeship. Upon obtaining his majority, he started on foot for Natick, Massachusetts, and entered the town with all his worldly possessions in a bundle. Obtaining employment as a shoemaker, he was thus occupied for the next 2 years. His course of reading, so faithfully followed, had made him proficient in history, but thirsting for additional knowledge, he decided to attend school with the money he had saved. About this time he went to Washington, when the sight of slaves bought and sold excited his sympathy, and he decided to forever oppose with all his might the institution of bondage, which he always did, no matter how found. Upon his return he found his earnings swept away by the failure of the man to whom he had interested them. Accordingly, he resumed the shoe business, but his light was beginning to be seen. He was invited to partake in the anti-slavery meetings, then so frequent in Massachusetts, and actively engaged in the campaign in which Harrison was elected president, making over 60 speeches. In 1843 he was elected to the state senate. Also manufactured shoes on extended scale for the southern market. The old Whig party, with whom he had been so earnestly allied, proving itself unable to cope with the slave power by rejecting the anti-slavery resolutions at the convention of 1843. He withdrew from it. Later, he was a conspicuous figure in the organization of the new Free Soil Party, being the chairman of the committee in his state, and editor of the Boston Republican. In 1850-52, he was president of the state senate, and in 52 presided at the Free Soil contention at Pittsburgh. The next year he was the Free Soil candidate for governor of Massachusetts, but he was defeated. In 1855 he was chosen United States Senator, where he distinguished himself. When his colleague Mr. Sumner was attacked by Preston S. Brooks, Mr. Wilson fearlessly denounced it as a cowardly, not to say dastardly assault. He was immediately challenged by Mr. Brooks, but declined on the ground that duelling is a barbarous custom which the law of the country was branded as a crime. He was one of the leaders in the new Republican Party movement. During the Civil War his labors were indefatigable for the Union, and in 1872 he was elected on that ticket with Grant by an overwhelming majority. He died in office November 22, 1875, and the boy shoemaker was mourned by a great nation. Truly the price of success is patient toil. End of section 61.
Section 62 of Hidden Treasures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Engel. Hidden Treasures by Harry A. Lewis. Abraham Lincoln. If one reads the life of Abraham Lincoln, they are thoroughly convinced that the possibilities of our country are indeed very great. He was born in Hardin County, Kentucky, on the 14th day of February, 1809, of very poor parents who lived in a log cabin. Scarcely a boy in the country will read these lines, but has tenfold the opportunity to succeed in the world as had Abraham Lincoln. When he was still a little boy, his parents moved to Indiana, which was then a wilderness. Here in a log cabin he learned to read under the tuition of his mother, and afterward received nearly a year's schooling at another log cabin a mile away. Nearly a year's schooling, and all the schooling he ever received from a tutor. But he loved books, he craved knowledge, and eagerly did he study the few books which fell in his way. He kept a scrapbook into which he copied the striking passages, and this practice enabled him to gain an education. Here he grew up, becoming famous for his great strength and agility. He was 6'4" in his stockings, and was noted as the most skillful wrestler in the country. When he was about 20 years old, the Lincoln family moved to Illinois, settling 10 miles from Decatur, where they cleared about 15 acres and built a log cabin. Here is where Lincoln gained his great reputation as a rail splitter. He had kept up his original system of reading and sketching, and from this period in his life he became a marked man. He was noted for his information. It makes little difference whether knowledge is gained in college or by the side of a pile of rails, as Lincoln was wont to study after his day's work was done. In 1830 he took a trip on a flatboat to New Orleans. It was on this trip that he first saw slaves chained together and whipped. Ever after he detested the institution of slavery. Upon his return he received a challenge from a famous wrestler. He accepted, and threw his antagonist. About this time he became a clerk in a country store, where his honesty and square dealing made him a universal favorite, and earned for him the sobriquet of Honest Abe. He next entered the Black Hawk War, and was chosen captain of his company. Jefferson Davis also served as an officer in this war. In the fall of 1832, he was a candidate for the legislature, but was defeated. He then opened a store with a partner named Berry. Lincoln was made postmaster, but Berry proved a drunkard and spendthrift, bringing the concern to bankruptcy, and soon after died, to fill a drunkard's grave, leaving Lincoln to pay all the debts. But during all this time Lincoln had been improving his spare moments learning surveying, and for the next few years he earned good wages surveying. He now decided to become a lawyer, and devoted his attention, so far as possible, to the accumulation of a thorough knowledge. At one period during his studies he walked, every Saturday, to Springfield, some 8 miles away, to borrow and return books pertaining to his studies. These books he studied nights and early in the morning out of working hours. In 1834 he was once more a candidate for the legislature, and was triumphantly elected, being re-elected in 1836, 1838, and 1840. In 1837, when he had arrived at the age of 28, he was admitted to the bar, where he soon became noted as a very successful pleader before a jury. He was a Whig of the Henry Clay School, a splendid lawyer, and a ready speaker at public gatherings. In 1836 he first met Stephen A. Douglas, who was destined to be his adversary in the political arena for the next 20 years. Stephen A. Douglas was, or soon became, the leader of the Democracy in Illinois, and Lincoln spoke for the Whigs as against Douglas. In 1847 Lincoln was sent to Congress, being chosen over the renowned Peter Cartwright, who was the Democratic candidate. In Congress he vigorously opposed President Polk and the Mexican War, and proposed a bill to abolish slavery in the District of Columbia, provided the inhabitants would vote for it. In 1855 he withdrew from the contest for the United States senatorship in favor of Mr. Trumbull, whom he knew would draw away many Democratic votes, and to Lincoln was due Trumbull's election. During the canvass he met Stephen A. Douglas in debate at Springfield, where he exploded the theory of squatter sovereignty in one sentence, namely, "I admit that the emigrant to Kansas and Nebraska is competent to govern himself, but I deny his right to govern any other person without that person's consent." In 1858 he had his great contest for the United States senatorship with Douglas. At that time Judge Douglas was renowned throughout the nation as one of the ablest, if not the ablest, of American speakers. Horace Greeley well said, "The man who stumps a state with Stephen A. Douglas and meets him day after day before the people has got to be no fool." The tremendous political excitement growing out of the Kansas-Nebraska Act, and the agitation of the slavery question in its relation to the vast territory of Kansas and Nebraska, convulsed the nation. The interest was greatly heightened from the fact that these two great gladiators, Stephen A. Douglas, the great mouthpiece of the Democratic party and champion of squatter sovereignty, and Abraham Lincoln, a prominent lawyer, but otherwise comparatively unknown, the opponent of that popular measure and the coming champion of the anti-slavery party. The question at issue was immense, permanent, not transient, universal, not local, and the debate attracted profound attention on the part of the people, whether Democratic or Free Soil, from the Kennebec to the Rio Grande. Mr. Douglas held that the vote of the majority of the people of a territory should decide this as well as all other questions concerning their domestic or internal affairs. Mr. Lincoln, on the contrary, urged the necessity of an organic enactment, excluding slavery in any form, this last to be the condition of its admission into the Union as a state. The public mind was divided, and the utterances and movements of every public man were closely scanned. Finally, after the true Western style, a joint discussion, face to face, between Lincoln and Douglas, as the two representative leaders, was proposed and agreed upon. It was arranged that they should have 7 great debates, one each at Ottawa, Freeport, Charleston, Jonesboro, Galesburg, Quincy, and Alton. Processions and cavalcades, bands of music and cannon firing, made every day a day of excitement. But the excitement was greatly intensified from the fact that the oratorical contests were between 2 such skilled debaters, before mixed audiences of friends and foes, to rejoice over every keen thrust at the adversary, and again to be cast down by each failure to give back as good, or to parry the thrust so aimed. In personal appearance, voice, gesture, and general platform style, nothing could exceed the dissimilarity of these 2 speakers. Mr. Douglas possessed a frame or build particularly attractive, a natural presence which would have gained for him access to the highest circles, however courtly, in any land, a thick-set, finely built, courageous man, with an air as natural to him as breath, of self-confidence that did not a little to inspire his supporters with hope. That he was every inch a man no friend or foe ever questioned, ready, forceful, animated, keen, playful by turns, and thoroughly artificial. He was one of the most admirable platform speakers that ever appeared before an American audience, his personal geniality, too, being so abounding that, excepting in a political sense, no antagonism existed between him and his opponent. Look at Lincoln. In personal appearance, what a contrast to his renowned opponent. 6 feet and 4 inches high, long, lean, and wiry in motion, he had a good deal of the elasticity and awkwardness which indicated the rough training of his early life. His face genial-looking, with good humor lurking in every corner of its innumerable angles. Judge Douglas once said, "I regard Lincoln as a kind, amiable, and intelligent gentleman, a good citizen, and an honorable opponent." As a speaker he was ready, precise, fluent, and his manner before a popular assembly was just as he pleased to make it, being either superlatively ludicrous or very impressive. He employed but little gesticulation, but, when he desired to make a point, produced a shrug of the shoulders, an elevation of the eyebrows, a depression of his mouth, and a general malformation of countenance so comically awkward that it scarcely ever failed to bring down the house. His enunciation was slow and distinct, and his voice, though sharp and piercing at times, had a tendency to dwindle into a shrill and unpleasant tone. In this manner of voice and commanding attitude, the odds were decidedly in favor of Judge Douglas. Arrangements having been consummated, the first debate took place in Ottawa, in LaSalle County, and a strong Republican district. The crowd in attendance was a large one, and about equally divided, the enthusiasm of the democracy having brought more than a due proportion of their numbers to hear and see their favorite leader. The thrilling tones of Douglas, his manly defiance against the principles he believed to be wrong, assured his friends, if any assurance were wanting, that he was the same unconquered and unconquerable Democrat that he had proved to be for the previous 25 years. Douglas opened the discussion and spoke 1 hour. Lincoln followed, the time assigned him being 1 hour and a half, though he yielded a portion of it. It was not until the second meeting, however, that the speakers grappled with those profound public questions that had thus brought them together, and in which the nation was intensely interested. The debates were a wonderful exhibition of power and eloquence. In the first debate Mr. Douglas arraigned his opponent for the expression in a former speech of a house divided against itself, etc., referring to the slavery and anti-slavery sections of the country, and Mr. Lincoln defended those ideas as set forth in the speech referred to. As Mr. Lincoln's position in relation to 1 or 2 points growing out of the former speech referred to had attracted great attention throughout the country, he availed himself of the opportunity of this preliminary meeting to reply to what he regarded as common misconceptions. "Anything," he said, "that argues me into the idea of perfect social and political equality with the Negro is but a specious and fantastic arrangement of words, by which a man could prove a horse-chestnut to be a chestnut horse. I will say here, while upon this subject, that I have no purpose, directly or indirectly, to interfere with the institution of slavery in the States where it now exists. I believe I have no lawful right to do so, and I have no inclination to do so. I have no purpose to introduce political and social equality between the white and black races. There is a physical difference between the two which, in my judgment, will probably forever forbid their living together upon a footing of perfect equality, and, inasmuch as it becomes a matter of necessity that there must be a difference, I, as well as Judge Douglas, am in favor of the race to which I belong, having the superior position. I have never said anything to the contrary, but I hold that notwithstanding all this, there is no reason in the world why the Negro is not entitled to all the natural rights enumerated in the Declaration of Independence, the right to life, liberty, and the pursuits of happiness. I hold that he is as much entitled to these as the white man. I agree with Judge Douglas. He is not my equal in many respects, certainly not in color, perhaps not in moral and intellectual endowment, but in the right to eat the bread, without the leave of anyone else, which his own hand earns. He is my equal, and the equal of Judge Douglas, and the equal of every living man. Touching the question of respect or weight of opinion due to deliverance of the United States Supreme Court, an element which entered largely into this national contest, Mr. Lincoln said, "This man, Douglas, sticks to a decision which forbids the people of a territory from excluding slavery, and he does so, not because he says it is right in itself, he does not give any opinion on that, but because it has been decided by the court, and being decided by the court he is, and you are, bound to take it in your political action as law. Not that he judges at all of its merits, but because a decision of the court is to him a 'thus saith the Lord.' He places it on that ground alone, and you will bear in mind that thus committing himself unreservedly to this decision commits him to the next one just as firmly as to this. He did not commit himself on account of the merit or demerit of the decision, but is a 'thus saith the Lord.' The next decision, as much as this, will be a 'thus saith the Lord.' There is nothing that can divert or turn him away from this decision. It is nothing that I point out to him that his great prototype, General Jackson, did not believe in the binding force of decisions. It is nothing to him that Jefferson did not so believe. I have said that I often heard him approve of Jackson's course in disregarding the decision of the Supreme Court, pronouncing a national bank unconstitutional. He says, I did not hear him say so. He denies the accuracy of my recollection. I say he ought to know better than I, but I will make no question about this thing, though it still seems to me I heard him say it 20 times. I will tell him, though, that he now claims to stand on the Cincinnati platform, which affirms that Congress cannot charter a national bank, in the teeth of that old standing decision that Congress can charter a bank. And I remind him of another piece of history on the question of respect for judicial decisions, and it is a piece of Illinois history belonging to a time when the large party to which Judge Douglas belonged were displeased with the decision of the Supreme Court of Illinois, because they had decided that a governor could not remove a Secretary of State. I know that Judge Douglas will not deny that he was then in favor of oversloughing that decision by the mode of adding 5 new judges, so as to vote down the 4 old ones. Not only so, but it ended in the judges sitting down on that very bench as one of the 5 new judges, so as to break down the 4 old ones. In this strain Mr. Lincoln occupied most of his time, but the debate was a very equal thing, and the contest did not prove a walk-over either way. At the meeting in Ottawa, Mr. Lincoln propounded certain questions, to which Judge Douglas promptly answered. Judge Douglas spoke in something of the following strain. He desires to know if the people of Kansas shall form a constitution by means entirely proper and unobjectionable, and ask admission into the Union as a state before they have the requisite population for a member of Congress, whether I will vote for that admission. Well, now, I regret exceedingly that he did not answer that interrogatory himself before he put it to me, in order that we might understand, and not be left to infer on which side he is. Mr. Trumbull, during the last session of Congress, voted from the beginning to the end against the admission of Oregon, although a free state, because she had not the requisite population. As Mr. Trumbull is in the field fighting for Mr. Lincoln, I would like to have Mr. Lincoln answer his own question, and tell me whether he is fighting Trumbull on that issue or not. But I will answer his question. In reference to Kansas, it is my opinion that as she has population enough to constitute a slave state, she has people enough for a free state. I will not make Kansas an exceptional case to the other states of the Union. I made that proposition in the Senate in 1856, and I renewed it during the last session in a bill providing that no territory of the United States should form a constitution and apply for admission until it had the requisite population. On another occasion I proposed that neither Kansas nor any other territory should be admitted until it had the requisite population. Congress did not adopt any of my propositions containing this general rule, but did make an exception of Kansas. I will stand by that exception. Either Kansas must come in as a free state, with whatever population she may have, or the rule must be applied to all the other territories alike. Mr. Douglas next proceeded to answer another question proposed by Mr. Lincoln, namely, whether the people of a territory can, in any lawful way, against the wishes of any citizen of the United States, exclude slavery from their limits prior to the formation of a state constitution. Said Judge Douglas, I answer emphatically, as Mr. Lincoln has heard me answer 100 times from every stump in Illinois, that in my opinion the people of a territory can, by lawful means, exclude slavery from their limits prior to the formation of a state constitution. Mr. Lincoln knew that I had answered that question over and over again. He heard me argue the Nebraska bill on that principle all over the state in 1854, in 1855, and in 1856, and he has no excuse for pretending to be in doubt as to my position. It matters not what way the Supreme Court may hereafter decide as to the abstract question, whether slavery may or may not go into a territory under the Constitution. The people have the lawful means to introduce it or exclude it as they please, for the reason that slavery cannot exist a day or an hour unless it is supported by local police regulations. Those police regulations can only be established by the local legislature, and if the people are opposed to slavery, they will elect representatives to that body who will, by unfriendly legislation, effectually prevent the introduction of it into their midst. If, on the contrary, they are for it, their legislation will favor its extension. Hence, no matter what the decision of the Supreme Court may be on that abstract question, still the right of the people to make a slave territory and free territory is perfect and complete under the Nebraska bill. It was with great vigor and adroitness that the two great combatants went over the ground at the remaining 5 places of debate, all of which were attended and listened to by immense concourses. On both sides the speeches were able, eloquent, exhaustive. It was admitted by Lincoln's friends that on several occasions he was partly foiled, or at least badly bothered, while on the other hand the admirers of Douglas allowed that in more than one instance he was flatly and fairly floored by Lincoln. It was altogether an equal match in respect to ability, logic, and eloquence. Both of them were self-made men. Both of them were able lawyers and politicians. Both sprang from obscurity to distinction. Both belonged to the common people, and both were strong and popular with the masses. Though defeated by an unfair appointment of the legislative districts for the senatorship, yet Lincoln so ably fought the great Douglas with such wonderful power as to surprise the nation. Heretofore but little known out of his native state, this debate made him one of the 2 most conspicuous men in the nation, and the excitement was intensified from the fact that both from that hour were the chosen opponents for the coming presidential contest. At the ensuing presidential contest, Lincoln was elected to the presidency, and the gory front of secession was raised. Forgetting past differences, Douglas magnanimously stood shoulder to shoulder with Lincoln in behalf of the Union. It was the olive branch of genuine patriotism. But while proudly holding aloft the banner of his nation in the nation councils, and while yet the blood of his countrymen had not blended together and drenched the land, the great senator was suddenly snatched from among the living in the hour of the country's greatest need, while the brave Lincoln was allowed to see the end, the cause triumphant, when he was also called from death unto life. Lincoln, elected though he was, and admitted to have received his election fairly and triumphantly, was yet of necessity compelled to enter Washington, like a thief in the night, to assume his place at the head of the nation. Lincoln met the crisis calmly but firmly. He had watched the coming storm, and he asked, as he bade adieu to his friends and fellow citizens, their earnest prayers to Almighty God, that he might have wisdom and help to see the right path and pursue it. Those prayers were answered. He guided the ship of state safely through the most angry storm that ever demanded a brave and good pilot. We can only gaze in awe on the memory of this man. He seemingly knew in a moment, when placed in a trying position that would have baffled an inferior mind, just what to do for the best interests of the nation. Mr. Lincoln had unsurpassed fitness for the task he had to execute, without anything like brilliancy of genius, without breadth of learning or literary accomplishments. He had that perfect balance of thoroughly sound faculties which gave him the reputation of an almost infallible judgment. This, combined with great calmness of temper, inflexible firmness of will, supreme moral purpose, and intense patriotism, made up just that character which fitted him, as the same qualities fitted Washington, for the salvation of his country in a period of stupendous responsibility and eminent peril. Although far advanced on the question of slavery personally, he was exceedingly careful about pushing measures upon a country he knew was hardly prepared as yet to receive such sweeping legislation. An acquaintance once said, "It is hard to believe that very nearly one half of the Republican party were opposed to the issue of the proclamation of emancipation." Thus Lincoln avoided all extremes, and this quality alone made him eminently fit to govern. Yet, when necessary, he was stern and unrelenting. When the British minister desired to submit instructions from his government, stating that that government intended to sustain a neutral relation, he refused to receive it officially. When France demanded recognition by the United States of the government of Maximilian in Mexico, he steadily refused. He was firm as a rock. He would ride post-haste 20 miles to pardon a deserter, but under no consideration could he be induced to suspend hostilities against a people who were trying to destroy the Union. All sorts of political machinery was invented to manufacture public opinion and sentiment against him, but he was triumphantly re-elected in 1864. The morning of Lincoln's second inauguration was very stormy, but the sky cleared just before noon, and the sun shone brightly as he appeared before an immense audience in front of the Capitol, and took the oath, and delivered an address, alike striking for its forcible expressions and conciliatory spirit. He spoke something as follows: "On the occasion corresponding to this, 4 years ago, all thoughts were anxiously directed to an impending civil war. Both parties deprecated war, but one of them would make war rather than let the nation survive, and the other would accept war rather than let it perish. And the war came. Both read the same Bible, and pray to the same God, and each invokes his aid against the other. It may seem strange that any man should dare to ask a just God's assistance in wringing their bread from the sweat of other men's faces, but let us judge not, that we be not judged. The prayer of both could not be answered, that of neither has been fully. With malice toward none, with charity for all, with the firmness in the right, as God gives us light to see the right, let us finish the work we are in, to bind up the nation's wounds, to care for him who shall have borne the battle, and for his widow and his orphans, to all which may achieve and cherish a just and lasting peace among ourselves and with all nations." He hated slavery from the beginning, but was not an abolitionist until it was constitutional to be so. At the head of the nation, when precedents were useless, he was governed by justice only. He was singularly fortunate in the selection of his cabinet officers, and the reason was he never allowed prejudice to prevent his placing a rival in high office. Yes, Mr. Lincoln is probably the most remarkable example on the pages of history, showing the possibilities of our country. From the poverty in which he was born, through the rowdyism of a frontier town, the rudeness of frontier society, the discouragement of early bankruptcy, and the fluctuations of popular politics, he rose to the championship of union and freedom when the two seemed utterly an impossibility, never lost his faith when both seemed hopeless, and was suddenly snatched from earth when both were secured. He was the least pretentious of men, and when, with the speed of electricity, it flashed over the Union that the great Lincoln, shot by an assassin, was no more, the excitement was tremendous. The very heart of the Republic throbbed with pain and lamentation. Then the immortal President was borne to his last resting place in Springfield, Illinois. All along the journey to the grave, over 1,000 miles, a continual wail went up from friends innumerable, and they would not be comforted. Never was there a grander, yet more solemn funeral accorded to any, ancient or modern. He was a statesman without a statesman's craftiness, politician without a politician's meanness, a great man without a great man's vices, a philanthropist without a philanthropist's dreams, a Christian without pretensions, a ruler without the pride of place or power, an ambitious man without selfishness, and a successful man without vanity, humble man of the backwoods, boatman, axeman, hired laborer, clerk, surveyor, captain, legislator, lawyer, debater, orator, politician, statesman, president, savior of the Republic, emancipator of a race, true Christian, true man. Gaze on such a character. Does it not thrill your very soul and cause your very heart to bleed that such a man should be shot by a dastardly assassin? Yet, on the 14th of April, 1865, J. Wilkes Booth entered the private box of the President, and creeping stealthily from behind, as became the dark deed which he contemplated, deliberately shot Abraham Lincoln through the head, and the country lost the pilot in the hours when she needed him so much. End of section 62, Abraham Lincoln. Recording by Jill Engel.
Section 63 of Hidden Treasures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Merritt. Hidden Treasures by Harry A. Lewis, Edward Everett. Among the more eminent of eminent men stands Edward Everett in the annals of American history. We do not give his history to show how he struggled through privations, overcoming all obstacles, until victory at last crowned his efforts, as so many of our great men have been obliged to do. But we do delineate his achievements to illustrate what hard work will do, provided a man has ability to develop. Yes, to show what hard work will do. But some will say, well, that does sound well, but I guess if Edward Everett had been an ordinary man, no amount of hard work would have made him the Edward Everett of history. Another may say, that's so. It is foolish to argue as you do and hold up such men as examples, intimating that their success is the result of hard work. And still another may say what you will, you cannot gainsay the factor of opportunities, of luck, if you choose to so designate it. We do not gainsay anything. We simply point to history. Read for yourself. Take eminent men, read their lives, and see if 7/10 at least of our great men did not acquire success through their own effort. Read carefully and see if they did not largely make their own opportunities. True, all cannot be Everetts or Clays, but by extraordinary effort and careful thought, anyone will better his or her condition. Sickness may come, they will be the better prepared.
losses will be more easily met and discharged. No man ever succeeded by waiting for something to turn up. The object of this work is not to make people delude themselves by any conceited ideas, but to encourage, to inspire, to enkindle anew the fires of energy laying dormant. The point is, it is not a slumbering genius within people that it is our desire to stimulate, but a slumbering energy. We are content that others should take care of the genius. We are satisfied that any influence, no matter from what source it comes, that will awaken dormant energies will do the world more good than 10 times the same amount of influence trying to prove that we are foreordained to be somebody or nobody. Mr. Everett was a man who fully comprehended and appreciated this fact. All great men understand that it is the making the most of one's talents that makes the most of our chances, which absolutely tells. Rufus Choate believed in hard work. When someone said to him that a certain fine achievement was the result of accident, he exclaimed, "Nonsense! You might as well drop the Greek alphabet on the ground and expect to pick up the Iliad." Mr. Beecher has well said that every idle man has to be supported by some industrious man. Hard labor prevents hard luck. Fathers should teach their children that if anyone will not work, neither shall he attain success. Let us magnify our calling and be happy, but strive to progress. As before said, Mr. Everett fully understood all this, and great men innumerable could be quoted in support of this doctrine. The year 1794 must ever be memorable as the year in which Mr. Everett was ushered into the world, in which he was to figure as so prominent a factor. We have written a long preamble, but it is hoped that the reader has taken enough interest thus far to fully take in the points which we have endeavored to make, and it is further hoped that, such being the case, the reader will, by the light of those ideas, read and digest the wonderful character before us. Undoubtedly Everett possessed one of the greatest minds America has ever produced, but if he had rivaled Solomon in natural ability, he could not have entered Harvard College as a student at the age of 13, had he not been an indefatigable worker. And will any man delude himself into the belief that he could have graduated from such a school at the age of only 17, and at the head of his class, had he not exercised tremendous energy? Still further, do any of the readers who chance to read this volume think that he was picked up bodily and placed in the ministerial chair vacated by the gifted Buckminster when he was only 19? Because he was lucky? A city preacher at 19, occupying one of the first pulpits in the land at 19. Why, he was gifted. Of course he was, and he was a tremendous worker. Thus was his success enhanced. At 20 he was appointed to a Greek professorship in Harvard College, and qualified himself by travel in Europe for 4 years. During that time he acquired that solid information concerning the history and principles of law and of the political systems of Europe, which formed the foundation of that broad statesmanship for which he was afterward distinguished. During his residence in Europe his range of study embraced the ancient classics, the modern languages, the history and principles of the civil and public law, and a comprehensive examination of the existing political systems of Europe. He returned home, and from that time until his death he was recognized as one of the greatest orators of his time. In 1825 to 1834 he was a distinguished member of the National Congress. He then served 3 successive terms as governor of Massachusetts. In 1814 he was appointed minister to the English court. It was an important mission, for the relations of his government with that of England then wore a grave aspect. His official career in London was a marked success. His personal accomplishments made him a friend and favorite with the leading men and families of England. After this he was sent as a commissioner to China, and after his return from abroad he was at once chosen president of Harvard College. He entered upon the duties of this new office with his characteristic energy and enthusiasm, but ill health compelled his resignation at the end of 3 years. Upon the death of his bosom friend, Daniel Webster, he was appointed to succeed to Webster's position at the head of President Fillmore's cabinet. Before the close of his duties as Secretary of State, he was chosen by the Massachusetts State Legislature to a seat in the National Senate. Once more overwork compelled his withdrawal from active responsibility, and in May 1854, under the advice of his physician, he resigned his seat. But he was content to remain idle only a few months, when he entered with great zeal upon a new enterprise. The project of purchasing Mount Vernon and beautifying it as a memento of esteem to the nation's father attracted his attention, and his efforts in behalf of the association to raise money for the above named object netted over $100,000, besides his valuable time and paying his own expenses. He afterwards raised many more thousands of dollars for the benefit of numerous charitable societies and objects. Emerging from private life at the opening of the Civil War, he gave himself incessantly to the defense of the Union. He died on the 14th of January, 1865, and was mourned throughout the whole North. Eulogies innumerable were called forth by the death of this intellectual phenomenon of the 19th century. End of section 63. Edward Everett. Recording by Tom Merritt. Section 64 of Hidden Treasures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hidden Treasures by Harry A. Lewis. Edwin M. Stanton. Edwin M. Stanton, whom President Lincoln selected for his Secretary of War, notwithstanding the fact that he had served in the cabinet of Buchanan, was born at Steubenville, Ohio, December 19, 1814, and died in Washington, D.C., December 24, 1869. When 15 years old, he became a clerk in a bookstore in his native town, and with money thus accumulated, was enabled to attend Kenyon College, but at the end of 2 years was obliged to re-enter the bookstore as a clerk. Thus, through poverty, he was deterred from graduating. But knowledge is just as beneficial whether acquired in school or out. Thurlow Weed never had the advantages of a college, but stretched prone before the sap house fire, he laid the foundation upon which he built that splendid reputation as an able editor. Elihu Barrett never saw the inside of a college schoolroom as a student, but while at the anvil, at work as a blacksmith, with book laying on a desk near, he framed the basis of that classical learning which made him, as master of 40 different languages, the esteemed friend of John Bright and others of the most noted people the world has ever known. As it was with them, so it was with Stanton. He had but little advantages, but he would not down. It is said that if Henry Ward Beecher had gone to sea, as he desired to do, he would not have long remained, for in him was even then a slumbering genius. But he himself once said that had it not been for his great love of work, he never could have half succeeded. Ah, that's it. If ability to accomplish hard digging is not genius, it is the best possible substitute for it. A man may have in him a slumbering genius, but unless he put forth the energy, his efforts will be spasmodic, ill-timed, and scattered. Full many a gem of purest ray serene the dark, unfathomed caves of ocean bear. Full many a flower is born to blush unseen, and waste its sweetness on the desert air. Young men, there is truth hidden in these words, despite what some writers would make you think. They would argue that if you are to be a Milton, a Cromwell, a Webster, or a Clay, that you cannot help it. Do what you will. Possibly this may be so. It may not be thought proper for me to dispute their lordship, but it does seem to me that such arguments can give but little hope. If they have influence at all, it cannot be an inspiring one. No, never mind the reputation, never pine to be a Lincoln or a Garfield, but if you feel that your chances in youth are equal to theirs, take courage, work. If you are a farmer, strive to excel all the surrounding farmers. If a bootblack, make up your mind to monopolize the business on your block. Faculty to do this is the best possible substitute for a slumbering genius, if perchance you should lack that most essential faculty to success. At any rate, never wait for the slumbering genius to show itself. If you do, it will never awake, but slumber on through endless time, and leave you groping on in midnight darkness. But to return to Stanton, whether he possessed a slumbering genius does not appear, but certain it is that by downright hard work he gained a knowledge of the law, and was admitted to the bar in 1836 when in his 21st year. While yet a young lawyer, he was made prosecuting attorney of Harrison County. In 1842 he was chosen reporter of the Ohio Supreme Court and published 3 volumes of reports. In 1847 he moved to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, but for 9 years afterward retained his office in Steubenville as well as that in Pittsburgh. In 1857 his business had so expanded that he found it necessary to move to Washington, D.C., the seat of the United States Supreme Court. His first appearance before the United States Supreme Court was in defense of the state of Pennsylvania against the Wheeling and Belmont Bridge Company, and thereafter his practice rapidly increased. In 1858 he was employed by the national government against the government of Mexico on land titles, deeds, etc. This great legal success, together with several others, won for him a national reputation. It has been stated by one of the leading jurists in the United States that the cause of 9 out of 10 of the failures in the legal profession is laziness, so common in lawyers after being admitted to the bar. Once in, they seem to think that they have but to sit and wait for business. Possibly their eye has at one time or another caught those sentiments so dear to some writers in regard to the slumbering genius. Be that as it may, it is very evident that Stanton had never been idle, and was seldom obliged to refer to his library before answering questions in relation to the law. He was called to the high position of Attorney General in President Buchanan's cabinet, and on January 11th, 1862, 9 months after the inauguration of Lincoln, he was placed in the most responsible position in his cabinet at that time, Secretary of War. His labors in this department were indefatigable, and many of the most important and successful movements of the war originated with him. Never, perhaps, was there a more illustrious example of the right man in the right place. It seemed almost as if it were a special provincial interposition to incline the president to go out of his own party and select this man for this most responsible of all trusts, save his own. with an unflinching force, an imperial will, a courage never once admitting the possibility of failure, and having no patience with cowards, compromisers, or self-seekers, with the most jealous patriotism he displaced the incompetent and exacted brave, mighty endeavor of all. Yet only like what he exacted of himself, he reorganized the war with Herculean toil. Through all those long years of war he thought of, saw, labored for one end, victory. The amount of work he does in some of these critical months was absolutely amazing by its comprehension of details, the solution of vexed questions, the mastery of formidable difficulties. Wonder was it his word sometimes cut like a sharp, quick blow, or that the stroke of his pen was sometimes like a thunderbolt. It was not the time for hesitation or doubt, or even argument. He meant his imperiled country should be saved, and whatever by half loyalty or self-seeking seemed to stand in the way only attracted the lightning of his power. The nation owes as much to him as to any one who in council or in field contributed to its salvation, and his real greatness was never more conspicuous than at the time of Mr. Lincoln's assassination. His presence of mind, his prompt decision, his unfailing faith and courage strengthened those about him, and prevented the issue of frightful panic and disorder following that unexpected assault upon the life of the Republic. To have equipped, fed, clothed, and organized 1.5 million of soldiery, and when their work was done in 2 days to have remanded them back to the peaceful industries from which they had been called, to have had the nation's wealth at his disposal, and yet so incorruptible that hundreds of millions could pass through his hands and leave him a poor man at the end of his commission, shattered in health, yet from necessity obliged to resume his legal practice, must for all time rank him among the world's phenomena. Such a man, so true, so intent upon great objects, must many a time have thwarted the greed of the corrupt, been impatient with the hesitation of the imbecile, and fiercely indignant against half-heartedness and disloyalty. Whatever faults, therefore, his enemies may allege, these will all fade away in the splendor with which coming ages will ennoble the greatest of war ministers in the 19th century. He will be remembered as one who never thought of self, and who held the helm in sunshine and in storm with the same untiring grip. Nor were his services less valuable to his country when, after the surrender of the Confederate armies, the rebellion was transferred to the White House, and he stood the fearless, unflinching patriot against the schemes and usurpations of its accidental occupant. Mr. Stanton entered on his great trust in the fullest prime of manhood, equal seemingly to any possible toil and strain. He left his department incurably shorn of health. He entered upon it in affluence, with a large and remunerative practice. He left it without a stain on his hands, but with his fortune lessened and insufficient. Yet when it was contemplated by some of his friends after his retirement to tender him a handsome gift of money, he resolutely and unhesitatingly forbade it, and the project had to be abandoned. He was as truly a sacrifice to his country as was the brave soldier who laid down his life in the prison pen or sanctified the field with his blood. For an unswerving and passionate patriotism, for a magnificent courage, for rare unselfishness, for transcendent abilities, for immeasurable services to his country, the figure of the greatest war minister in modern times will tower with a noble grandeur, as undimmed and enviable a splendor as that of any in the history of the Republic, which, like his friend and co-worker, the great Lincoln, he gave his life to save. End of section 64. Edwin M. Stanton.
Section 65 of Hidden Treasures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hidden Treasures by Harry A. Lewis. Andrew Johnson. The life career of the 17th President of the United States well illustrates the spirit and genius of our free institutions. 4 of the incumbents of the national executive chair were born in North Carolina. Of these, the subject of the sketch was one, being born in the above-named state, December 29th, 1808. His father, who died in 1812, was sexton of a church and porter in the state bank. Extreme poverty prevented Andrew from receiving any schooling, and at the age of 10 he was apprenticed to a tailor. A gentleman was in the habit of visiting the shop and reading to the workmen, generally from the American Speaker. Andrew became intensely interested, especially in the extracts from the speeches of Pitt and Fox. He determined to learn to read, and having done this, he devoted all his leisure hours to the perusal of such books as he could obtain. In the summer of 1824, a few months before his apprenticeship expired, he got into trouble by throwing stones at an old woman's house, and ran away to escape the consequences. He went to Lawrence Courthouse, South Carolina, and obtained work as a journeyman tailor. In May 1826 he returned to Raleigh. Mr. Selby, his former employer, had moved into the country, and Johnson walked 20 miles to see him, apologized for his misdemeanor, and promised to pay him for his unfulfilled time. Selby required security, which Johnson could not furnish, and he went away disappointed. In September he went to Tennessee, taking with him his mother, who was dependent upon him for support. He worked a year at Greenville, when he married and finally settled, deciding to make that town his home. Thus far his education had been confined to reading, but now, under the tuition of his wife, he learned to write and cipher. During this time he became prominent in a local debating society, formed of resident young men and students of Greenville College. One student says, "On approaching the village there stood on the hill by the highway a solitary little house, perhaps 10 feet square. We invariably entered when passing. It contained a bed, 2 or 3 stools, and a tailor's platform. We delighted to stop, because one lived here whom we knew well outside of school, and made us welcome. One who would amuse us by his social good nature, taking more than ordinary interest in us, and catering to our pleasure." Mr. Johnson, taking an interest in local politics, organized a working man's party in 1828 to oppose the aristocrat element which had always ruled the town. Considerable excitement ensued, and Johnson was elected an alderman by a large majority. He rose to be mayor, member of the state legislature, and a representative in Congress, holding the last office for 10 years. In 1853 he was elected governor, and re-elected in 1855. The contest was exciting, and violence and threats of murder were frequent. At one meeting Johnson appeared with pistol in his hand, laid it on the desk, and said, "Fellow citizens, I have been informed that part of the business to be transacted on the present occasion is the assassination of the individual who now has the honor of addressing you. I beg respectfully to propose that this be the first business in order. Therefore, if any man has come here tonight for the purpose indicated, I do not say to him, let him speak, but let him shoot." After pausing for a moment, with his hand on his pistol, he said, "Gentlemen, it appears that I have been misinformed. I will now proceed to address you upon the subject that has brought us together." Mr. Johnson's next office was as a member of the National Senate, where he ably urged the passage of a bill granting to every settler 160 acres of public land. When Tennessee passed the ordinance of secession, he remained steadfast for the Union. Although a Democrat, he had opposed many of their measures in the interest of slavery, and now gravitated toward the Republican party. In nearly every city of his native state he was burned in effigy. At one time a mob entered a railroad train on which he was known to be, and attempted to take him, but he met them with a pistol in each hand, and drove them steadily before him off the train. His loyal sentiments, his efforts to aid Union refugees, and the persecution he received at home commended him to the North. In 1862 he was appointed military governor of Tennessee, in which position he upheld the Federal cause with great ability and zeal. In the winter of 1861-2, large numbers of Unionists were driven from their homes in East Tennessee, who sought refuge in Kentucky. Mr. Johnson met them there, relieved the immediate wants of many from his own purse, and used his influence with the national government for the establishment of a camp, where these refugees found shelter, food, and clothing, and were to a large extent organized into companies and mustered into the national service. His own wife and child were turned out of their home, and his property confiscated. All through his duties as military governor of Tennessee, Johnson displayed great ability and discharged the duties of his office fearlessly amid eminent personal peril. On June 7, 1864, the Republican convention held at Baltimore, having renominated Mr. Lincoln, chose Mr. Johnson for the second place on their ticket. They were inaugurated March 4th, and April 14th the president was assassinated. And within 3 hours after Lincoln expired, Andrew Johnson was president of the United States. Soon after his inauguration as president of the United States, in the course of a speech on the condition of the country, he declared, "The people must understand that treason is the blackest of crimes, and will surely be punished." Now follows the strangest scenes imaginable, coming from such a man as he had always, until now, proved himself to be. As this part of ex-President Johnson's life has been given great prominence, we forbear to speak further in relation to it. We are constrained, however, to say that it was sad to see a man, thus late in life, destroying in a few months a good character as a citizen and reputation as an able statesman, which he had been so many years building, and in which he had so eminently succeeded. In 1866 the University of North Carolina conferred upon him the degree of LL.D. On the 31st of July, 1875, this wonderful man, who had risen from the tailor's bench to the highest place within the gift of a great nation, then to be disgraced and vanquished at his own bidding, died a disappointed man. End of section 65. Andrew Johnson. Read by Tom Merritt.
Section 66 of Hidden Treasures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. Hidden Treasures by Harry A. Lewis. James A. Garfield. Our country probably never produced a character more perfectly rounded, physically, intellectually, and morally, than that which is presented to us in the person of James A. Garfield, who was born in a log cabin in Cuyahoga County, Ohio, November 19, 1831. His childhood was passed in almost complete isolation from social influences, save those which proceeded from his mother. His father had died when James was only 18 months old, and when old enough to be of any use, he was put to work on the farm. The family was very poor, and his services were needed to help make both ends meet. At school, as a little boy, he allowed no one to impose upon him. He is said to have never picked a quarrel, but was sure to resent any indignity with effect, no matter how large a boy the offender happened to be. He attended school during the cold months when it was impossible to be of value on the farm. The summers he generally worked out, at one time being a driver boy on the canal. He attended school at the Cayuga Seminary, where he got through his first term on the absurdly small sum of $17. When he returned to school the next term, he had but a sixpence in his pocket, and this he dropped into the contribution box the next day at church. He made an arrangement with a carpenter in the village to board with him, and have his washing, fuel, and light furnished for $1.06 per week. The carpenter was building a house, and Garfield engaged to help him nights and Saturdays. The first Saturday he planned 51 boards, and thereby made $1.02. So the term went, and he returned home, having earned sixpences and the $3 over. The following winter he taught school at $12 a month, and boarded round. In the spring he had $48, and when he returned to school he boarded himself at an expense of 31 cents a week. Heretofore he had supposed a college course beyond him, but meeting a college graduate who explained that it was barely possible for a poor boy to graduate if he worked and attended alternate years, he determined to try it. After careful calculation, Garfield concluded he could get through school within 12 years. He accordingly began to lay his plans to graduate. Think of such determination, dear reader, then see if you can reasonably envy the position attained by Garfield. He appeared as a scholar at Hiram, a new school of his own denomination, in 1851. Here he studied all the harder, and as he now had an object in life. Returning home he taught a school, then returned to college and attended the spring term. During the summer he helped build a house in the village, he himself planting all the lumber for the siding and shingling the roof. Garfield was now quite a scholar, especially in the languages, and upon his return to Hiram he was made a tutor, and thenceforward he worked both as a pupil and teacher, doing a tremendous amount of work to fit himself for college. When he came to Hiram he started on the preparatory course to enter college, expecting it would take 4 years. Deciding now to enter some Eastern institution, he wrote a letter to the president of each of the leading colleges in the East, telling them how far he had progressed. They all replied that he could enter the junior year, and thus graduate in 2 years from his entrance. He had accomplished the preparatory course, generally requiring 4 solid years, and had advanced 2 years on his college course. He had crowded 6 years into 3, besides supporting himself. If ever a man was worthy of success, Garfield was. He decided to enter Williams College, where he graduated in 1856. Thus came that institution to grasp the honor of giving to the United States of America one of our most popular presidents. The grasp of the mind of Garfield, even at this early period, can be seen by glancing at the title of his essay, The Seen and the Unseen. He next became a professor, later principal of the college at Hiram. In the old parties Garfield had little interest, but when the Republican Party was formed, he became deeply interested, and became somewhat noted as a stump orator for Fremont and Dayton. In 1860 he was sent to the state senate, and while there began preparation for the legal profession, and in 1861 was admitted to the bar. The war broke out about this time, which prevented his opening an office, and he was commissioned a colonel, finally a major general. His career in the army was brief, but very brilliant, and he returned home to go to Congress. In Washington, his legislative career was very successful. He proved to be an orator of no mean degree of ability. His splendid education made him an acknowledged scholar, and he soon became known as one of the ablest debaters in Congress, serving on some of the leading committees. When Ohio sent her delegation to the Republican National Convention of 1880, pledged for Sherman, Garfield was selected as spokesman. His speech, when he presented the name of John Sherman, coming, as it did, when all was feverish excitement, must be acknowledged as a masterpiece of the scholarly oratory of which he was master. Conkling had just delivered one in favor of Grant, the effect of which was wonderful. The Grant delegates pulled the flags, which marked their seats, marched around the aisles, and cheered and yelled as if they were dwellers in Bedlam, just home after a long absence. Fully 20 minutes this went on, and Mr. Hoare, the president of the convention, after vainly trying to restore order, gave up in despair, sat down, and calmly allowed disorder to tire itself out. At last it ceases. Ohio is called. A form arises near the center of the middle aisle, and moves toward the stage amid the clapping of thousands of hands, which increases as General Garfield mounts the same platform upon which Senator Conkling has so lately stood. In speaking he is not so restless as was Conkling, but speaking deliberately he appeals to the judgment of the masses, as follows: Mr. President, I have witnessed the extraordinary scenes of this convention with deep solicitude. No emotion touches my heart more quickly than a sentiment in honor of a great and noble character. But, as I sat on these seats and witnessed these demonstrations, it seemed to me you were a human ocean in a tempest. I have seen the sea lashed into a fury, and tossed into a spray, and its grandeur moves the soul of the dullest man. But I remember that it is not the billows, but the calm level of the sea from which all heights and depths are measured. When the storm had passed and the hour of calm settles on the ocean, when sunlight bathes its smooth surface, then the astronomer and surveyor takes the level from which he measures all terrestrial heights and depths. Gentlemen of the convention, your present temper may not mark the healthful pulse of our people. When our enthusiasm has passed, when the emotions of this hour have subsided, we shall find the calm level of public opinion below the storm from which the thoughts of a mighty people are to be measured, and by which their final action will be determined. Not here, in this brilliant circle where 15,000 men and women are assembled, is the destiny of the Republic to be decreed. Not here, where I see the enthusiastic faces of 756 delegates waiting to cast their votes into the urn and determine the choice of their party, but by 4,000,000 Republican firesides, where the thoughtful fathers, with wives and children about them, with the calm thoughts inspired by love of home and of love of country, with the history of the past, the hopes of the future, and the knowledge of the great men who have adorned and blessed our nation in days gone by. There God prepares the verdict that shall determine the wisdom of our work tonight. Not in Chicago in the heat of June, but in the sober quiet that comes between now and November. In the silence of deliberate judgment will this great question be settled. Let us aid them tonight. But now, gentlemen of the convention, what do we want? Bear with me a moment. Hear me for this cause, and, for a moment, be silent that you may hear. 25 years ago this republic was wearing a triple chain of bondage. Long familiarity with traffic in the bodies and souls of men had paralyzed the consciences of a majority of our people. The baleful doctrine of state sovereignty had shocked and weakened the noblest and most beneficent powers of the national government, and the grasping power of slavery was seizing the virgin territories of the West and dragging them into the den of eternal bondage. At that crisis the Republican party was born. It drew its first inspiration from that fire of liberty which God has lighted in every man's heart, and which all the powers of ignorance and tyranny can never wholly extinguish. The Republican party came to deliver and save the Republic. It entered the arena when the beleaguered and assailed territories were struggling for freedom, and drew around them the sacred circle of liberty which the demon of slavery has never dared to cross. It made them free forever. Strengthened by its victory on the frontier, the young party, under the leadership of that great man who, on this spot, 20 years ago, was made its leader, entered the national capital and assumed the high duties of the government. The light which shone from its banner dispelled the darkness in which slavery had enshrouded the capital, and melted the shackles of every slave, and consumed, in the fire of liberty, every slave pen within the shadow of the capital. Our national industries, by an impoverishing policy, were themselves prostrated, and the streams of revenue flowed in such feeble current that the treasury itself was well nigh empty. The money of the people was the wretched notes of 2,000 uncontrolled and irresponsible state banking corporations, which were filling the country with a circulation that poisoned rather than sustained the life of business. The Republican party changed all this. It abolished the babel of confusion, and gave the country a currency as national as its flag, based upon the sacred faith of the people. It threw its protecting arm around our great industries, and they stood erect as with new life. It filled with the spirit of true nationality all the great functions of the government. It confronted a rebellion of unexampled magnitude, with slavery behind it, and, under God, fought the final battle of liberty until victory was won. Then, after the storms of battle, were heard the sweet, calm words of peace uttered by the conquering nation, and saying to the conquered foe that lay prostrate at its feet, "This is our only refuge," that you join us in lifting to the serene firmament of the Constitution, to shine like stars for ever and ever, the immortal principles of truth and justice, that all men, white or black, shall be free and stand equal before the law. Then came the question of Reconstruction, the public debt, and the public faith. In the settlement of the questions the Republican party has completed its 25 years of glorious existence, and it has sent us here to prepare it for another lustrum of duty and victory. How shall we do this great work? We cannot do it, my friends, by assailing our Republican brethren. God forbid that I should say one word to cast a shadow upon any name on the roll of our heroes. This coming fight is our Thermopylae. We are standing upon a narrow isthmus. If our Spartan hosts are united, can withstand all the Persians that the Xerxes of democracy can bring against us. Let us hold our ground this one year, for the stars in their courses fight for us in the future. The census taken this year will bring reinforcements and continued power. But in order to win this victory now, we want the vote of every Republican, of every Grant Republican, of every anti-Grant Republican in America, of every Blaine man, and every anti-Blaine man. The vote of every follower of every candidate is needed to make our success certain. Therefore, I say, gentlemen and brethren, we are here to take calm counsel together and inquire what we shall do. We want a man whose life and opinions embody all the achievements of which I have spoken. We want a man who, standing on a mountain height, sees all the achievements of our past history and carries in his heart the memory of all its glorious deeds, and who, looking forward, prepares to meet the labor and the dangers to come. We want one who will act in no spirit of unkindness toward those we lately met in battle. The Republican party offers to our brethren of the South the olive branch of peace, and wishes them to return to brotherhood, on the supreme condition that it shall be admitted forever and forevermore that, in the war for the Union, we were right and they were wrong. On that supreme condition we meet them as brethren, and on no other. We ask them to share with us the blessings and honors of this great republic. Now, gentlemen, not to weary you, I am about to present a name for your consideration, the name of a man who was the comrade and associate and friend of nearly all those noble dead whose faces look down upon us from those walls tonight. A man who began his career of public service 25 years ago, whose first duty was courageously done in the days of peril on the plains of Kansas, when the first red drops of that bloody shower began to fall, which finally swelled into the deluge of war. He bravely stood by young Kansas then, and, returning to his duty in the national legislature, through all subsequent time his pathway has been marked by labors performed in every department of legislation. You ask for his monuments. I point you to 25 years of national statutes. Not one great beneficent statute has been placed in our statute books without his intelligent and powerful aid. He aided these men to formulate the laws that raised our great armies and carried us through the war. His hand was seen in the workmanship of those statutes that restored and brought back the unity and married calm of the states. His hand was in all that great legislation that created the war currency, and in a still greater work that redeemed the promises of the government and made the currency equal to gold. And when at last called from the halls of legislation into a high executive office, he displayed that experience, intelligence, firmness, and poise of character which has carried us through a stormy period of 3 years. With one half the public press crying, "Crucify him," and a hostile Congress seeking to prevent success, in all this he remained unmoved until victory crowned him. The great fiscal affairs of the nation and the great business interests of the country he has guarded and preserved while executing the law of resumption and effecting its object without a jar and against the false prophecies of one half of the press and all the democracy of this continent. He has shown himself able to meet with calmness the great emergencies of the government for 25 years. He has trodden the perilous heights of public duty, and against all the shafts of malice has borne his breast unharmed. He has stood in the blaze of that fierce light that beats against the throne, but its fiercest ray has found no flaw in his armor, no stain on his shield. I do not present him as a better Republican or as a better man than thousands of others we honor, but I present him for your deliberate consideration. I nominate John Sherman of Ohio. The speech was over. Its effect was like oil upon troubled waters. When the balloting began, a single delegate only voted for Garfield. The fight was between Grant, Blaine, Sherman, and Edmunds. Wyndham and others were waiting the possibility of a compromise. Garfield managed Sherman's forces. He meant to keep his favorite in the field, in vain trying to win over Blaine's followers. On the 34th ballot the Wisconsin delegation determined to make a break, and hence put forth an effort in an entirely new direction, casting their entire 17 votes for Garfield. The general arose and declined to receive the vote, but the chairman ruled otherwise, and on the next ballot the Indiana delegation swung over. On the 36th ballot he was nominated, then followed his canvass and election. Time flew, and he was about to join his old friends at Williams College when an assassin stealthily crept up and shot him from behind, as dastardly assassins and cowardly knaves generally do. The whole country was thrown into a feverish heat of excitement between this cowardly act and the president's death, which occurred 2 months later. Thus, after a struggle for recognition, which had won the admiration of the world, he was snatched from the pleasure of enjoying the fruits of his toil, and from the people who needed his service. Like Lincoln, he had come from the people, he belonged to the people, and by his own right hand had won the first place among 50 millions of people. Like Lincoln, he was stricken down when his country expected the most of him, stricken in the very prime of life. Like Lincoln, when that enjoyment for which he had labored was about to crown his efforts, and, like Lincoln, it cannot be said of him he lived in vain. End of section 66. Hidden Treasures. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida. Section 67 of Hidden Treasures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. Hidden Treasures by Harry A. Lewis. Chester A. Arthur. Chester Alan Arthur's career, like that of thousands of other Americans, illustrates the truth that wealth, high social position, and all the advantages with which fortune and affection can surround the young are not essential to their success and prosperity in professional, business, or public life. In fact, too often they tend to enervate both mind and body, and thus prove in reality obstacles to attaining true and worthy manhood. Mr. Arthur, like Lincoln, Grant, Garfield, and others who preceded him in the presidential office, hewed his own way upward and onward from a discouraging beginning. He was born in Fairfield, Franklin County, Vermont, October 5, 1830. He was the eldest son of the Reverend William Arthur, a Baptist clergyman, having a large family and a modest income. The Reverend Mr. Arthur was born in Ireland and came to this country when 18 years of age. He is remembered as a man of great force of character, sturdy piety, and a faithful and earnest Christian minister. He had few worldly benefits to bestow upon his children, but he implanted deep into their minds principles governing their actions which were never effaced. As a lad, Mr. Arthur was trained in the public schools accessible to him, and by his father's aid fitted himself for college, entering Union when 15 years old, and graduating with high honors in 1848. The Honorable Frederick W. Seward, who was in the class next below young Arthur, says of his school days, "Chet, as we all called him, was the most popular boy in his class. He was always genial and cheerful, a good scholar, and apt in debate." To aid in defraying his expenses, Chester taught country schools during parts of 2 winters, but kept pace with his class while absent, showing his independence of spirit and his zeal to acquire an education. Mr. Arthur's preference turned toward the law, and after a course in Fowler's Law School at Boston, he went to New York City, became a law student in the office of Erastus D. Culver, and was admitted to the bar in 1852. Mr. Culver showed his confidence in his promising student by taking him into partnership. Mr. Culver was soon elected civil judge of Brooklyn, and the partnership was dissolved. Mr. Arthur then formed a partnership with Henry D. Gardner, with a view to practicing in some growing western city. The young lawyers went west and spent 3 months in prospecting for a locality to suit their taste, but not finding it, they returned to New York, hired an office, and before long had a good business. The most noted cases in which Mr. Arthur appeared in his early career as a lawyer were the Lemon slave case, and the suit of Lizzie Jennings, a fugitive slave, whose liberty he secured, and a colored lady, a superintendent of a Sunday school for colored children, who was ejected from a Fourth Avenue horse car after her fare had been accepted by the conductor because a white passenger objected to her presence. In the first case he was largely instrumental in establishing a precedent, setting forth the theory that slaves brought into free territory were at liberty. In the second case he obtained a verdict of $500 damages in favor of the colored woman as against the company. The establishment of this precedent caused the street railroad companies of the city to issue an order that colored persons should be allowed to travel in their cars. Thus did Chester A. Arthur obtain equal civil rights for Negroes in public vehicles. In 1859 he married Miss Ellen Lewis Herndon of Fredericksburg, Virginia, daughter of Captain William Lewis Herndon, United States Navy, who went bravely to his death in 1857, sinking with his ship, the Central America, refusing to leave his post of duty, though he helped secure the safety of others. Mrs. Arthur was a devoted wife and a woman of many accomplishments. She died in January 1880 and lies buried in the Albany Rural Cemetery. Mr. Arthur took a lively interest in politics and was first a Henry Clay Whig, but later helped to form the Republican Party. He held several offices in the militia prior to 1860, and when Edwin D. Morgan became governor of the state in 1860, he made Mr. Arthur a member of his staff, promoting him from one position to another until he became quartermaster general. The duties of this post were most arduous and exacting. To promptly equip, supply, and forward the thousands of troops sent to the front to defend the Union was a task demanding the highest executive ability and rare organizing skill, besides the great precision in receiving, dispersing, and accounting for the public funds. Millions of dollars passed through his hands. He had the letting of enormous contracts and opportunities without number, by which he might have enriched himself, but he was true to himself and to his trust. So implicit was the confidence reposed in him that his accounts were audited at Washington without question or deduction, though the claims of many states were disallowed, to the extent of millions. He left the office poorer than when he entered it, but with the proud satisfaction of knowing that all the world esteemed him as an honest man. From 1863 to 1871, General Arthur successfully engaged in the practice of law in New York. November 20th, 1871, he was appointed collector of the port of New York, and reappointed in 1875. The second appointment was confirmed by the Senate without reference to a committee, the usual course, the fact being highly complimentary, and testifying to the high opinion held by the Senate regarding his official record. He was suspended by President Hayes, though no reflection upon his official conduct was made. He again returned to the practice of law, though taking an energetic part in politics, serving several years as chairman of the Republican State Committee. General Arthur, in the campaign of 1880, was an ardent supporter of Grant before the National Convention, being one of the famous 306 who voted for Grant to the last. His nomination for vice president was as much a surprise as that of Garfield for the first place on the ticket. He had not been mentioned as a candidate, and his own delegation had not thought of presenting his name until the roll was called in the convention. When New York was reached in the call, the delegation asked to be excused from voting for a time. Then General Stewart L. Woodford cast the vote for Arthur. The tide quickly turned. The Ohio men were disposed to be conciliatory, and swung over to Arthur, who was nominated on the first ballot. The incidents that followed, the inauguration of Garfield and himself as president and vice president, the unhappy differences that led to the resignation of Senators Conkling and Platt, the strife over the election of their successors, the assassination and death of President Garfield, and the accession to the presidency of General Arthur. These form a chapter in our political history, with the details of which we are all familiar and are not likely to soon be forgotten. It was under the most unfavorable circumstances that Chester A. Arthur assumed the office of president. The people's passion over the death of the second president of the United States, to fall by an assassin's hand, was intense. Factional feeling in his own party was bitter and apparently irreconcilable. When the popular mind was filled with dreadful forebodings as to the future, but he exhibited a gravity, a reticence, an affability, and a firmness which commanded the respect of conservative men of all parties. Not only was he the most successful, perhaps the only successful, vice president elevated to the presidency by the death of the president, but he is worthy to be counted among the most serviceable of the presidents. Peace and prosperity were promoted by his administration. Ex-President Chester A. Arthur died at his residence in New York City, November 18, 1886. He leaves as surviving members of his family 2 children, Chester Allen, a young man of 22 years, and Miss Nellie, just budding into womanhood. At the age of 56, without elaborate display, he was quietly laid beside his wife in rural cemetery. End of section 67, Hidden Treasures. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 68 of Hidden Treasures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Leader. Hidden Treasures by Harry A. Lewis. John A. Logan. I entered the field to die, if need be, for this government, and never expect to return to peaceful pursuits until the object of this war of preservation has become a fact established. Thus spoke John A. Logan in 1862, when asked to return home from the field and become a candidate for Congress. General Logan was born February 9th, 1826, in Murfreesboro, Illinois, and was the eldest of 11 children. He received his education in the common schools and in Shiloh Academy. The Mexican War broke out when young Logan was but 20 years of age, and he at once enlisted and was made a lieutenant in one of the Illinois regiments. He returned home in 1848 with an excellent military record, and commenced the study of law in the office of his uncle, Alexander M. Jenkins, who had formerly been lieutenant governor of the state. In 1844, before he had completed his law course, he was elected clerk of Jackson County, and at the expiration of his term of office went to Louisville, Kentucky, where he attended law lectures, and was admitted to the bar in the spring of 1851. In the fall of the same year he was elected to represent Jackson and Franklin counties in the legislature, and from that time has been almost uninterruptedly in the public service, either civil or military. He was twice elected to the legislature, and in 1854 was a Democratic presidential elector, and cast his vote for James Buchanan. The year of 1860, the year of the great Lincoln campaign, saw Logan serving his second term in Congress as the representative of the 9th Illinois congressional district. Mr. Logan was then a Democrat and an ardent supporter of Stephen A. Douglas, Mr. Lincoln's opponent. On the floor of the Congress he several times in 1860 and 1861 attacked the course of the Southern members. The war came at last, and Logan was one of the first to enter the Union army. He resigned his seat in Congress in July, 1861, for that purpose, and took a brave part in the first battle of Bull Run. He personally raised the 31st Illinois Regiment of Infantry, and was elected its colonel. The regiment was mustered into service on September 13th, 1861, was attached to General McClernand's brigade, and 7 weeks later was under a hot fire at Belmont. During this fight Logan had a horse shot from under him, and was conspicuous in his gallantry in a fierce bayonet charge which he personally led. The 31st, under Logan, quickly became known as a fighting regiment, and distinguished itself at the capture of Forts Henry and Donelson. In this last engagement Logan was severely wounded, and for many weeks unfitted for duty. During his confinement in the hospital, his brave wife, with great tact and energy, got through the lines to his bedside, and nursed him until he was able to take the field once more. Logan was promoted to the rank of Brigadier General of Volunteers soon after reporting for duty. This was in March, 1862, and he was soon after hotly engaged in Grant's Mississippi campaign. In the following year he was asked to return home and go to Congress again, but declined with an emphatic statement that he was in the war to stay until he was either disabled or peace was established. 8 months after his promotion to the rank of Brigadier General, he was made a Major General for exceptional bravery and skill, and was put in command of the 3rd Division of the 7th Army Corps, under General McPherson. After passing through the hot fights of Raymond and Port Gibson, he led the center of General McPherson's command at the siege of Vicksburg, and his column was the first to enter the city after the surrender. He was made the military governor of the captured city, and his popularity with the 17th Corps was so great that a gold medal was given to him as a testimonial of the attachment felt for him by the men he led. In the following year he led the Army of the Tennessee on the right of Sherman's great march to the sea. He was in the battles of Resaca and the Little Kennesaw Mountain, and in the desperate engagement of Peachtree Creek, where General McPherson fell. The death of McPherson threw the command upon Logan, and the close of the bitter engagement which ensued saw 8,000 dead Confederates on the field, while the havoc in the Union lines had been correspondingly great. After the fall of Atlanta, which occurred on the 2nd of September, General Logan returned to the North, and took a vigorous part in the Western States in the campaign which resulted in the election of Abraham Lincoln for the second time to the presidency. He rejoined his command at Savannah, and was with it until the surrender of Johnson, after which he went with the army to Washington. His military career ended with his nomination in 1866 by the Republicans of Illinois to represent the state as Congressman at large in the 40th Congress. He was elected by 60,000 majority. He was one of the managers on the part of the House of Representatives in the impeachment proceedings which were instituted against Johnson. In 1868 and 1870 he was re-elected to the House, but before he had finished his term, under the last election, he was elected to the United States Senate to succeed Senator Yates. The last term for which he was elected expires in 1891. He took an active part in the last presidential campaign, when he and Mr. Blaine were the candidates on the presidential ticket, and had a strong influence in holding the soldier vote fast in the Republican ranks. Mr. Logan's views in regard to the immortality of the soul was clearly expressed in a speech delivered at the tomb of General Grant on Memorial Day, 1886. Was any American soldier immolated upon a blind law of his country? Not one. Every soldier in the Union ranks, whether in the regular army or not, was in the fullest sense a member of the great, the imperishable, the immortal army of American volunteers. These gallant spirits now lie in untimely sepulchre. No more will they respond to the fierce blast of the bugle or the call to arms. But let us believe that they are not dead, but sleeping. Look at the patient caterpillar as he crawls on the ground, liable to be crushed by every careless foot that passes. He heeds no menace, and turns from no dangers. Regardless of circumstances, he treads his daily round, avoided by the little child sporting upon the sward. He has work, earnest work, to perform, from which he will not be turned, even at the forfeit of his life. Reaching his appointed place, he ceases even to eat, and begins to spin those delicate fibers which, woven into fabrics of beauty and utility, contribute to the comfort and adornment of a superior race. His work done, he lies down to the sleep from which he never wakes in the old form, but that silent, motionless body is not dead. An astonishing metamorphosis is taking place. The gross digestive apparatus dwindles away. The 3 pairs of legs which served the creature to crawl upon the ground are exchanged for 6 pairs suited to a different purpose. The skin is cast, the form is changed, a pair of wings painted like the morning flowers spring out, and presently the ugly worm that trailed its slow length through the dust is transformed into the beautiful butterfly, basking in the bright sunshine, the envy of the child, and the admiration of the man. Is there no appeal in this wonderful enchanting fact to man's highest reason? Does it contain no suggestion that man, representing the highest pinnacle of created life upon the globe, must undergo a final metamorphosis, as supremely more marvelous and more spiritual as man is greater in physical conformation and far removed in mental construction from the humble worm, that, at the call of nature, straightway leaves the ground, and soars upon the gleeful air? Is the fact not 1,000-fold more convincing than the assurance of the poet? It must be so. Plato, thou reasonest well, else whence this pleasing hope, this fond desire, this longing after immortality? Or whence this dread secret and inward horror of falling into naught? Why shrinks the soul back on herself, and startles at destruction? 'Tis the divinity that stirs within us. 'Tis heaven itself that points out an hereafter, and intimates eternity to man. Eternity, thou pleasing, dreadful thought. On December 26th, 1886, the strong man succumbed to rheumatism. His death was a great shock to his numerous friends throughout the Union, and he was mourned by a great and mighty nation. From the lowly ranks to whom he belonged by birth, to the most exalted circles, the sympathy for the bereaved was genuine. Section 68. John A. Logan.
Section 69 of Hidden Treasures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hidden Treasures by Harry A. Lewis. Section 69. James G. Blaine. Part 1. Few men are more prominently placed before the vision of a mighty nation today than James G. Blaine. Born in obscurity, he possesses traits of character which are peculiar to himself. They differ widely from that of any statesman who ever spoke in the legislative halls at Washington. Colleges of themselves make no man great. An educated idiot will never make a statesman, notwithstanding the too prevalent notion that the possession of a diploma should entitle any one to a place in our social aristocracy. The great, active, relentless human world gives a man a place of real influence, and crowns him as truly great for what he really is, and will not care a fig for any college certificate. If the young man is determined to succeed in the world, then a college is a help. The trouble is not in the college, but in the man. He should regard the college as a means to attain a result, not the result of itself. The question the great busy world asks the claimant is, what can he do? If the claimant enters school determined to succeed, even if he sleeps but 4 to 6 hours out of the 24, he will be benefited. However, a study like that of Webster by New Hampshire pine knots, and like Garfield's by a woodpile, generally proves valuable. Blaine's life is thus beautifully described by his biographer. James Gillespie Blaine, the subject of this biography, was born January 31st, 1830. His father, Ephraim L. Blaine, and his mother, Maria Gillespie, still lived in their 2-story house on the banks of the Monongahela. No portentous events, either in nature or public affairs, marked his advent. A few neighbors, with generous interest and sympathy, extended their aid and congratulations. The tops of the hills and the distant Alleghanies were white with snow, but the valley was bare and brown, and the swollen river swept the busy ferryboat from shore to shore with marked emphasis, as old acquaintances repeated the news of the day: Blaine has another son. Another soul clothed in humanity, another cry, increased care in one little home, that was all. It seemed so sad in this, the day of his fame and power, that the mother who, with such pain and misgivings, prayer and noble resolutions, saw his face for the first time, should now be sleeping in the churchyard. In the path that now leads by her grave, she had often paused before entering the shadowy gates of the weather-beaten Catholic Church, and calmed her anxious fears that she might devoutly worship God and secure the answer to her prayer for her child. It seems strange now, in the light of other experiences, that no tradition or record of a mother's prophecy concerning the future greatness of her son comes down to us from that birthday, or from his earliest years, but the old European customs and prejudices of her Irish and Scottish ancestry seem to have lingered with sufficient force to still give the place of social honor and to found the parents' hopes on the firstborn. To all concerned, it was a birth of no special significance. Outside of the family, it was a matter of no moment. Births were frequent. The Brownsville people heard of it and passed on to forget, as a ripple in the Monongahela flashes on the careless sight for a moment, and then the river rolls on as before. Ephraim Blaine was proud of another son. The little brother and the smaller sister hailed a new brother. The mother, with a deep joy which escaped not in words, looked onward and tried to read the future, when the flood of years should have carried her new treasure from her arms. That flood has swept over her now, and all her highest hopes and ambition is filled, but she seems not to hear the church bells that ring, nor the cannon that bellow at the sound of his name. All his early childhood years were spent about his home, playing in the well-kept yard, gazing at the numerous boats that so frequently went puffing by. For a short time the family moved to the old Gillespie house further up the river, and some of the inhabitants say that at one time, while some repairs were going on, they resided at the old homestead of Neil Gillespie, back from the river on Indian Hill. At 17 he graduated from school, and his father losing what little property he did have, young Blaine was thrown upon his own resources. But it is often the best thing possible for a young man to be thus tossed overboard and be compelled to sink or swim. It develops a self-reliant nature. He secured employment as a teacher, and into this calling he threw his whole soul. Thus he became a success as an educator at Blue Lick Springs. He next went to Philadelphia, and for 2 years was the principal teacher of the boys in the Philadelphia Institution for Instruction of the Blind. When he left that institution, he left behind him a universal regret at a serious loss incurred, but an impression of his personal force upon the work of that institution, which, it is stated on good authority, is felt to this day. Mr. Chapin, the principal, one day said, as he took from a desk in the corner of the schoolroom a thick quarto manuscript book, bound in dark leather and marked Journal, "Now I will show you something that illustrates how thoroughly Mr. Blaine mastered anything he took hold of." This book Mr. Blaine compiled with great labor from the minute books of the Board of Managers. It is a historical view of the institution from the time of its foundation up to the time of Mr. Blaine's departure. He did all the work in his own room, telling no one of it till he left. Then he presented it through me to the Board of Managers, who were both surprised and gratified. I believe they made him a present of $100 as a thank offering for an invaluable work. The book illustrates one great feature in the success of Mr. Blaine. It is clear and indicates his mastery of facts in whatever he undertook, and his orderly presentation of facts in detail. The fact that no one knew of it until the proper time, when its effect would be greatest, shows that he naturally possesses a quality that is almost indispensable to the highest attainment of success. He left Philadelphia for Augusta, Maine, where he became editor of the Kennebec Journal. While editor and member of his state legislature, he laid the foundation which prepared him to step at once to the front when, in 1862, he was sent to the National Congress, when the country was greatly agitated over the 520 bonds, and how they should be redeemed. Mr. Blaine spoke as follows: "But now, Mr. Speaker, suppose for the sake of argument we admit that the government may fairly and legally pay the 520 bonds in paper currency. What then? I ask the gentleman from Massachusetts to tell us, what then? It is easy, I know, to issue as many greenbacks as will pay the maturing bonds, regardless of the effect upon the inflation of prices and the general derangement of business. 500 millions of 520s are now payable, and according to the easy mode suggested, all we have to do is to set the printing presses in motion, and so long as rags and lampblack hold out, we need have no embarrassment about paying our national debt. But the ugly question recurs: what are you going to do with the greenbacks thus put afloat? 500 millions this year, and 1,100 millions more on this theory of payment by the year 1872, so that within the period of 4 and 5 years we would have added to our paper money the thrilling inflation of 1,600 millions of dollars. We should all have splendid times, doubtless. Wheat under the new dispensation ought to bring $20 a bushel, and boots would not be worth more than $200 a pair, and the farmers of our country would be as well off as Santa Anna's rabble of Mexican soldiers, who were allowed $10 a day for their services and charged $11 for their rations and clothing. The 1,600 millions of greenbacks, added to the amount already issued, would give us some 2,300 millions of paper money, and I suppose the theory of the new doctrine would leave this mass permanently in circulation, for it would hardly be consistent to advocate the redemption of the greenbacks in gold after having repudiated and forsworn our obligation on the bonds. But if it be intended to redeem the legal tenders in gold, what will have been the net gain to the government in the whole transaction? If any gentleman will tell me, I shall be glad to learn how it will be easier to pay 1,600 millions in gold in the redemption of greenbacks than to pay the same amount in the redemption of 520 bonds. The policy advocated, it seems to me, has only two alternatives: the one to ruinously inflate the currency and leave it so, reckless of results; the other to ruinously inflate the currency at the outset, only to render redemption in gold far more burdensome in the end. I know it may be claimed that the means necessary to redeem the 520s in greenbacks may be realized by a new issue of currency bonds to be placed on the market. Of results in the future every gentleman has the right to his own opinion, and all may alike indulge in speculation, but it does seem to me that the government should be placed in awkward attitude when it should enter the market to negotiate the loan, the avails of which were to be devoted to breaking faith with those who already held its most sacred obligations. What possible security would the new class of creditors have that when their debts were matured some new form of evasion would be resorted to, by which they in turn would be deprived of their just and honest dues? Falsus in uno, falsus in omnibus would supply the ready form of protest against trusting a government with a new loan when it had just ignored its plain obligation on an old one. Payment of the 520 bonds in paper currency involves therefore a limitless issue of greenbacks, with attendant evils of gigantic magnitude and far-reaching consequence. And the worst evil of the whole is the delusion which calls this a payment at all. It is no payment in any proper sense, for it neither gives the creditor what he is entitled to, nor does it release the debtor from subsequent responsibility. You may get rid of the 520 by issuing the greenback, but how will you get rid of the greenback except by paying gold? The only escape from ultimate payment of gold is to declare that as a nation we permanently and finally renounce all idea of ever attaining a specie standard, that we launch ourselves on an ocean of paper money without shore or sounding, with no rudder to guide us and no compass to steer by. And this is precisely what is involved if we adopt this mischievous suggestion of a new way to pay old debts. Our fate in attempting such a course may be easily read in the history of similar follies both in Europe and in our own country. Prostration of credit, financial disaster, widespread distress among all classes of the community would form the closing scenes in our career of gratuitous folly and national dishonor. And from such an abyss of sorrow and humiliation it would be a painful and toilsome effort to regain as sound a position in our finances as we are asked voluntarily to abandon today. The remedy for our financial troubles, Mr. Speaker, will not be found in a superabundance of depreciated paper currency. It lies in the opposite direction, and the sooner the nation finds itself on a specie basis, the sooner will the public treasury be freed from embarrassment and private business relieved from discouragement. Instead, therefore, of entering upon a reckless and boundless issue of legal tenders, with their consequent depression, if not destruction, of value, let us set resolutely to work, and make those already in circulation equal to so many gold dollars. When that result shall be accomplished, we can proceed to pay our 520s either in coin or paper, for the one would be equivalent to the other. But to proceed deliberately on a scheme of depreciating our legal tenders and then forcing the holders of government bonds to accept them in payment would resemble in point of honor the policy of a merchant who, with abundant resources and prosperous business, should devise a plan for throwing discredit on his own notes with the view of having them bought up at a discount, ruinous to the holders and immensely profitable to his own knavish pocket. This comparison may faintly illustrate the wrongfulness of the policy, but not its consummate folly. For in the case of the government, unlike the merchant, the stern necessity would recur of making good in the end, by the payment of hard coin, all the discount that might be gained by the temporary substitution of paper. Discarding all such schemes as at once unworthy and unprofitable, let us direct our policy steadily, but not rashly, toward the resumption of specie payment. And when we have attained that end, easily attainable at no distant day, if the proper policy be pursued, we can all unite on some honorable plan for the redemption of the 520 bonds, and the issuing instead thereof a new series of bonds which can be more favorably placed at a low rate of interest. When we shall have reached the specie basis, the value of United States securities will be so high in the money market of the world that we can command our own terms. We can then call in our 520s according to the very letter and spirit of the bond, and adjust a new loan that will be eagerly sought for by capitalists, and will be free from those elements of discontent that in some measure surround the existing funded debt of the country. As to the particular measures of legislation requisite to hasten the resumption of specie payment, gentlemen equally entitled to respect may widely differ, but there is one line of policy conducive thereto, on which we all ought to agree, and that is on a serious reduction of the government expenses and a consequent lightening of the burdens of taxation. The interest-bearing debt of the United States, when permanently funded, will not exceed 2,100 millions of dollars, imposing an annual interest of about 125 millions. Our other expenses, including war, navy, the pension list, and the civil list, ought not to exceed 100 millions, so that if we raise 250 millions from customs and internal revenue combined, we should have 25 millions annual surplus to apply to the reduction of the public debt. But to attain this end we must mend our ways and practice an economy far more consistent and severe than any we have attempted in the past. Our military peace establishment must be reduced one half at least, and our naval appropriations correspondingly curtailed, and innumerable leaks and gaps and loose ends that have so long attended our government expenditure must be taken up and stopped. If such a policy be pursued by Congress, neither the principal of the debt, nor the interest of the debt, nor the annual expenses of government will be burdensome to the people. We can raise 250 millions of revenue on the gold basis, and at the same time have a vast reduction in our taxes, and we can do this without repudiation in any form, either open or covert, avowed or indirect, but with every obligation of the government fulfilled and discharged in its exact letter and in its generous spirit. And this, Mr. Speaker, we shall do. Our national honor demands it. Our national interest equally demands it. We have vindicated our claim to the highest heroism on 100 bloody battlefields, and have stopped at no sacrifice of life needful to the maintenance of our national integrity. I am sure that in the peace which our arms have conquered, we shall not dishonor ourselves by withholding from any public creditor a dollar that we promise to pay him, nor seek by cunning construction and clever afterthought to evade or escape the full responsibility of our national indebtedness. It will doubtless cost us a vast sum to pay that indebtedness, but it would cost us incalculably more not to pay it. This speech here referred to, occurring as it did when the ablest speakers were interested, was pronounced as a marvel. The great rows of figures which he gave, but which space will not allow us to give, illustrates the man and his thorough mastery of all great public questions. He never enters a debate unless fully prepared. If not already prepared, he prepares himself. His reserve power is wonderful. What a feature of success is reserve power! In 1876 occurred one of the most remarkable contests ever known in Congress. The debate began upon the proposition to grant a general amnesty to all those who had engaged in the Southern War on the side of the Confederacy. Of course, this would include Mr. Davis. The Honorable Benjamin H. Hill of Georgia, one of the ablest congressmen in the South, met Mr. Blaine on the question. As space will not permit us to go into detail at all as we would like to, we give simply an extract from one of Mr. Blaine's replies. I am very frank to say that in regard to all these gentlemen, save one, I do not know of any reason why amnesty should not be granted to them, as it has been to many others of the same class. I am not here to argue against it. The gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Cason, suggests on their application. I am coming to that. But as I have said, seeing in this list, as I have examined it with some care, no gentleman to whom I think there would be any objection, since amnesty has already become so general, and I am not going back of that question to argue it, I am in favor of granting it to them. But in the absence of this respectful form of application, which, since May 22, 1872, has become a sort of common law as preliminary to amnesty, I simply wish to put it in that they shall go before a United States court, and in open court, with uplifted hand, swear that they mean to conduct themselves as good citizens of the United States. That is all. Now, gentlemen may say that this is a foolish exaction. Possibly it is. But somehow or other I have a prejudice in favor of it, and there are some petty points in it that appeal as well to prejudice as to conviction. For one, I do not want to impose citizenship on any gentleman. If I am correctly informed, and I state it only on rumor, there are some gentlemen in this list who have spoken contemptuously of the idea of their taking citizenship, and have spoken still more contemptuously of the idea of their applying for citizenship. I may state it wrongly, and if I do, I am willing to be corrected. But I understand that Mr. Robert Toombs has, on several occasions at watering places, both in this country and in Europe, stated that he would not ask the United States for citizenship. Very well. We can stand it about as well as Mr. Robert Toombs can. And if Mr. Robert Toombs is not prepared to go into a court of the United States and swear that he means to be a good citizen, let him stay out. I do not think that the two houses of Congress should convert themselves into a joint convention for the purpose of embracing Mr. Robert Toombs, and gushingly request him to favor us by coming back to accept all the honors of citizenship. That is the whole. And all I ask is that each of these gentlemen shall show his good faith by coming forward and taking the oath which you on that side of the house, and we on this side of the house, and all of us take and gladly take. It is a very small exaction to make as a preliminary to full restoration to all the rights of citizenship. In my amendment, Mr. Speaker, I have excepted Jefferson Davis from its operation. Now, I do not place it on the ground that Mr. Davis was, as he has been commonly called, the head and front of the rebellion, because on that ground I do not think the exception would be tenable. Mr. Davis was just as guilty, no more so, no less so, than thousands of others who have already received the benefit and grace of amnesty. Probably he was far less efficient as an enemy of the United States. Probably he was far more useful as a disturber of the councils of the Confederacy than many who have already received amnesty. It is not because of any particular and special damage that he above others did to the Union, or because he was personally or especially of consequence, that I accept him. But I accept him on this ground, that he was the author, knowingly, deliberately, guiltily, and willfully, of the gigantic murders and crimes at Andersonville. Mr. Speaker, this is not a proposition to punish Jefferson Davis. There is nobody attempting that. I will very frankly say that I myself thought the indictment of Mr. Davis at Richmond under the administration of Mr. Johnson was a weak attempt, for he was indicted only for that of which he was guilty in common with all the others who went into the Confederate movement. Therefore there was no particular reason for it. But I will undertake to say this, and as it may be considered an extreme speech, I want to say it with great deliberation, that there is not a government, a civilized government, on the face of the globe, I am very sure there is not a European government, that would not have arrested Mr. Davis, and when they had him in their power would not have tried him for maltreatment of the prisoners of war and shot him within 30 days. France, Russia, England, Germany, Austria, any one of them would have done it. The poor victim Wirz deserved his death for brutal treatment and murder of many victims. But I always thought it was a weak movement on the part of our government to allow Jefferson Davis to go at large and hang Wirz. I confess I do. Wirz was nothing in the world but a mere subordinate, a tool, and there was no special reason for singling him out for death. I do not say he did not deserve it. He did, richly, amply, fully. He deserved no mercy, but at the same time, as I have often said, it seemed like skipping over the president, superintendent, and board of directors in the case of a great railroad accident, and hanging the brakeman of the rear car. There is no proposition here to punish Jefferson Davis. Nobody is seeking to do it. That time has gone by. The statute of limitation, common feelings of humanity, will supervene for his benefit. But what you ask us to do is to declare by a vote of 2/3 of both branches of Congress that we consider Mr. Davis worthy to fill the highest offices in the United States if he can get a constituency to endorse him. He is a voter. He can buy and he can sell. He can go and he can come. He is as free as any man in the United States. There is a large list of subordinate offices to which he is eligible. This bill proposes, in view of that record, that Mr. Davis, by a 2/3 vote of the Senate and a 2/3 vote of the House, be declared eligible and worthy to fill any office up to the presidency of the United States. For one, upon full deliberation, I will not do it. End of section 69. James G. Blaine, Part 1. Section 70 of Hidden Treasures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hidden Treasures by Harry A. Lewis. Section 70. James G. Blaine, Part 2. These two speeches illustrate the scope of Blaine in debate. These speeches also clearly show why he is so dearly beloved or so bitterly hated. But that Mr. Blaine is an orator of the first order cannot be gainsaid. The preceding speeches represent the highest attainment of one ideal of an orator, and in a role in which Mr. Blaine is almost without parallel, in his memorial address on Garfield, delivered in the hall of the House of Representatives, he presents the lofty style which is the beau ideal of oratory. He spoke something as follows: Mr. President, for the second time in this generation, the great departments of the government of the United States are assembled in the Hall of Representatives to do honor to the memory of a murdered president. Lincoln fell at the close of a mighty struggle in which the passions of men had been deeply stirred. The tragical termination of his great life added but another to the lengthened succession of horrors which had marked so many lintels with the blood of the firstborn. Garfield was slain in a day of peace, when brother had been reconciled to brother, and when anger and hate had been banished from the land. Whoever shall hereafter draw the portrait of murder, if he will show it as it has been exhibited where such example was last to have been looked for, let him not give it the grim visage of Moloch, the brow knitted by revenge, the face black with settled hate. Let him draw rather a decorous, smooth-faced, bloodless demon, not so much an example of human nature in its depravity and in its paroxysms of crime, as an infernal being, a fiend in the ordinary display and development of his character. His father dying before he was 2 years old, Garfield's early life was one of privation, but its poverty has been made indelicately and unjustly prominent. Thousands of readers have imagined him as the ragged, starving child, whose reality too often greets the eye in the squalid sections of our large cities. General Garfield's infancy and youth had none of this destitution, none of these pitiful features appealing to the tender heart and to the open hand of charity. He was a poor boy in the same sense in which Henry Clay was a poor boy, in which Andrew Jackson was a poor boy, in which Daniel Webster was a poor boy, in the sense in which a large majority of the eminent men of America in all generations have been poor boys. Before a great multitude in a public speech, Mr. Webster bore this testimony: "It did not happen to me to be born in a log cabin. But my elder brothers and sisters were born in a log cabin raised amid the snowdrifts of New Hampshire at a period so early that when the smoke rose first from its rude chimney and curled over the frozen hills, there was no similar evidence of a white man's habitation between it and the settlements on the rivers of Canada. Its remains still exist. I make to it an annual visit. I carry my children to it to teach them the hardships endured by the generations which have gone before them. I love to dwell on the tender recollections, the kindred ties, the early affections, and the touching narratives and incidents which mingle with all I know of this primitive family abode. With the requisite change of scene, the same words would aptly portray the early days of Garfield. The poverty of the frontier, where all are engaged in a common struggle, and where a common sympathy and hearty cooperation lighten the burdens of each, is a very different poverty, different in kind, different in influence and effect, from that conscious and humiliating indigence which is every day forced to contrast itself with neighboring wealth on which it feels a sense of grinding dependence. The poverty of the frontier is indeed no poverty. It is but the beginning of wealth, and has the boundless possibilities of the future always opening before it. No man ever grew up in the agricultural regions of the West, where a house raising or even a corn husking is matter of common interest and helpfulness, with any other feeling than that of broad-minded, generous independence. This honorable independence marked the youth of Garfield, as it marks the youth of millions of the best blood and brain now training for future citizenship and future government of the Republic. Garfield was born heir to land, to the title of freeholder, which has been the patent and passport of self-respect from the Anglo-Saxon race ever since Hengist and Horsa landed on the shores of England. His adventure on the canal, an alternative between that and the deck of a Lake Erie schooner, was a farmer boy's device for earning money, just as the New England lad begins a possibly great career by sailing before the mast on a coasting vessel or on a merchantman bound to the farther India or to the China seas. No manly man feels anything of shame in looking back to early struggles with adverse circumstances, and no man feels a worthier pride than when he has conquered the obstacles to his progress. But no one of noble mold desires to be looked upon as having occupied a menial position, as having been repressed by a feeling of inferiority, or as having suffered the evils of poverty until relief was found in the hands of charity. General Garfield's youth presented no hardships which family love and family energy did not overcome, subjected him to no privations which he did not cheerfully accept, and left no memories save those which were recalled with delight and transmitted with profit and with pride. Garfield's early opportunities for securing an education were extremely limited, and yet were sufficient to develop in him an intense desire to learn. He could read at 3 years of age, and each winter he had the advantage of the district school. He read all the books to be found within the circle of his acquaintance. Some of them he got by heart. While yet in childhood he was a constant student of the Bible, and became familiar with its literature. The dignity and earnestness of his speech in his maturer life gave evidence of this early training. At 18 years of age he was able to teach school, and thenceforward his ambition was to obtain a college education. To this end he bent all efforts, working in the harvest field, at the carpenter's bench, and in the winter season teaching the common schools of the neighborhood. While thus laboriously occupied, he found time to prosecute his studies, and was so successful that at 22 years of age he was able to enter the junior class at Williams College, then under the presidency of the venerable and honored Mark Hopkins, who, in the fullness of his powers, survives the eminent pupil to whom he was of inestimable service. The history of Garfield's life to this period presents no novel features. He had undoubtedly shown perseverance, self-reliance, self-sacrifice, and ambition, qualities which, be it said for the honor of our country, are everywhere to be found among the young men of America. But from his graduation at Williams onward to the hour of his tragical death, Garfield's career was eminent and exceptional. Slowly working through his educational period, receiving his diploma when 24 years of age, he seemed at one bound to spring into conspicuous and brilliant success. Within 6 years he was successively president of a college, state senator of Ohio, major general of the Army of the United States, and representative elect to the National Congress. A combination of honors so varied, so elevated, within a period so brief, and to a man so young, is without precedent or parallel in the history of the country. Garfield's army life was begun with no other military knowledge than such as he had hastily gained from books in the few months preceding his march to the field. Stepping from civil life to the head of a regiment, the first order he received when ready to cross the Ohio was to assume command of a brigade and to operate as an independent force in eastern Kentucky. His immediate duty was to check the advance of Humphrey Marshall, who was marching down the Big Sandy with the intention of occupying, in connection with other Confederate forces, the entire territory of Kentucky and of precipitating the state into secession. This was at the close of the year 1861. Seldom, if ever, has a young college professor been thrown into a more embarrassing and discouraging position. He knew just enough of military science, as he expressed it himself, to measure the extent of his ignorance, and with a handful of men he was marching in rough winter weather into a strange country, among a hostile population, to confront a largely superior force under the command of a distinguished graduate of West Point, who had seen active and important service in 2 preceding wars. The result of the campaign is a matter of history. The skill, the endurance, the extraordinary energy shown by Garfield, the courage he imparted to his men, raw and untried as himself, the measures he adopted to increase his force and to create in the enemy's mind exaggerated estimates of his numbers, bore perfect fruit in the routing of Marshall, the capture of his camp, the dispersion of his force, and the emancipation of an important territory from the control of the rebellion. Coming at the close of a long series of disasters to the Union arms, Garfield's victory had an unusual and extraneous importance, and in the popular judgment elevated the young commander to the rank of a military hero. With less than 2,000 men in his entire command, with a mobilized force of only 1,100, without cannon, he had met an army of 5,000 and defeated them, driving Marshall's forces successively from 2 strongholds of their own selection, fortified with abundant artillery. Major General Buell, commanding the Department of the Ohio, an experienced and able soldier of the regular army, published an order of thanks and congratulation on the brilliant result of the Big Sandy campaign, which would have turned the head of a less cool and sensible man than Garfield. Buell declared that his services had called into action the highest qualities of a soldier, and President Lincoln supplemented these words of praise by the more substantial reward of a brigadier general's commission, to bear date from the day of his decisive victory over Marshall. The subsequent military career of Garfield fully sustained its brilliant beginning. With his new commission he was assigned to the command of a brigade in the Army of the Ohio, and took part in the second and decisive day's fight on the bloody field of Shiloh. The remainder of the year 1862 was not especially eventful to Garfield, as it was not to the armies with which he was serving. His practical sense was called into exercise in completing the task assigned him by General Buell of reconstructing bridges and reestablishing lines of railway communication for the army. His occupation in this useful but not brilliant field was varied by service on courts-martial of importance, in which department of duty he won a valuable reputation, attracting the notice and securing the approval of the able and eminent Judge Advocate General of the Army. This of itself was warrant to honorable fame, for among the great men who in those trying days gave themselves with entire devotion to the service of their country, one who brought to that service the ripest learning, the most fervid eloquence, the most varied attainments, who labored with modesty and shunned applause, who in the day of triumph sat reserved and silent and grateful as Francis Deak in the hour of Hungary's deliverance, was Joseph Holt of Kentucky, who in his honorable retirement enjoys the respect and veneration of all who love the Union of the States. Early in 1863 Garfield was assigned to the highly important and responsible post of Chief of Staff to General Rosecrans, then at the head of the Army of the Cumberland. Perhaps in a great military campaign no subordinate officer requires sounder judgment and quicker knowledge of men than the Chief of Staff to the commanding general. An indiscreet man in such a position can sow more discord, breed more jealousy, and disseminate more strife than any other officer in the entire organization. When General Garfield assumed his new duties, he found various troubles already well developed and seriously affecting the value and efficiency of the Army of the Cumberland. The energy, the impartiality, and the tact with which he sought to allay these dissensions and to discharge the duties of his new and trying position will always remain one of the most striking proofs of his great versatility. His military duties closed on the memorable field of Chickamauga, a field which, however disastrous to the Union arms, gave to him the occasion of winning imperishable laurels. The very rare distinction was accorded him of a great promotion for bravery on a field that was lost. President Lincoln appointed him a major general in the Army of the United States for gallant and meritorious conduct in the Battle of Chickamauga. The Army of the Cumberland was reorganized under the command of General Thomas, who promptly offered Garfield one of its divisions. He was extremely desirous to accept the position, but was embarrassed by the fact that he had a year before been elected to Congress, and the time when he must take his seat was drawing near. He preferred to remain in the military service, and had within his own breast the largest confidence of success in the wider field which his new rank opened to him. Balancing the arguments on the one side and the other, anxious to determine what was for the best, desirous above all things to do his patriotic duty, he was decisively influenced by the advice of President Lincoln and Secretary Stanton, both of whom assured him that he could at that time be of especial value in the House of Representatives. He resigned his commission of Major General on the 5th day of December, 1863, and took his seat in the House of Representatives on the 7th. He had served 2 years and 4 months in the army, and had just completed his 32nd year. The 38th Congress is preeminently entitled in history to the designation of the War Congress. It was elected while the war was flagrant, and every member was chosen upon the issues involved in the continuance of the struggle. The 37th Congress had indeed legislated to a large extent on war measures, but it was chosen before anyone believed that secession of the states would be actually attempted. The magnitude of the work which fell upon its successor was unprecedented, both in respect to the vast sums of money raised for the support of the army and navy, and of the new and extraordinary powers of legislation which it was forced to exercise. Only 24 states were represented, and 182 members were upon its roll. Among these were many distinguished party leaders on both sides, veterans in the public service, with established reputations for ability, and with that skill which comes only from parliamentary experience. Into this assemblage of men Garfield entered without special preparation, and it might almost be said unexpectedly. The question of taking command of a division of troops under General Thomas, or taking his seat in Congress, was kept open till the last moment, so late indeed that the resignation of his military commission and his appearance in the House were almost contemporaneous. He wore the uniform of a major general of the United States Army on Saturday, and on Monday, in civilian dress, he answered to roll call as a representative in Congress from the state of Ohio. He was especially fortunate in the constituency which elected him. Descended almost entirely from New England stock, the men of the Ashtabula district were intensely radical on all questions relating to human rights. Well educated, thrifty, thoroughly intelligent in affairs, acutely discerning of character, not quick to bestow confidence, and slow to withdraw it, they were at once the most helpful and the most exacting of supporters. Their tenacious trust in men in whom they have once confided is illustrated by the unparalleled fact that Elisha Whittlesey, Joshua R. Giddings, and James A. Garfield represented the district for 54 years. There is no test of a man's ability in any department of public life more severe than service in the House of Representatives. There is no place where so little deference is paid to reputation previously acquired, or to eminence won outside. No place where so little consideration is shown for the feelings or the failures of beginners. What a man gains in the House, he gains by sheer force of his own character. And if he loses and falls back, he must expect no mercy and will receive no sympathy. It is a field in which the survival of the strongest is the recognized rule, and where no pretense can deceive and no glamour can mislead. The real man is discovered, his worth is impartially weighed, his rank is irreversibly decreed. With possibly a single exception, Garfield was the youngest member in the House when he entered, and was but 7 years from his college graduation. But he had not been in his seat 60 days before his ability was recognized and his place conceded. He stepped to the front with the confidence of one who belonged there. The House was crowded with strong men of both parties. 19 of them have since been transferred to the Senate, and many of them have served with distinction in the gubernatorial chairs of their respective states, and on foreign missions of great consequence. But among them all, none grew so rapidly, none so firmly as Garfield. As is said by Trevelyan of his parliamentary hero, Garfield succeeded because all the world in concert could not have kept him in the background, and because when once in the front he played his part with a prompt intrepidity and a commanding ease that were but the outward symptoms of the immense reserves of energy on which it was in his power to draw. Indeed, the apparently reserved force which Garfield possessed was one of his great characteristics. He never did so well but that it seemed he could easily have done better. He never expended so much strength but that he appeared to be holding additional power at call. This is one of the happiest and rarest distinctions of an effective debater, and often counts for as much in persuading an assembly as the eloquent and elaborate argument. The great measure of Garfield's fame was filled by his service in the House of Representatives. His military life, illustrated by honorable performance and rich in promise, was, as he himself felt, prematurely terminated and necessarily incomplete. Speculation as to what he might have done in a field where the great prizes are so few cannot be profitable. It is sufficient to say that as a soldier he did his duty bravely, he did it intelligently, he won an enviable fame, and he retired from the service without blot or breath against him. As a lawyer, though admirably equipped for the profession, he can scarcely be said to have entered on its practice. The few efforts he made at the bar were distinguished by the same high order of talent which he exhibited on every field where he was put to the test. And if a man may be accepted as a competent judge of his own capacities and adaptations, the law was the profession to which Garfield should have devoted himself. But fate ordained otherwise, and his reputation in history will rest largely upon his service in the House of Representatives. That service was exceptionally long. He was 9 times consecutively chosen to the House, an honor enjoyed probably by not 20 other representatives of the more than 5,000 who have been elected from the organization of the government to this hour. As a parliamentary orator, as a debater on an issue squarely joined, where the position has been chosen and the ground laid out, Garfield must be assigned a very high rank, more perhaps than any man with whom he was associated in public life. He gave careful and systematic study to public questions, and he came to every discussion in which he took part with elaborate and complete preparation. He was a steady and indefatigable worker. Those who imagine that talent or genius can supply the place or achieve the results of labor will find no encouragement in Garfield's life. In preliminary work he was apt, rapid, and skillful. He possessed in a high degree the power of readily absorbing ideas and facts, and, like Dr. Johnson, had the art of getting from a book all that was of value in it by a reading apparently so quick and cursory that it seemed like a mere glance at the table of contents. He was a preeminently fair and candid man in debate, took no petty advantage, stooped to no unworthy methods, avoided personal allusions, rarely appealed to prejudice, did not seek to inflame passion. He had a quicker eye for the strong point of his adversary than for his weak point, and on his own side he so marshaled his weighty arguments as to make his hearers forget any possible lack in the complete strength of his position. He had a habit of stating his opponent's side with such amplitude of fairness and such liberality of concession that his followers often complained that he was giving his case away. But never in his prolonged participation in the proceedings of the House did he give his case away, or fail in the judgment of competent and impartial listeners to gain the mastery. These characteristics, which marked Garfield as a great debater, did not, however, make him a great parliamentary leader. A parliamentary leader, as that term is understood wherever free representative government exists, is necessarily and very strictly the organ of his party. An ardent American defined the instinctive warmth of patriotism when he offered the toast, "Our country always right, but right or wrong, our country." The parliamentary leader, who has a body of followers that will do and dare and die for the cause, is one who believes his party is always right, but right or wrong is for his party. No more important or exacting duty devolves upon him than the selection of the field and the time for contest. He must know not merely how to strike, but where to strike and when to strike. He often skillfully avoids the strength of his opponent's position and scatters confusion in his ranks by attacking an exposed point when really the righteousness of the cause and the strength of logical entrenchment are against him. He conquers often both against the right and the heavy battalions, as when young Charles Fox, in the days of his Toryism, carried the House of Commons against justice, against its immemorial rights, against his own convictions, if indeed at that period Fox had convictions, and in the interest of a corrupt administration, in obedience to a tyrannical sovereign, drove Wilkes from the seat to which the electors of Middlesex had chosen him, and installed Luttrell, in defiance not merely of law, but of public decency. For an achievement of that kind Garfield was disqualified by the texture of his mind, by the honesty of his heart, by his conscience, and by every instinct and aspiration of his nature. The three most distinguished parliamentary leaders hitherto developed in this country are Mr. Clay, Mr. Douglas, and Mr. Thaddeus Stevens. They were all men of consummate ability, of great earnestness, of intense personality, differing widely each from the other, and yet with a signal trait in common, the power to command. In the give and take of daily discussion, in the art of controlling and consolidating reluctant and refractory followers, in the skill to overcome all forms of opposition, and to meet with competency and courage the varying phases of unlooked-for assault or unsuspected defection, it would be difficult to rank with these a fourth name in all our congressional history. But of these Mr. Clay was the greatest. It would perhaps be impossible to find in the parliamentary annals of the world a parallel to Mr. Clay. In 1841, when at 64 years of age he took the control of the Whig party from the president, who had received their suffrages, against the power of Webster in the cabinet, against the eloquence of Choate in the Senate, against the Herculean efforts of Caleb Cushing and Henry A. Wise in the House. In unshared leadership, in the pride and plenitude of power, he hurled against John Tyler with deepest scorn the mass of that conquering column which had swept over the land in 1840, and drove his administration to seek shelter behind the lines of its political foes. Mr. Douglas achieved a victory scarcely less wonderful when, in 1854, against the secret desires of a strong administration, against the wise counsel of the older chiefs, against the conservative instincts and even the moral sense of the country, he forced a reluctant Congress into a repeal of the Missouri Compromise. Mr. Stephens, in his contest from 1865 to 1868, actually advanced his parliamentary leadership until Congress tied the hands of the president and governed the country by its own will, leaving only perfunctory duties to be discharged by the executive. With 200 millions of patronage in his hands at the opening of the contest, aided by the active force of Seward in the cabinet and the moral power of Chase on the bench, Andrew Johnson could not command the support of 1/3 in either house against the parliamentary uprisings of which Thaddeus Stevens was the animating spirit and the unquestioned leader. From these three great men, Garfield differed radically, differed in the quality of his mind, in temperament, in the form and phase of ambition. He could not do what they did, but he could do what they could not, and in the breadth of his congressional work he left that which will longer exert a potential influence among men, and which, measured by the severe test of posthumous criticism, will secure a more enduring and more enviable fame. Those unfamiliar with Garfield's industry and ignorant of the details of his work may in some degree measure them by the annals of Congress. No one of the generation of public men to which he belonged has contributed so much that will prove valuable for future reference. His speeches are numerous, many of them brilliant, all of them well studied, carefully phrased, and exhaustive of the subject under consideration. Collected from the scattered pages of 90 royal octavo volumes of congressional record, they would present an invaluable compendium of the political events of the most important era through which the national government has ever passed. When the history of this period shall be impartially written, when war legislation, measures of reconstruction, protection of human rights, amendments to the Constitution, maintenance of public credit, steps toward specie resumption, true theories of revenue may be reviewed, unsurrounded by prejudice and disconnected from partisanism, the speeches of Garfield will be estimated at their true value, and will be found to comprise a vast magazine of fact and argument, of clear analysis and sound conclusion. Indeed, if no other authority were accessible, his speeches in the House of Representatives from December of 1863 to June of 1880 would give a well-connected history and complete defense of the important legislation of the 17 eventful years that constitute his parliamentary life. Far beyond that, his speeches would be found to forecast many great measures yet to be completed, measures which he knew were beyond the public opinion of the hour, but which he confidently believed would secure popular approval within the period of his own lifetime and by the aid of his own efforts. Differing as Garfield does from the brilliant parliamentary leaders, it is not easy to find his counterpart anywhere in the record of American public life. He perhaps more nearly resembles Mr. Seward in his supreme faith in the all-conquering power of a principle. He had the love of learning and the patient industry of investigation to which John Quincy Adams owes his prominence and his presidency. He had some of those ponderous elements of mind which distinguish Mr. Webster, and which indeed in all our public life have left the great Massachusetts senator without an intellectual peer. In English parliamentary history, as in our own, The leaders in the House of Commons present points of essential difference from Garfield, but some of his methods recall the best features in the strong, independent course of Sir Robert Peel, to whom he had striking resemblances in the type of his mind and in the habit of his speech. He had all of Burke's love for the sublime and the beautiful, with possibly something of his superabundance. In his faith and in his magnanimity, in his power of statement, in his subtle analysis, in his faultless logic, in his love of literature, in his wealth and world of illustration, one is reminded of that great English statesman of to-day who, confronted with obstacles that would daunt any but the dauntless, reviled by those whom he would relieve as bitterly as by those whose supposed rights he is forced to invade, still labors with serene courage for the amelioration of Ireland and for the honor of the English name. Garfield's nomination to the presidency, while not predicted or anticipated, was not a surprise to the country. His prominence in Congress, his solid qualities, his wide reputation, strengthened by his own then recent election as senator from Ohio, kept him in the public eye as a man occupying the very highest rank among those entitled to be called statesmen. It was not mere chance that brought him this high honor. We must, says Mr. Emerson, reckon success a constitutional trait. If Eric is in robust health and has slept well and is at the top of his condition, and 30 years old at his departure from Greenland, he will still steer west, and his ships will reach Newfoundland. But take Eric out, and put in a stronger and bolder man, and the ships will sail 600, 1,000, 1,500 miles farther, and reach Labrador and New England. There is no chance in results. As a candidate, Garfield steadily grew in popular favor. He was met with a storm of detraction at the very hour of his nomination, and it continued with increasing volume and momentum until the close of his victorious campaign. No might nor greatness in mortality can censure escape back-wounding calumny. The whitest virtue strikes. What king so strong can tie the gall up in the slanderous tongue? Surely, if happiness can ever come from the honors or triumphs of this world, on that quiet July morning James A. Garfield may well have been a happy man. No foreboding of evil haunted him. No slightest premonition of danger clouded his sky. His terrible fate was upon him in an instant. One moment he stood erect, strong, confident in the years stretching peacefully out before him. The next he lay wounded, bleeding, helpless, doomed to weary weeks of torture, to silence and the grave. Great in life, he was surpassingly great in death. For no cause, in the very frenzy of wantonness and wickedness, by the red hand of murder, he was thrust from the full tide of this world's interests, from its hopes, its aspirations, its victories, into the visible presence of death, and he did not quail. Not alone for one short moment in which, stunned and dazed, he could give up life, hardly aware of its relinquishment, but through days of deadly languor, through weeks of agony that was not less agony because silently borne, with clear sight and calm courage he looked into his open grave. What blight and ruin met his anguished eyes, whose lips may tell? What brilliant broken plans, what baffled high ambitions, what sundering of strong, warm manhood's friendships, what bitter rending of sweet household ties! Behind him a proud, expectant nation, a great host of sustaining friends, a cherished and happy mother, wearing the full, rich honors of her early toil and tears, the wife of his youth, whose whole life lay in his, the little boys not yet emerged from childhood's day of frolic, the fair young daughter, the sturdy sons just springing into closest companionship, claiming every day, and every day rewarding a father's love and care, and in his heart the eager, rejoicing power to meet all demand. Before him desolation and great darkness, and his soul was not shaken. His countrymen were thrilled with instant, profound, and universal sympathy. Masterful in his mortal weakness, He became the center of a nation's love, enshrined in the prayers of a world, but all the love and all the sympathy could not share with him his suffering. He trod the wine-press alone. With unfaltering front he faced death. With unfailing tenderness he took leave of life. Above the demonic hiss of the assassin's bullet, he heard the voice of God. With simple resignation he bowed to the divine decree. As the end drew near, his early cravings for the sea returned. The stately mansion of power had been to him the wearisome hospital of pain, and he begged to be taken from its prison walls, from its oppressive, stifling air, from its homelessness and its hopelessness. Gently, silently, the love of a great people bore the pale sufferer to the longed-for healing of the sea. To live or to die as God should will, within sight of its heaving billows, within sound of its manifold voices. With wan, fevered face, tenderly lifted to the cooling breeze, he looked out wistfully upon the ocean's changing wonders, on its fair sails whitening in the morning light, on its restless waves rolling shoreward to break and die beneath the noonday sun, on the red clouds of evening arching low to the horizon, on the serene and shining pathway of the stars. Let us think that his dying eyes read a mystic meaning which only the rapt and parting soul may know. Let us believe that in the silence of the receding world he heard the great waves breaking on a farther shore, and felt already upon his wasted brow the breath of the eternal morning. We regret that we cannot give our readers the full speech here also, but it is sufficient to say that it was a masterly production. We give these 3 extracts from speeches to show and enable the thinker to read and study the characteristics which make Mr. Blaine the great and renowned man that he really is today, an honor he has earned for himself. We do not desire to be regarded as a personal admirer of Mr. Blaine. We are not, but his ability we are in duty bound to delineate truthfully. Our readers will observe the description Mr. Blaine gives in his address on Garfield of the qualifications necessary in a parliamentary leader. We will say nothing as to our opinion of some enterprises in which Mr. Blaine has engaged, and we will not ask him to explain what he has never satisfactorily explained in relation to some transactions, nor will we try to explain in our short space his skillfulness in parliamentary practice. As before said, our readers have read his description of a parliamentary leader, and we will further simply say that Mr. Blaine is one of the most skillful parliamentary leaders in the country. He is generally recognized as such by all parties. His canvass for the presidency is well known to the people. Had he been elected, he would undoubtedly have made a very satisfactory president, probably one of whom we would long have been proud. End of section 70. James G. Blaine.
Section 71 of Hidden Treasures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Darbandy. Hidden Treasures by Harry A. Lewis. Section 71. Samuel J. Tilden. In 1814, there was born at New Lebanon, New York, an infant son to Elam Tilden, a prosperous farmer. His father, being a personal and political friend of Mr. Van Buren and other members of the celebrated Albany Regency, his home was made a kind of headquarters for various members of that council, to whose conversation the precocious child enjoyed to listen. Mr. Tilden declared of himself that he had no youth. As a boy he was diffident, and was studying and investigating when others were playing and enjoying the pleasures of society. From the beginning he was a calculator. Martin Van Buren, to whom he was greatly attached, often spoke of him as the sagacious Sammy. Thrown into contact with such men at his parents' home, he early evinced the fondness for politics which first revealed itself in an essay on the political aspect, displaying ability far beyond one of his years, which was printed in the Albany Argus, and which was attributed to Mr. Van Buren, at that time the leader of the Albany Regency. At 20 he entered Yale College, but ill health compelled his return home. He, however, afterward resumed his studies at the University of New York. Graduating from that institution, he began the practice of law. At the bar, he became known as a sound but not especially brilliant pleader. In 1866, he was chosen chairman of the state committee of his party. In 1870-71, he was largely instrumental in unearthing frauds perpetuated in the city of New York, and in 1874 was elected the reform governor of the great Empire State. Although in political discord with Mr. Tilden, it is in no disparaging sense that we speak of him. It is in the sense of a historian bound and obligated to truth that we view him. We regard him as the mysterious statesman of American history. His personal character was, to a great extent, shrouded from the public in a veil of mystery, which had both its voluntary and involuntary elements. If Mr. Tilden had desired to be otherwise than mysterious, it would have required much more self-control and ingenuity than would have been necessary to thicken the veil to impenetrability. His habit was to weigh both sides of every question, and therein he resembled, though in other particulars entirely different, the late Henry J. Raymond, the founder of the New York Times, and the effect was to some extent similar, for each of these men saw both sides of every question so fully as to be under the power of both sides, which sometimes produced an equilibrium, causing hesitation when the crisis required action. Mr. Tilden had intellectual qualities of the very highest order. He could sit down before a mass of incoherent statements and figures that would drive most men insane, and elucidate them by the most painstaking investigation, and feel a pleasure in the work. Indeed, an intimate friend of his assures us that his eye would gleam with delight when a task was set before him from which most men would pay large sums to be relieved. Hence, his abilities were of a kind that made him a most dangerous opponent. Some persons supposed that Mr. Tilden was a poor speaker because, when he was brought before the people as a candidate for President of the United States, he was physically unable to speak with much force. But 20 years ago, for clearness of statement, and for an easy and straightforward method of speech, he had few superiors. His language was excellent, his manner that of a man who had something to say and was intent upon saying it. He was at no time a tricky orator, nor did he aim at rousing the feelings, but in the clearest possible manner he would make his points, and no amount of prejudice was sufficient to resist his conclusions. He was a great reader, and reflected on all that he read. No more extraordinary episode ever occurred than his break with William M. Tweed, and his devoting himself to the overthrow of that gigantic ring. It is not our purpose to treat the whole subject, yet the manner of the break was so tragic that it should be detailed. William M. Tweed had gone on buying men in legislatures, and enriching himself until he had reached the state of mind in which he said to the public, "What are you going to do about it?" He had gone further. He had applied it to the leading men of the Democratic party. The time came when he sat in his gorgeously furnished apartment in Albany as chairman of a certain committee of the Senate. Samuel J. Tilden appeared before the committee to represent a certain interest. On that occasion Mr. Tweed, who was either intoxicated with liquor or intoxicated with pride and vanity, grossly insulted Mr. Tilden, spoke to him in the most disrespectful manner, and closed by saying, "You are an old humbug. You always were a humbug, and we don't want to hear anything from you." Mr. Tilden turned pale, and then red, and finally livid. A spectator, a man second to none in New York State for position, informed the writer that as he gazed upon Mr. Tilden he was terrified. Not a word did he utter. He folded up his books and papers and departed. As he went, the spectator said to himself, "This man means murder. There will never be any accommodation of this difficulty." Back to the city of New York went Mr. Tilden. He sat down with the patience and with the keen scent of a sleuth hound, and unraveled all the mystery of the iniquity which had cursed the city of New York, and of which William M. Tweed was the master spirit. Judge Noah Davis said to an acquaintance that Mr. Tilden's preparation of the cases against Tweed and his confederates was one of the most remarkable things of which he had ever seen or heard. He said that Tilden would take the mutilated stubs of checkbooks and construct a story from them. He had restored the case of the city against the purloiners as an anatomist, by the means of 2 or 3 bones, would draw you a picture of the animal which had inhabited them in the paleontological age. It will be remembered that Judge Noah Davis tried the cases and sentenced Tweed. It is not necessary for us to conjecture whether Mr. Tilden would have appeared as the reformer if he had not been grossly insulted by Tweed. That he had not so appeared until the occasion referred to, and that immediately afterward he began the investigation and movements which ended in the total overthrow of the ring and its leader, are beyond question. There came a time when Tweed, trembling in his very soul, sent a communication to Mr. Tilden offering anything if he would relax, but no bronze statue was ever more silent and immovable than Samuel J. Tilden at that time. It is remarkable that a man so silent and mysterious, not to say repellent, in his intercourse with his fellow men, could exert such a mighty influence as he unquestionably did. He did it by controlling masterminds, and by an apprehension rarely or never surpassed of the details to be wrought out by other men. Mr. Tilden was capable of covering his face with a mask, which none could penetrate. The following scene occurred upon a train on the Hudson River Road. Mr. Tilden was engaged in a most animated conversation with a leading member of the Republican party with whom he entertained personal confidential relations. The conversation was one that brought all Mr. Tilden's learning and logical forces into play. It was semi-literary, and not more political than was sufficient to give piquancy to the interview. A committee of the lower class of ward politicians approaching, Mr. Tilden turned to receive him, and in the most expressionless manner held out his hand. His eye lost every particle of luster, and seemed to sink back and down. The chairman of the committee stated the point he had in view. Mr. Tilden asked him to restate it once or twice, made curious and inconsequential remarks, appeared like a man just going to sleep, and finally said, "I will see you on the subject on a future occasion." The committee withdrew. In one moment he resumed the conversation with the brilliancy and vivacity of a boy. Subsequently the chairman of the committee said to the leading Republican, whom he also knew, "Did you ever see the old man so nearly gone as he was today? Does he often get so? Had he been taking a drop too much?" He was at no time in his career embarrassed in his intellectual operations by his emotional nature. He was a man of immense brain power, and his intellect was trained up to the last possibility. Every faculty was under his control. Until his health failed, he knew no such other source of joy as work. Craft had a very important place in his composition, but it was not the craft of the fox. It was a species of craft which at its worst was above mere pettifogging, and at its best was unquestionably a high type of diplomacy. Those mistake who considered him only as a cunning man. A person opposed to him in politics, but who made a study of his career, observed that in power of intellect he had no superior at the bar of New York, nor among the statesmen of the whole country. The supreme crisis of his life was when he believed himself elected President of the United States. The political aspect we will not revive, except to say that Mr. Tilden consented to the peculiar method of determining the case. The departure of David Davis from the Supreme Bench in all human probability determined the result. It is known that Abram S. Hewitt, David Dudley Field, and eminent Democratic leaders, Hewitt being chairman of the National Democratic Committee at the time, did all in their power to induce Mr. Tilden to issue a letter to the American people saying that he believed himself to be the President-elect, and that on the 4th day of March, 1877, he would come to Washington to be inaugurated. Had that been done, God alone can tell what would have been the result. In all probability, a coup d'etat on one side or the other, followed by civil war or practical change in the character of the relations of the people to the federal government. At that moment Mr. Tilden's habit of balancing caused him to pursue the course that he did. It is reported that Mr. Tilden's letter explaining to Mr. Hewitt the reason why he would not do so is still in existence. Of this we know nothing, but that he had reasons and assigned them is certain. Why he consented to the method of arbitration is one of the mysteries of his career. Taking all the possibilities into account, the fact that the issue passed without civil war is an occasion of devout thankfulness to Almighty God. But the method of determining the question is one which the good sense of the American people will never repeat. Mr. Tilden must have had considerable humor in his composition. Some years ago a Methodist preacher came to the city of New York to raise money for a certain church in Pennsylvania which had been grievously embarrassed. He stayed at the house of one of the ministers in Brooklyn. One evening he said to his host, "I am going to call on Samuel J. Tilden and see if I can't get something out of him for our church. He has a barrel, and I understand it is pretty full." The next morning he went, and on returning said to his host, "Well, I called on Mr. Tilden, and I said, 'Mr. Tilden, I am from such a place in Pennsylvania. My name is. I am pastor of a church there. We have met with great misfortunes, and are likely to lose our church. There are more than 60 members of my church that voted for you for president, and they are ready to vote for you again, and they wanted me to call on you and tell of their misfortune, and ask you to give them a little help.'" "Well, what did Mr. Tilden say?" "He looked up, and he said he was very busy, but told me to come the next morning at 9 o'clock. He went, and on his return reported, when the question, 'What did Mr. Tilden say?' was asked, he said to me, 'Your name is, you are from, in Pennsylvania? You said that you had more than 60 members who voted for me for president, and who are ready to do it again?' 'Yes.' 'And they wanted you to tell me of their misfortune?' 'Yes.' Then, pulling out of his pocketbook, he counted what money he had, which amounted to $15, and handed me 14, and said, 'You tell them that Samuel J. Tilden gave you all the money he had except $1, which he kept for himself.' In all probability he was satirizing an appeal under those circumstances. For his service in breaking up the Tweed Ring, and for his career as governor of the state of New York, apart from purely party aspects, he is entitled to the thanks of the people. His own party will say to the end of time that he was elected President of the United States and defrauded out of the office. But neither they nor anyone else can say, after the plan was agreed upon and adopted for determining the result, that the person who did occupy the chair did not have a legal right there, and was not President after the acceptance by the House of Representatives of the conclusion. Mr. Tilden will never be considered inferior in intellect and learning to the many great men of whom New York can proudly boast. He will ever be ranked with Daniel Tompkins, George Clinton, William L. Marcy, Silas Wright, William H. Seward, John A. Dix, and many others, and it is not strange that it was with a feeling of deep and genuine regret that on the 4th of August, 1886, the people were told of his sudden death at Greystone. End of section 71. Samuel J. Tilden. Recording by Dan Darbandy.
Section 72 of Hidden Treasures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hidden Treasures by Harry A. Lewis. Section 72. Henry Ward Beecher. A sturdy tree, standing alone in a vast field, suggesting strength, growth, and independence, and regarded both as a landmark and a shelter, withstanding alike the heats of summer, and wrestling with and throwing off the blasts of winter, drawing from nature her myriad stores of nutrition, and giving back to nature a wealth of power and grace in return, seemed Henry Ward Beecher, in his youth or old age, to the observation of men. Original orator, advocate, poet, humorist, agitator, rhetorician, preacher, moralist, and statesman. The greatest preacher of modern times, possibly of all times, the man was one of the wonders of America, one of the marvels of the world. Henry Ward Beecher's career has been phenomenal for the activity and variety of its achievements. Coming from a long line of mentally alert and physically vigorous ancestors, he was richly endowed with the qualities going to make up the highest type of human nature. He was handicapped only in being the son of a man whose fame was worldwide, a preacher of such intensity of spirit and eloquence of expression that he stood at the head of, if not above, all of his contemporaries. Yet, while Dr. Lyman Beecher will always hold an honored place in American history and biography, who can deny that his fame has been far outshone by that of his brilliant son? It may be truly said, therefore, that Henry Ward Beecher won a double triumph. He emerged from the comparative obscurity in which he dwelt, behind the shadow of his father's greatness, and he lived to see his own name emblazoned more brightly and engraved more indelibly upon the records of time than that of his noble father. He was born at Litchfield, Connecticut, June 24th, 1813. His father was a busy minister, and the mother divided her time among several children, so that no especial attention was paid to Henry Ward, nor was he considered more promising than some of the others. He was not by any means fond of books in early life. He gives the following sketch of himself in one of his personal writings. A hazy image of myself comes back to me, a lazy, dreamy boy, with his head on the desk, half lulled asleep by the buzzing of a great bluebottle fly, and the lowing of the cows, and the tinkling of their bells, brought into the open door, across the fields and meadows. Through the advice of his father, he attended Mount Pleasant Academy. Afterwards he attended Amherst College, where he graduated in 1834. During his last 2 years of school, Beecher followed the example of many another young man who has since attained eminence in his chosen profession, and taught in district schools. With the money thus obtained, he laid the foundation upon which he built that splendid superstructure which is recalled at the sound of his name. Dr. Lyman Beecher, meanwhile, had accepted a professorship at Lane Seminary, Cincinnati, and having decided to follow the ministry, the son went west this same year, and began the study of theology under his father. He finished his course 3 years later, married, and accepted the first charge offered him, a small Presbyterian church in Lawrenceburg, a little town on the Ohio River near Cincinnati. Of this dismal beginning of his illustrious career, he said, quote, "How poor we were! There were only about 20 persons in the flock. I was janitor as well as pastor of the little whitewashed church. I bought some lamps, and I filled them and lighted them. I swept the church and dusted the benches, and kindled the fire, and I didn't ring the bell because there wasn't any. Did everything, in fact, but come to hear myself preach. That they had to do. It doesn't occur to me now that Lawrenceburg was remarkable for anything but a superabundance of distilleries. I used to marvel how so many large distilleries could be put in so small a town. But they were flourishing right in the face of the gospel that my little flock and I were preaching in the shadows of the chimneys. My thoughts often travel back to my quaint little church and the big distilleries at Lawrenceburg. Well, my next move was to Indianapolis. There I had a more considerable congregation, though I was still far from rich in the world's goods. I believe I was very happy during my 8 years out there. I liked the people. There was a hearty frankness, a simplicity in their mode of life, an unselfish intimacy in their social relations that attracted me. They were new people, unharrowed and uncultured like the land they lived on, but they were earnest and honest and strong. But the ague shook us out of the state. My wife's health gave out, and we were forced to come east." Unquote. From this, it would seem that chills and fever were the means used by Providence for bringing Henry Ward Beecher and Plymouth Church together. The church came into existence on the 8th of May, 1847, when 6 gentlemen met in Brooklyn at the house of one of their number, Mr. Henry C. Bowen, the present proprietor of the Independent, and formed themselves into a company of trustees of a new Congregational church, the services of which they decided to begin holding at once in an edifice on Cranberry Street, purchased from the Presbyterians. The following week Mr. Beecher happened to speak in New York, at the anniversary of the Home Missionary Society. He had already attracted some attention by his anti-slavery utterances, and the fearless manner in which he had preached against certain popular vices. The founders of the new congregation invited him to deliver the opening sermon on the 16th. A great audience was present, and shortly afterwards the young preacher was asked to become the first pastor of the organization. He accepted, and on the 10th of the following October he entered upon the term of service which lasted until the day of his death. And what a pastorate that was! The congregation readily grew in numbers and influence until Plymouth Church and Henry Ward Beecher became household words all over the land, and a trip to Brooklyn to hear the great preacher grew to be an almost indispensable part of a stranger's visit to New York. At the opening of the Civil War, in 1861, Mr. Beecher undertook the editorship of the Independent, which, like the church under his administration, speedily became a power in the country. In addition to all this work, he was continually delivering speeches, for from the firing of the first gun on Fort Sumter on April 12th, Plymouth's pastor was all alive to the needs of the nation. With voice and pen he pointed out the path of duty in that dark and trying hour, and his own church promptly responded to the call by organizing and equipping the 1st Long Island Regiment. But the strain of this threefold service, preaching, speaking, and editing, was too much for his strength, powerful and well grounded as he was, physically. His voice gave out at last, and doctors imperatively demanded rest. This brought about the trip to Europe, which was destined to be remembered as the most remarkable epoch in the remarkable career of this man. Decidedly the most memorable oratorical success ever achieved by an American citizen abroad, in behalf of the name and honor of his country, was that by the Reverend Henry Ward Beecher, which he achieved during this trip. Undertaking the journey for recreation and recuperation, he was bitterly opposed by his friends in his decision, but he saw there was work to be done, and felt that he must do it. Beginning at Manchester, October 9th, Mr. Beecher delivered 5 great speeches in the great cities of the kingdom, Manchester, Glasgow, Edinburgh, Liverpool, and London, each speech being devoted to some special train of thought and argument bearing upon the issues involved in the momentous contest, and the whole series taken together did more for the Union cause in Great Britain than all that had before been said or written. Possessing the faculty beyond any other American orator of combining close, rapid, powerful, practical reasoning with intense passion, his mind always aglow with his subject, the effect of Mr. Beecher's speaking was to kindle sympathy, even if it did not flash conviction. It is this quality, according to the opinion of those best acquainted with Mr. Beecher's oratory, which combined with his marvelous power of illustration, marvelous alike for its intense vividness and unerring pertinency, and his great flexibility whereby he seemed to adapt himself completely to the exigency of the instant, gave him rare command over a popular assemblage. Mayor Carrington, of Richmond, tells the following, quote, "He went to Richmond in 1881, his first appearance there after the war, and he was somehow doubtful as to the reception he would get. He walked onto the stage where he was to lecture, before a crowded house, and was not greeted with the slightest welcoming applause. Immediately in front of the stage, facing Mr. Beecher, were several leading ex-generals of the Confederate Army, among them General Fitzhugh Lee. Mr. Beecher surveyed the cold and critical audience for a moment, and then, stepping directly in front of General Lee, he said, 'I have seen pictures of General Fitzhugh Lee, and judge you are the man. Am I right?' General Lee was taken aback by this direct address, and nodded stiffly, while the audience bent forward breathless with curiosity as to what was going to follow. 'Then,' said Mr. Beecher, his face lighting up, 'I want to offer you this right hand, which, in its own way, fought against you and yours 25 years ago, but which I would now willingly sacrifice to make the sunny South prosperous and happy. Will you take it, General?' There was a moment's hesitation, a moment of death-like stillness in the hall, and then General Lee was on his feet, His hand was extended across the footlights, and was quickly met by the preacher's warm grasp. At first there was a murmur, half surprise, half doubtfulness, by the audience. Then there was a hesitating clapping of hands, and before Mr. Beecher had loosed the hand of Robert E. Lee's nephew, now governor of Virginia, there were cheers such as were never before heard in that hall, though it had been the scene of many a war and political meeting. When the noise subsided, Mr. Beecher continued, "When I go back home, I shall proudly tell that I have grasped the hand of the nephew of the great Southern chieftain. I shall tell my people that I went to the Confederate capital with a heart full of love for the people whom my principles once obliged me to oppose, and that I was met halfway by the brave Southerners who can forgive as well as they can fight." That night Beecher entered his carriage and drove to his hotel amid shouts such as had never greeted a Northern man since the war. Unquote. The famous Beecher-Tilden trial began in a series of whispers. With such an immense congregation, with everybody in Brooklyn familiar with his affairs, and with the whole community seemingly resolved into an immense gossiping committee, it was no wonder that rumors and report went flying about, until at last, in the summer of 1874, Plymouth Church appointed a committee to investigate the charges preferred by Theodore Tilden against Mr. Beecher. Mr. Tilden read a sworn statement detailing his charges and specifying the actions of Mrs. Tilden and Mr. Beecher during the previous 2 years. This was on July 28th, and on the next day Mr. Beecher made his speech declaring the innocence of Mrs. Tilden, and she, too, testified in her own defense. Mr. Beecher made an elaborate statement before his congregation, August 14th, denying all immorality. Mr. and Mrs. Tilden were subjected to a most thorough examination and cross-examination, and then Mr. Francis D. Moulton, the famous mutual friend, came into the matter with his story of a most remarkable series of confessions and letters. The committee reported its findings at the weekly prayer meeting, August 28th. Mr. Beecher was acquitted, and Mr. Moulton was most vigorously denounced, and when he left the meeting it was under police protection because of the fury of the friends of the pastor. Before this, Mr. Tilden had concluded to go to the courts, and on August 19th opened a suit for $100,000 against Mr. Beecher. It was not until October 17th that Judge Nielsen granted an order for a bill of particulars against the plaintiff, and William M. Evarts for Mr. Beecher, and Roger A. Pryor for Mr. Tilden, carried the case up to the Court of Appeals, where the decision of the general term was reversed, and on December 7th the new motion for a bill was granted. It was on January 4th, 1875, that the case was taken up in the City Court of Brooklyn. For Mr. Tilden appeared General Pryor, ex-Judge Fullerton, William A. Beach, and S. D. Morris, while on the other side were William M. Evarts, General Benjamin F. Tracy, and Thomas G. Shearman. The first witness was Editor Maverick, who testified on the 13th of January to the Tilden marriage. Mr. Tilden took the stand on January 29th, and Mr. Evarts objected to his being sworn and took several days to state his objections. From February 2nd to February 17th, Mr. Tilden was on the stand, and the case for the defense opened on February 25th, and the first witness took the stand March 2nd. Mr. Beecher took the stand April 1st, and affirmed his testimony. He kept the stand until April 21st, and on May 13th the testimony on both sides closed after the examination of 111 witnesses, and the consumption of 4½ months of time. Mr. Evarts took 8 days for his summing up, and other counsel for the defense 6 more. Mr. Beach talked for 9 days, and Judge Nielsen, on June 24th, charged the jury, which, after a consultation of 8 days, reported on July 2nd that they were unable to agree. All through the trial Mrs. Beecher sat beside her husband in court. The court was packed day after day, and in the daily papers thousands of columns were consumed in reporting every word uttered. It was never tried again. The enormous expense of the defense was met by a generous subscription. Mr. Beecher's letters were remarkable productions for any man other than Beecher to pen, and the explanation of them, so that the jurymen, and men generally, could comprehend them, was the task of his counsel. Mr. Tilden is now in Europe, and Mrs. Tilden is in this country. Mr. Beecher passed through the ordeal of his life in safety, and since the trial he has been watched as no man has ever been before or since. He was unquestionably one of the most able, if not the ablest preacher the world ever knew, and it is not strange that the country should be startled at the announcement of his sudden death on March 7th, 1887, at his home in Brooklyn. Henry Ward Beecher is already as historical a character as Patrick Henry, with this exception, that whereas there are multitudes living who have seen and heard Mr. Beecher, and many who knew him personally, there are few, if any, who can remember Patrick Henry. Mr. Beecher was the most versatile and ready orator this country has ever produced, a kind of Gladstone in the pulpit. He was a master of every style, could be as deliberate and imposing as Webster, as chaste and self-contained as Phillips, as witty and irregular as Thomas Corwin, as grandiloquent as Charles Sumner, as dramatic as Father Taylor, and as melodramatic as Gough. To attempt to analyze the sources of his power is like exhibiting the human features separately, in the hope of giving the effect of a composite whole, for whether he moved his finger, elevated his brow, smiled, frowned, whispered, or vociferated, each act or expression derived its power from the fact that it was an act and expression of Henry Ward Beecher. His oratory was marked by the entire absence of trammels, of rhetoric gesture, or even grammar. Not that his style was not ordinarily grammatical and rhetorical, but that he would never allow any rules to impede the expression of his thought, and especially of his feelings. Nor was he restrained by theological forms, and always appeared independent and courageous. He believed in the absolute necessity of conversion and a thorough change of heart. He taught the beauty of living a religious life, for the nobleness of the deeds rather than for the purpose of escaping a future punishment, and his sayings in this connection were often misconstrued. He stimulated the intellect by wit. He united the heart and mind by humor. He melted the heart by unmixed pathos. He was characterized by the strange power of creating an expectation with every sentence he uttered, and though he might, on some occasions, when not at his best, close without meeting the expectations aroused, no dissatisfaction was expressed or apparently felt by his hearers. In personal appearance he was remarkable, chiefly for the great transformation of his countenance under the play of emotion. On the platform of Plymouth Church he was as a king upon his throne, or the commander of a warship in victorious action. His manners in private life were most ingratiating. His writings can impart to coming generations no adequate conception of his power as an orator. His career in England during those 5 great speeches were worth 50,000 soldiers to the national government, and probably had as much to do with the prevention of the recognition of the Southern Confederacy by European nations. It was a triumph of oratory. He literally compelled a vast multitude, who were thoroughly in opposition to him, to take a new view of the subject. A metropolitan in the pulpit, a magician on the platform, a center of life and good cheer in the home, a prince in society possessed of exhaustive vitality, warmth, and energy. He suggested to anyone who gazed upon him the apostrophe of Hamlet to the ideal man. Quote, "What a piece of work is man! How noble in reason, how infinite in faculties! In form and moving, how express and admirable! In action, how like an angel! In apprehension, how like a god! The beauty of the world, the paragon of animals." Unquote. Such a piece of work was Henry Ward Beecher. He had no predecessor, and can have no successor till a similar ancestry and life, the one coeval with birth, and the other running parallel with the lusty youth of such a nation, and a similar life and death struggle, both in a conflict of moral principles fought out under a democratic form of government, shall combine to evolve a similar career. The course of human history does not furnish a probability of another coincidence of elements so extraordinary. End of section 72. Recording by David Martin.
Section 73 of Hidden Treasures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avayi in December 2012. Hidden Treasures by Harry A. Lewis. Great Inventors and Their Inventions. James Watt. In this advanced age we know the power of steam and what a great factor it is as a help in carrying on the daily work of life. Yet it is only during the last century that men have discovered to how many purposes it can be applied. James Watt, the great utilizer of steam, was born in Greenock, Scotland, January 19, 1736. His father was a carpenter and general merchant in Greenock, and seems to have been highly respected, for he was long a member of the council, and for a time magistrate. James was a sickly child, unable to attend school with regularity, hence was left to follow his own inclinations, becoming his own instructor to a great extent. The boy was early furnished with tools by his father, and with them found amusement and instruction. He early manifested a taste for mathematics and mechanics, studied botany, chemistry, mineralogy, natural philosophy, and at 14 constructed an electrical machine. At the age of 18 he was sent to Glasgow to learn to make mathematical instruments, but for some reason he went to London the same year, engaging with one Morgan, working at the same trade. Ill health, however, compelled his return home about a year later. He had made great use of his time while in London, and after his health had improved somewhat, he again visited Glasgow with the desire of establishing himself there, but met with opposition from some who considered him an intruder upon their privileges. The principal of the college, appreciating his fine tact and ingenuity, offered him protection and gave him an apartment for carrying on his business within their precinct, with the title of mathematical instrument maker to the university. But this location was unfavorable for his business. He was scarcely able to make a living. However, the 5 or 6 years he passed in those quarters were well employed in investigations, and during that time he unmistakably manifested rare ability. As soon as possible he secured a better situation in town, and after this change did much better. Still, it is said, he had to eke out his living by repairing fiddles, which he was able to do, though he had no ear for music. Also, in doing any mechanical piece of work that came in his way. No work requiring ingenuity or the application of scientific knowledge seems to have baffled him. But he kept studying, devoting his evenings and spare moments to the mastery of German, Italian, mastered some of the sciences, learned to sketch, was a superior model maker, and if his profession had been defined at the time he first turned his attention to steam, having constructed an improved organ, he would have been spoken of as a musical instrument maker. In 1858 he began his experiments with steam as a propelling power for land carriages, which he temporarily abandoned, and did not patent a road engine until 1784. In 1767 he assumed a new occupation, for in that year he was employed to make the surveys and prepare the estimates for a projected canal to connect the Forth and Clyde. This project fell through for the time being, as it failed to gain the sanction of Parliament, but Watt had now made a beginning as civil engineer, and henceforth he obtained a good deal of employment in this capacity. He superintended the surveys and engineering works on the Monkland Collieries Canal to Glasgow, deepening the Clyde, improving the harbours of Ayr, Port, Glasgow, and Greenock, building bridges and other public works, his final survey being for the Caledonia Canal. During this period he had invented an improved micrometer, and also continued his experiments with steam as a motive power. Perhaps it would be interesting to some of our readers to know how Watt tested the power of steam. The implements with which he performed his experiments were of the cheapest kind. Apothecaries' vials, a glass tube or two, and a tea kettle enabled him to arrive at some very important conclusions. By attaching a glass tube to the nose of the tea kettle, he conducted the steam into a glass of water, and by the time the water came to the boiling point, he found its volume had increased nearly a sixth part, that is, 1 measure of water in the form of steam can raise about 6 measures of water to its own heat. It would be impossible in our allotted space to tell fully of the many experiments James Watt made. It is needless to say that his success came by slow and discouraging channels, so slow indeed that most men would have given up long before. His reputation was assailed by jealous rivals, his originality denied, and his rights to various patents vehemently contested. He was many times disappointed in the workings of his own machines, and was obliged to throw away pieces of machinery from which he had expected much, while with others he had perfect success. His experiments finally resulted in his invention of the condensing engine. Now he struggled for years, through poverty and every imaginable difficulty, to make a practical application of his improvements, doing work as a surveyor in order to support himself. In 1769 he became a partner of Matthew Boulton, a large hardware dealer and manufacturer of Birmingham, England. Previously Mr. Boulton had built engines after the plans of Savery, hence he undoubtedly discerned the great improvement over all engines then in use that this new discovery was sure to prove. He was a man of wealth, and in all probability his personal knowledge of such matters greatly aided his faith. No other can be given, for he was obliged to advance over $229,000 before Watt had so completely perfected his engine that its operations yielded profit. But his confidence was not misplaced. The immense Birmingham manufactory, which employed over 1,000 hands, was ultimately driven to its utmost capacity to supply the constantly increasing demand for steam engines. It was first applied to coinage in 1783, from 30 to 40,000 milled coins being struck off in an hour as a test. Boulton and Watt sent 2 complete mints to St. Petersburg, and for many years executed the entire copper coinage of England. Watt was the first to conceive the idea of warming buildings by steam. He was the first to make a copying press. He also contrived a flexible iron pipe with ball and socket joints to adapt it to the irregular river bed, for carrying water across the Clyde. At the time of his death he was Fellow of the Royal Societies of London and Edinburgh Correspondent of the French Institute, and Foreign Associate of the Academy of Sciences. He was buried beside Bolton in Handsworth Church. His statue, by Chancery, is in Westminster Abbey. The pedestal bears the following inscription: "Not to perpetuate a name which must endure while the peaceful arts flourish, but to show that mankind have learned to honor those who best deserve their gratitude, the king, his ministers, and many of the nobles and commoners of the realm raised this monument to James Watt, who, directing the force of an original genius, early exercised in philosophic research, to the improvement of the steam engine, enlarged the resources of this country, increased the power of man, and rose to an eminent place among the most illustrious followers of science, and the real benefactors of the world." Born at Greenock, 1736. Died at Heathfield in Staffordshire in 1829. The properties of steam had been known to a certain extent for centuries. In the 7th century attention was frequently directed by ingenious workers to the uses of steam in performing simple but laborious occupations, such as pumping water out of the mines. To other purposes steam was imperfectly applied, but it remained for Watt to make more practical and efficient use of it. This, indeed, is the history of almost every useful art. A discovery which, after it is known, seems so simple that everyone wonders why it remained hidden for so many years, yet proves simple enough to immortalize the name of the fortunate inventor. It is said there was hardly a physical science or one art with which Watt was not intimately acquainted. His philosophical judgment kept pace with his ingenuity. He studied modern languages and was acquainted with literature. His memory was extremely tenacious, and whatever he once learned he always had at his command, and yet this brave, earnest worker and gifted man was a sufferer from ill health all his life. With constitutional debility, increased by anxiety and perplexity during the long process of his inventions, and the subsequent care of defending them in court, yet, through constant temperance and watchfulness over his peculiar difficulties, his life was preserved to the great age of 83 years. He had in his character the utmost abhorrence for all parade and presumption, and indeed never failed to put all such impostors out of countenance by the manly plainness and honest intrepidity of his language and manner. In his temper and disposition he was not only kind and affectionate, but generous and considerate of the feelings of all around him, and gave the most liberal assistance and encouragement to all young persons who proved any indication of talent, or applied to him for patronage or advice. He was twice married, and left his 2 sons, long associated with him in his business, to carry out some of his plans and discoveries of the great utility and power of steam. All men of learning and science were his cordial friends, and such was the influence of his mild character and perfect firmness and liberality, even to pretenders of his own accomplishments, that he lived to disarm even envy itself, and died the peaceful death of a Christian without, it is thought, a single enemy. End of section 73. James Watt.
Section 74 of Hidden Treasures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hidden Treasures by Harry A. Lewis. George Stephenson. A small collection of houses in a mining district, called Willem, about 9 miles west of Newcastle on Tyne, we find to be the birthplace of George Stephenson, born June the 9th, 1781. His father was a very humble workman, who filled the position of fireman of the pumping engine in use at the colliery, at $3 a week. With a wife and 6 children to support, there was not much left after satisfying the cravings of hunger. The children, soon as opportunity afforded, were set at work to help support the family. We find young George beginning life pulling turnips at 2d. a day. At 8 years old he tended Widow Ainsley's cows at 5 cents a day. Later he received 50 cents a week when caring for horses. Of course, it is the rule to find something in the boy indicative of the man, and in Stevenson's case, legend or history furnishes the material. It seems that while acting as herder, in company with other boys, it was his favourite amusement to model engines out of clay. After a time he received $1 a week as assistant to his father, and at the age of 16 he was appointed to work as attendant upon the pumping engine at men's wages, $3 per week. He was delighted, and it is doubtful if he was ever happier over subsequent triumphs as a locomotive builder than when he was elevated to this position. He was employed at various collieries, as fireman and afterwards as plugman, and gradually acquired so complete a knowledge of the engine as to be able to take it apart and make ordinary repairs. His ingenuity in repairing an obstinate defect in a steam engine gained him the charge of the engine. After this his fondness for his work increased until, with study, he had thoroughly mastered all its details. At the age of 18 he could not even read, and he began to long for some education, so that he might fit himself for a higher place in his business. He accordingly commenced his studies by taking lessons in reading, of a neighbouring schoolmaster, 3 nights in a week, at a small tuition. At the end of a year he could read and spell some, and could write his own name. He now had a great thirst for mathematics, which he studied faithfully the 2nd year, at the close of which, by his attentiveness, he could cipher with tolerable facility. During odd moments he gave some attention to mending shoes, by which he was able to earn a few extra pence. Among some shoes that were sent him to repair was a pair belonging to a young lady, whom he afterward married. In 1805 he removed to Killingworth colliery, and about this time he was desirous of emigrating to the United States, but was unable to raise money for his outfit and passage. He continued to work at his home evenings and leisure hours, cutting out clothes for the miners, mending clocks and shoes, and all this time studying mechanics and engineering with a view to perpetual motion, which a great many others of his time were studying. His first opportunity to show his superiority was when an expensive pump had been put in the colliery and utterly failed to do the work required of it. Various experts gave it their best efforts, but it still refused to do what was required of it. Stephenson was heard to say, by some of the workmen, that he could repair it. After all others had failed, the overseer, in despair, with but little expectation that anything could be accomplished by a raw colliery hand, employed him to attempt a remedy. He took the engine to pieces, and at the end of a few days repaired it ready for work, and in 2 days it cleared the pit of water. For this, and other improvements made upon old machinery, he was appointed chief engineer in 1813, at Killingworth, at a salary of £100 per year. Besides erecting a winding engine for drawing up coal, and a pumping engine, he projected and laid down a self-acting incline along the declivity of the Willington ballast quay, so arranged that full wagons descending to the vessels drew up the empty ones. But the construction of an efficient and economical locomotive steam engine mainly occupied his mind. He was among those who saw the Blenkinsop engine first put on the track, and watched its mechanism for some time, when he concluded he could make a better machine. He found a friend in his employer, Lord Ravensworth, who furnished the money, and in the workshops at Westmore, Killingworth, with the aid of the colliery blacksmith, he constructed a locomotive which was completed in July 1814. The affair, though clumsy, worked successfully on the Killingworth railway, drawing 8 loaded carriages, of 30 tons each, at the rate of 4 miles an hour. It was the first locomotive made with smooth wheels, for he rejected the contrivance which Trevithick, Blenkinsop, and others had thought necessary to secure sufficient adhesion between the wheels and the rails. While engaged on plans for an improved engine his attention was attracted to the increase in the draught of the furnace obtained by turning the waste steam up the chimney, at first practised solely in the desire to lessen the noise caused by the escape of the steam. Hence originated the steam blast, the most important improvement in the locomotive up to that time. The steam blast, the joint action of the wheels by connecting them with horizontal bars on the outside, and a simplifying connection between the cylinder and the wheels, were embodied in the second engine, completed in 1815. For some years Stephenson had been experimenting with the fire damp in the mines, and in the above year completed a miner's safety lamp, which he finally perfected under the name of the Gregory lamp, which is still in use in the Killingworth collieries. The invention of a safety lamp by Sir Humphry Davy was nearly simultaneous, and to him the mining proprietors presented a service of plate worth £2000, at the same time awarding £100 to Stephenson. This led to a protracted discussion as to the priority of the invention, and in 1817 Stephenson's friends presented him with a purse of $5000 and a silver tankard. Having now brought the locomotive to a considerable degree of perfection, Stephenson next turned his attention to the improvement of railways, his opinion being that both were parts of one mechanism, and that the employment of steam carriages on common roads was impracticable. For the purpose of making railways solid and level, and preventing jerks at the junction of the rails, he took out a patent for an improved rail and chair, and recommended the employment of heavier rails, and the substitution of wrought for cast iron. In connection with these improvements he added considerably to the lightness and strength of the locomotive, simplified the construction of the working parts, and substituted steel springs for the small cylinder on which the boiler had at first rested. His next important undertaking was the construction of a railway 8 miles in length for the owners of the Helton colliery, which was successfully opened November 18th, 1822. The level parts were traversed by 5 of Stephenson's locomotives, while stationary engines were employed to overcome the heavy grades. In 1820 an Act of Parliament was obtained for a railway between Stockton and Darlington, which was opened September 27th, 1825. Stephenson, who made the preliminary surveys and specifications, was appointed engineer. The line was intended to be worked by stationary engines for the steep gradients, with horse power on the level portions; but at Stephenson's urgent request, the Act was amended so as to permit the use of locomotives on all parts of the road. In the meantime he had opened, in connection with Edward Pease, an establishment for the manufacture of locomotives, at Newcastle on Tyne. In 1825 he was appointed principal engineer of the Liverpool and Manchester Railroad, which employed him during the next 4 years. Canals connected the two towns, Liverpool and Manchester, but it was believed that the carrying trade would support this new railway if it could be made to work. The people were told by the newspapers that locomotives would prevent cows from grazing and hens from laying. The poisoned air from the locomotives would kill birds as they passed over them, and render the preservation of pheasants and foxes no longer possible. Householders adjoining the line were told that their houses would be burned up by fire thrown from the engine chimneys, while the air around would be polluted by the clouds of smoke. There would be no longer any use for horses, and if the railways extended the species would become extinct, and therefore oats and hay would become unsaleable. Travelling by road would be rendered exceedingly dangerous, and country inns would be ruined. Boilers would burst and blow the passengers to pieces. Of course, the inculcation of such theories rendered it extremely difficult for Stephenson and his party to survey for the proposed line. The landowners along the line made all sorts of trouble for them. Their instruments were smashed and they were mobbed, yet on they went. At meal times they worked, before the residents awoke in the morning, and nights, in some instances, were employed. At last the survey was accomplished, the plans drawn, and the estimates furnished the company were approved. In Parliament even more opposition was experienced. Public sentiment can be inferred from an article which appeared in the Quarterly Review for March 1825. Among other things it said, "What can be more palpably absurd and ridiculous than the prospect held out of locomotives travelling twice as fast as horses? We should as soon expect the people of Woolwich to suffer themselves to be fired off upon one of Congreve's ricochet rockets as to trust themselves to the mercy of such a machine going at such a rate. We trust that Parliament will, in all the railways it may grant, limit the speed to 8 or 9 miles an hour, which we entirely agree with Mr. Sylvester is as great as can be ventured on." But despite all such seemingly insurmountabilities, Stephenson succeeded in getting the railway bill passed. But the troubles of George Stephenson were not at an end. The company, not fully satisfied with his opinion alone, conferred with two of the leading engineers of England, who reported averse to the locomotive, recommending stationary engines at a distance of 1½ miles apart. But at last Stephenson prevailed upon the company to offer a prize of about $2,500 for the best locomotive produced at a trial to take place on the 6th of October, 1829. At last the eventful day came, and with it thousands of spectators. 4 engines appeared to compete for the prizes: the Novelty, the Rocket, the Perseverance, and the Sans-Pareil. The Perseverance could only make 6 miles an hour, and as the rules called for at least 10, it was ruled out. The Sans-Pareil made an average of 14 miles an hour, but as it burst a water pipe it lost its chance. The Novelty did splendidly, but unluckily also burst a pipe and was crowded out, leaving the field to the Rocket, which carried off the honours. The average speed made by this engine, which belonged to Stephenson, was 15 miles, and even attained 29 miles an hour. The distinguishing features of the Rocket, the first high-speed locomotive of the standard modern type, were the multitubular boiler, which was not Stephenson's invention, but was first applied by him to locomotives, the blast pipe, and the direct connection of the steam cylinders to one axle and one pair of wheels. At the opening of the road, September 15th, 1830, 8 locomotives, constructed at the Stephenson Works, were employed, and Mr. Huskinson, having been accidentally struck down and fatally injured by the Rocket, was conveyed in the Northumbrian, driven by George Stephenson, from Parkside to Eccles, 15 miles, at the unprecedented rate of 36 miles an hour. Stephenson was almost incessantly employed for the next 15 years on new roads, and was called 3 times to Belgium, and once to Spain, as a consulting engineer. With his increasing wealth he also engaged extensively and profitably in coal mining and lime works, particularly in the neighbourhood of Tapton Park, an elegant seat in Derbyshire, where he passed his latter years. He declined the honour of knighthood. To Watt is due the honour of giving the world a practical stationary engine. George Stephenson picked that engine up bodily and placed it on wheels, and against the most direful predictions of the foremost engineers of his age, proved the practicability of harnessing steam to coaches for rapid transportation. On August 12th, 1848, Stephenson died, leaving an immense fortune, which was the honest reward he deserved. End of Section 74. George Stephenson.
Section 75 of Hidden Treasures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Merritt. Hidden Treasures by Harry A. Lewis. Benjamin Franklin. Possibly there never has lived a man who has excited more comment than has the subject of this narrative, who was born in Boston, January 17th, 1706. His father was a soap boiler and tallow chandler, and he was the 15th in a family of 17 children. Young Benjamin was expected by his parents to become a minister of the gospel, and for this purpose was placed in school at the age of 8, but the reduced circumstances of his father compelled his return home 2 years later, and he began the work of cutting wicks in his father's establishment. Afterwards he was bound to his brother James, who was a printer, where he worked hard all day and often spent half the night in reading. The secret of his great success can be readily perceived when we know that his favorite books were Mather's Essays to Do Good and Defoe's Essays of Projects, and many others of a like nature, instead of the modern Three-Fingered Jack, Calamity Jane, The Queen of the Plains, or the more refined of today's juvenile reading. When he was about 16, he wrote in a disguised hand an article for his brother's paper. This article was published anonymously and excited great curiosity. Other articles followed. At length the identity of the author was discovered, and for some unknown reason the elder brother was offended. From that hour Benjamin resolved to leave Boston, as his brother's influence was used to his disadvantage in that city. Embarking, he worked his passage to New York, where he arrived at the age of 17, almost penniless and without recommendations. Failing to obtain work here, he continued on to Philadelphia, where he arrived disappointed but not discouraged. He now had but $1 and a few copper coins in the world. Being hungry, he bought some bread, and with one roll under either arm, and eating the third, he passed up the street on which his destined wife lived, and she beheld him as he presented this ridiculous appearance. Obtaining employment, he secured board and lodging with Mr. Reed, afterward his father-in-law. Being induced to think of going into business for himself, through promises of financial help from influential parties, he sailed to London for the purpose of buying the necessary requisites for a printing office. Not until his arrival in that great city, London, did he learn of the groundlessness of his hope for aid from the expected quarter. In a strange land, friendless and alone, without money to pay his return passage, such was his predicament. Yet he lost not his courage, but obtained employment as a printer, writing his betrothed that he should likely never return to America. His stay in London lasted, however, but about 18 months, during which time he succeeded in reforming some of his beer-drinking companions. In 1826 he returned to America as a dry goods clerk, but the death of his employer fortunately turned his attention once more to his especial calling, and he soon after formed a partnership with a Mr. Meredith. This was in 1728. Miss Reed, during his stay abroad, had been induced to marry another man, who proved to be a scoundrel, leaving her to escape punishment for debt, and, it is alleged, with an indictment for bigamy hanging over his head. Franklin attributed much of this misfortune to himself, and resolved to repair the injury so far as lay within his power. Accordingly he married her in 1830. This proved a most happy union. His business connection with Mr. Meredith being dissolved, he purchased the miserably conducted sheet of Mr. Keimer, his former employer, and under Franklin's management it became a somewhat influential journal of opinion. It was through this channel that those homely sayings with such rich meanings first appeared in print. His great intelligence, industry, and ingenuity in devising reforms, and the establishment of the first circulating library soon won for him the esteem of the entire country. 1732 is memorable as the year in which appeared his almanac, in which was published the sayings of the world famous Poor Richard. This almanac abounded with aphorisms and quaint sayings, the influence of which tended mightily to economy, and it was translated into foreign languages, in fact, was the most popular almanac ever printed. After 10 years' absence he returned to his native city, Boston, and his noble instincts were shown, as he consolingly promised his dying brother that he would care for his nephew. Returning to Philadelphia, he became postmaster of that city, established a fire department, becomes a member of the Assembly, to which office he is elected 10 consecutive years. Although he was not an orator, no man wielded more influence over the legislative department than did Franklin. As is well known, he invented the celebrated Franklin stove, which proved so economical, and for which he refused a patent. For years he entertained the theory that galvanic electricity and that which produced lightning and thunder were identical. But it was not until 1752 that he demonstrated the truth by an original but ingenious contrivance attached to a kite, and to Franklin we owe the honor of inventing the lightning rod, but not its abuse which has caused such widespread animosity to that valuable instrument of self-preservation. These discoveries made the name of Franklin respected throughout the scientific world. Forever after this period during his life he was connected with national affairs. At one time he was offered a commission as general in the provincial army, but distrusting his military qualifications, he unequivocally declined. Sir Humphrey Davy said, "Franklin seeks rather to make philosophy a useful inmate and servant in the common habitations of man, than to preserve her merely as an object for admiration in temples and palaces." While it is said of him by some that he always had a keen eye to his own interests, all are forced to add he ever had a benevolent concern for the public welfare. The burdens bearing so heavily upon the colonies, Pennsylvania, Maryland, Georgia, and Massachusetts appointed Franklin as their agent to the mother country. Arriving in London in 1757, despite his mission, honors awaited him at every turn. There he associated with the greatest men of his time, and the universities of Edinburgh and Oxford honored him with the title of LL.D., and the poor journeyman printer of a few years before associated with princes and kings. At the end of 5 years he returned to America, and in 1762 received the official thanks of the Assembly. 2 years later he was again sent to England, and he opposed the obnoxious Stamp Act, and where he carried himself with decorum and great ability before the entire nobility. Upon his return to America he was made a member of the Assembly the day he landed, where he exerted his whole influence for a Declaration of Independence, and soon after had the pleasure of signing such a document. In 1776 Congress sent him to France, where he became one of the greatest diplomats this country has ever known. During his voyage over he made observations relative to the Gulf Stream, and the chart he drew of it nearly 100 years ago still forms the basis of maps on the subject. As is well known, to Franklin more than all others are we indebted for the kindly interference by France in our behalf, whose efforts, though ineffective in the field, helped the revolutionary cause wonderfully in gaining prestige. At the close of the war, Franklin was one of the commissioners in framing that treaty which recognized American independence. His simple, winning ways won for him admiration in any court of embroidery and lace, while his world-wide reputation as a philosopher and statesman won for him a circle of acquaintances of the most varied character. On the 17th of April, 1790, this great statesman died, and fully 20,000 people followed him to the tomb. The inscription he had designed read, "The body of Benjamin Franklin, printer, like the cover of an old book, its contents torn out, and script of its lettering and gilding, lies here, food for worms. Yet the work itself shall not be lost, for it will, as he believed, appear once more in a new and more beautiful edition, corrected and amended by the author. Truly America has been rich in great men, of which Franklin was not the least." Dr. Franklin, in his will, left his native town of Boston the sum of £1,000 to be lent to the young married artificers upon good security and under odd conditions. If the plan should be carried out as successfully as he expected, he reckoned that this sum would amount in 100 years to £131,000. It was his wish, and so expressed in his will, that £100,000 should be spent upon public works, which may then be judged of most general utility to the inhabitants, such as fortifications, bridges, aqueducts, public buildings, baths, pavements, or whatever makes living in the town more convenient to its people, and renders it more agreeable to strangers resorting thither for health or temporary residence. It was also his wish that the remaining £31,000 should again be put upon interest for another 100 years, at the end of which time the whole amount was to be divided between the city and the state. The bequest at the end of the first 100 years may not attain the exact figure he calculated, but it is sure to be a large sum. At the present time it is more than $175,000, and it has many years yet to run. End of section 75. Benjamin Franklin. Recording by Tom Merritt. Section 76 of Hidden Treasures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hidden Treasures by Harry A. Lewis, Eli Whitney. The year of 1765 was made famous by the birth of a man who was destined to enrich the country millions of dollars. Eli Whitney was born at Westborough, Massachusetts, December 8, 1765, and received a good education, graduating at Yale College. Going South as a tutor in a private family, his attention was arrested by the slow process by which the seed was extracted from cotton. At that time, a pound of green seed cotton was all that a Negro woman could clean in a day. At the instance of Mrs. Green, widow of General Green, he set about constructing a machine to do the work. He had no facilities for pushing the work, even having to manufacture his tools, but he persevered and accomplished his purpose. Rumors of the machine spreading over the state, a mob at night broke open the building wherein the machine was stored, carried his precious model away, and before he could make another, various machines were in use. However, he went north to Connecticut and established a manufactory to make the machines. South Carolina granted him $50,000 after long and vexatious litigation, and North Carolina allowed him a percentage which was paid in good faith. But although Eli Whitney had invented a machine which would do in one day as much as an ordinary hand would in months, which has been worth hundreds of millions of dollars to the South, yet through the influence of Southern members, Congress would not renew his patent, and so much opposition was raised that he actually never received from his invention the money he had spent to perfect it. All efforts to obtain a financial recognition in this invention failing, he abandoned the manufacture of the cotton gin. He was not discouraged, not at all, but turned his attention to firearms. These he greatly improved, being the first to make them adjustable, that is, any single piece to fit the same place in any of the thousands of guns that might be in process of manufacture in his works. He manufactured arms for the government, and reaped a fortune which he had so honestly earned. On January 8th, 1825, the country lost this wonderful genius, but his fame is growing year by year as one of the world's benefactors. End of section 76. Eli Whitney. Recording by Tom Merritt.
Section 77 of Hidden Treasures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. Hidden Treasures by Harry A. Lewis. Robert Fulton. The genius of Fulton was of no ordinary mold. It began to unfold in less than 10 years after his birth, which occurred at Little Britain, Pennsylvania, in the year 1765. His parents were farmers and of Irish birth, but Protestants in religious belief. At 17 he went to Philadelphia and began the study of printing. 4 years later he evinced such decided talents in miniature painting that his friends united in sending him to London, where he remained for some years under the teaching of the world-renowned West. Being a friend of West, he was thus drawn into association with such men as the Duke of Bridgewater and the Earl of Stanhope. Through the influence of the former, he adopted the profession of a civil engineer. He also became acquainted with Watt, who had just brought out his great improvement on the steam engine, the details of which Fulton mastered. While in London at this time, he also contrived a new device for sawing marble, which proved to be a valuable improvement. To this period in his life also belongs his invention of a machine for spinning flax. In 1797 he removed to Paris, where he remained 7 years, assiduously studying the sciences. It was during his sojourn there that he brought out his celebrated torpedo boat, since known as the Nautilus, a name derived from its resemblance in action to that wonderful little animal. This boat was a punching machine designed for submarine service in placing torpedoes and other work, for which a submarine vessel could be used. According to Colden, this boat was brought to a wonderful state of perfection, his account of which may be interesting. On the 3rd of July, 1801, he embarked with 3 companions on board his plunging boat in the harbor of Brest, and descended in it to the depth of 5, 10, 15, and so on to 25 feet. But he did not attempt to go deeper, because he found that his imperfect machine would not bear the pressure of a greater depth. He remained below the surface 1 hour. During the time they were in utter darkness. Afterwards he descended with candles, but finding a great disadvantage from their consumption of vital air, he caused, previous to his next experiment, a small window of thick glass to be made near the bow of his boat, and he again descended with her on the 24th of July, 1801. He found that he received from his window, or rather aperture covered with glass, for it was no more than 1.5 inches in diameter, sufficient light for him to count the minutes on his watch. Having satisfied himself that he could have sufficient light when under water, that he could do without a supply of fresh air for a considerable time, that he could descend to any depth and rise to the surface with equal facility, his next object was to try her movements as well on the surface as beneath it. On the 26th of July he weighed his anchor and hoisted his sails. His boat had 1 mast, a mainsail, and a jib. There was only a light breeze, and therefore she did not move on the surface at more than the rate of 2 miles an hour, but it was found that she could tack and steer, and sail on a wind or before it as well as any common sailboat. He then struck her masts and sails, to do which, and to perfectly prepare the boat for plunging, required about 2 minutes. Having plunged to a certain depth, he placed 2 men at the engine, which was intended to give her progressive motion, and 1 at the helm, while he, with the barometer before him, governed the machine which kept her balanced between the upper and lower waters. He found that with the exertion of only one hand he could keep her at any depth he desired. The propelling engine was then put in motion, and he found that on coming to the surface he had, in about 7 minutes, made a progress of 400 meters, or 500 yards. He then again plunged, turned her around, while under the water, and returned to near the place he had begun to move from. He repeated his experiments several days successively until he became familiar with the operation of the machinery and the movements of the boat. He found that she was as obedient to her helm under water as any boat could be on the surface, and that the magnetic needle traversed as well in the one as in the other. On the 27th of August Mr. Fulton again descended with a store of atmospheric air compressed into a copper globe of a cubic foot capacity, into which 200 atmospheres were forced. Thus prepared, he descended with 3 companions to the depth of 5 feet. At the expiration of an hour and 40 minutes, he began to take small supplies of pure air from his reservoir, and did so, as he found occasion, for 4 hours and 20 minutes. At the expiration of the time he came to the surface without having experienced any inconvenience from having been so long under the water. Fulton, about this time, hearing of Fitch's experiments in the United States with steam, became more than ever interested in the subject of navigating boats by means of fire and water. Our minister to Great Britain, Robert R. Livingstone, becoming greatly interested in steam navigation, and especially in Fulton's ideas in the matter, agreed to furnish the necessary funds to bring to success the enterprise. Accordingly they ordered an engine of Watts and Boulton, which would propel a large boat, and the engine arrived in America during the year 1806. Fulton at once set to work to build a boat to fit the machinery, and in 1807 the Clermont was ready for trial. The reader will not be surprised at the statement of an eyewitness. When it was announced in the New York papers that the boat would start from Cortlandt Street at 6:30 a.m. on the 4th of August and take passengers to Albany, there was a broad smile on every face as the inquiry was made if anyone would be a fool enough to go. One friend was heard to accost another in the street with, "John, will thee risk thy life in such a concern? I tell thee, she is the most fearful wild fowl living, and thy father should restrain thee." When the eventful morning came, Friday, August 4th, 1807, the wharves, piers, housetops, and every available elevation was crowded with spectators. All the machinery was uncovered and exposed to view. The periphery of the balance wheels of cast iron, some 4 or more inches square, ran just clear of the water. There were no outside guards, the balance wheels being supported by their respective shafts, which projected over the sides of the boat. The forward part was covered by a deck which afforded shelter for her hands. The after part was fitted up in a rough manner for passengers. The entrance into the cabin was from the stern in front of the steersman, who worked a tiller as in an ordinary sloop. Black smoke issued from the chimney. Steam issued from every ill-fitted valve and crevice of the engine. Fulton himself was there. His remarkably clear and sharp voice was heard high above the hum of the multitude and the noise of the engine. His step was confident and decided. He heeded not the fearfulness, doubts, or sarcasm of those by whom he was surrounded. The whole scene combined had in it an individuality, as well as an interest, which comes but once, and is remembered a lifetime. Everything being ready, the engine was set in motion, and the boat moved steadily but slowly from the wharf. As she was turned up the river and was fairly under way, there arose such a huzza as 10,000 throats never gave before. The passengers returned the cheer, but Fulton stood upon the deck, his eyes flashing with an unusual brilliancy as he surveyed the crowd. He felt that the magic wand of success was waving over him, and he was silent. The entire trip was an ovation, and is thus described by Colden. From other vessels which were navigating the river, she had the most terrific appearance when she was making her passage. The first steamboats use dry pine for fuel, which sends forth a column of ignited vapor many feet above the flue, and whenever the fire is stirred a galaxy of sparks fly off, and in the night have a very beautiful and brilliant appearance. This uncommon light first attracted the attention of the crews of other vessels. Notwithstanding the wind and the tide were adverse to its approach, they saw with astonishment that it was coming rapidly towards them, and when it came so near the noise of the machinery and paddles was heard. The crews, if what was said at the time in the newspapers be true, in some instances shrunk beneath the decks from the terrific sight, and left the vessels to go ashore, while others prostrated themselves and besought Providence to protect them from the approach of the horrible monster, which was marching on the tides and lighting its path by the fires it vomited. Of peculiar interest and instruction is the following narrative connected with this historic voyage from the graphic pen of one who was personally an actor in the scene described. I chanced to be at Albany on business when Fulton arrived there in his unheard-of craft, which everybody felt so much anxiety to see. Being ready to leave, and hearing that his craft was going to return to New York, I repaired on board and inquired for Mr. Fulton. I was referred to the cabin, and there found a plain, gentlemanly man, wholly alone, and engaged in writing. "Mr. Fulton, I presume?" "Yes, sir." "Do you return to New York with this boat?" "We shall try to get back, sir." "Can I have a passage down?" "You can take your chance with us, sir." I inquired the amount to be paid, and after a moment's hesitation a sum, I think $6, was named. The amount in coin I laid in his open hand, and with his eyes fixed upon it he remained so long motionless that I supposed it must be a miscount, and said to him, "Is that right, sir?" This question roused him as from a kind of reverie, and, as he looked up, the tears were brimming in his eyes, and his voice faltered as he said, "Excuse me, sir, but my memory was busy, as I contemplated this, the first pecuniary reward I have ever received for all my exertions in adapting steam to navigation. I shall gladly commemorate the occasion over a bottle of wine with you, but really I am too poor for that just now. Yet I trust we may meet again, when this will not be the case." Some 4 years after this, continues the writer of this reminiscence, when the Clermont had been greatly improved and her name changed to North River, and when 2 other boats, the Car of Neptune and the Paragon, had been built, making Mr. Fulton's fleet consist of 3 boats regularly plying between New York and Albany, I took passage upon one of these for the latter city. The cabin in that day was below, and as I walked its deck to and fro, I saw that I was very closely observed by one, I supposed a stranger. Soon, however, I recalled the features of Mr. Fulton, but without disclosing this I continued my walk. At length, in passing his seat, our eyes met, when he sprang to his feet and eagerly seizing my hand, exclaimed, "I knew it must be you, for your features have never escaped me, and, although I am still far from rich, yet I may venture that bottle now." It was ordered, and during its discussion Mr. Fulton ran rapidly, but vividly, over his experience of the world's coldness and sneers, and the hopes, fears, disappointments, and difficulties that were scattered through his whole career of discovery, up to the very point of his final crowning triumph, at which he so fully felt he had at last arrived. "And in reviewing all these matters," he said, "I have again and again recalled the occasion and the incident of our first interview at Albany, and never have I done so without renewing in my mind the vivid emotion it originally caused. That seemed, and does still seem to me, the turning point in my destiny, the dividing line between light and darkness, in my career upon earth, for it was the first actual recognition of my usefulness to my fellow men. Why was it that Fulton won renown? True, it was that he possessed unusual genius. We know that every one cannot be a Fulton, yet how few there are who would have exercised the stick-to-itiveness that he was obliged to do before success came. How few would have passed through the trials and withstood the sneers that Robert Fulton passed through. On the 24th of February, 1815, he died, when the honor of first crossing the ocean by steam power was being contemplated by him. But his fame was established, and need not to enhance it. End of section 77. Hidden Treasures. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 78 of Hidden Treasures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hidden Treasures by Harry A. Lewis. Elias Howe, Jr. Difference of opinion there may be as to the abstract question, who first conceived the principle involved in sewing by machinery, or in respect to who first constructed a machine that would fulfill that idea. But so far as great results are concerned, the world must be considered as indebted to Elias Howe, Jr., a New England mechanic, born and reared in obscurity, and at an early age thrown upon his own resources. He was born at Spencer, Massachusetts, July 9th, 1819. His father was a farmer and miller, but at 16 he left home, engaging in a cotton mill. Space will not permit us to follow him through all the details of his varied experience during his early years. It will be sufficient to say that he lived in Boston in his 20th year, where he was working in a machine shop. He was a good workman, having learned his trade at Harvard by the side of his cousin, Nathaniel Banks, who has since greatly distinguished himself as a general in the United States Army and Speaker of the House of Representatives. He was married soon after, and when 22 or 3, his health failing, he found himself surrounded by a family and poverty staring him in the face. The idea suggested itself to Howe in the following manner, as described by Parton in the Atlantic Monthly. In the year 1839, 2 men in Boston, one a mechanic, the other a capitalist, were striving to produce a knitting machine, which proved to be a task beyond their strength. When the inventor was at his wits' end, his capitalist brought the machine to the shop of Ari Davis to see if that eccentric genius could suggest the solution of the difficulty and make the machine work. The shop, resolving itself into a committee of the whole, gathered about the knitting machine and its proprietor, and were listening to an explanation of its principles, when Davis, in his wild, extravagant way, broke in with the question, "What are you bothering yourself with a knitting machine for? Why don't you make a sewing machine?" "I wish I could," said the capitalist. "But it can't be done." "Oh, yes, it can," said Davis. "I can make a sewing machine myself." "Well," said the other, "you do it, Davis, and I'll insure you an independent fortune." There the conversation dropped, and was never resumed. The boastful remark of the master of the shop was considered one of his sallies of affected extravagance, as it really was, and the response of the capitalist to it was uttered without a thought of producing an effect. Nor did it produce any effect upon the person to whom it was addressed, as Davis never attempted to construct a sewing machine. Among the workmen who stood by and listened to this conversation was a young man from the country, a new hand named Elias Howe, then 20 years old. The person whom we have named capitalist, a well-dressed and fine-looking man, somewhat consequential in his manners, was an imposing figure in the eyes of this youth, new to the city ways, and he was much impressed with the emphatic assurance that a fortune was in store for the man who would invent a sewing machine. He was the more struck with it because he had already amused himself with inventing some slight improvements, and recently he had caught from Davis the habit of meditating new devices. The spirit of invention, as all mechanics know, is exceedingly contagious. One man in a shop who invents something that proves successful will give the mania to half his companions, and the very apprentices will be tinkering over a device after their day's work is done. Thus it was that the idea of a sewing machine first entered Howe's mind. The following is the touching story of Howe's early struggle and final triumph, as told by himself. "I commenced the invention of my sewing machine as early as 1841, when I was 22 years of age. Being then dependent on my daily labor for the support of myself and my family, I could not devote my attention to the subject during the working hours of the day, but I thought on it when I could, day and night. It grew on until 1844. I felt impelled to yield my whole time to it. During this period I worked on my invention mentally as well as I could, having only the aid of needles and such other small devices as I could carry in my pockets and use at irregular intervals of daily labor at my trade. I was poor, but with promises of aid from a friend, I thereafter devoted myself exclusively to the construction and practical completion of my machine. I worked alone in an upper room in my friend's house, and finished my first machine by the middle of May, 1845. This was a period of intense and persistent application of all the powers I possessed to the practical embodiment of my mechanical ideas into a successful sewing machine. I soon tested the practical success of my first machine by sewing with it all the principal seams in 2 suits of clothes, one for myself and one for my friend. Our clothes were as well made as any made by hand sewing. I still have my first machine, and it will now sew as good a seam as any sewing machine known to me. My first machine was described in the specification of my patent, and I then made a second machine to be deposited in the patent office as a model. I then conveyed one half of my invention and patent to my friend for $500. In fact, though a much larger sum, $10,000, was named in the deed at his suggestion. My patent was issued on the 10th of September, 1846. I made a third machine which I tried to get into use on terms satisfactory to myself and friend. For this purpose I endeavored to attract notice to it by working with it in tailor shops, and exhibited it to all who desired to become acquainted with it. After my patent was obtained, my friend declined to aid me further. I then owed him about $2,000, and I was also in debt to my father, to whom I conveyed the remaining half of my patent for $2,000. Having parted with my whole title, and having no means for manufacturing machines, I was much embarrassed, and did not know what to do. My brother, Amasa B. Howe, suggested that my invention might succeed in England, when, if patented, it would be wholly under my control, and on my behalf, with means borrowed of my father, my brother took my third machine to England to do the best he could with it. He succeeded in selling my machine and invention for £200 in cash, and a verbal agreement that the purchaser should patent my invention in Great Britain in his own name, and if it should prove successful, to pay me £3 royalty on each machine he made or sold under the patent. He also agreed to employ me in adapting my machine to his own kind of work at £3 a week wages. The purchaser obtained a patent for my machine in England, and I went to London to enter his employment. I then made several machines with various modifications and improvements to suit his peculiar kind of work, and they were put to immediate use. But afterwards we ceased to be friendly, and I was discharged from his employment. In the meantime my wife and 3 children had joined me in London. I had also, at the suggestion of another person, endorsed a £100 note, on which I was afterwards sued and arrested. But I was finally released, on taking the poor debtor's oath. By small loans from fellow mechanics, and by pawning a few articles, I managed to live with my family in London until, from friendly representations from some American acquaintances, the captain of an American packet was induced to take my wife and children home to the United States on credit. I was then alone and extremely poor in a foreign land. My invention was patented and in successful use in England, but without any profit to me, and wholly out of my control. In the spring of 1849 I was indebted to a Scottish mechanic for a steerage passage, and I returned to the United States poorer, if possible, than when I left. On my return I found my wife and children very destitute. all other personal effects save what they had on being still detained to secure payment for their passage home. My wife was sick and died within 10 days after my arrival. During my absence in England, a considerable number of sewing machines had been made and put in operation in different parts of the United States. Some of these by the procurement of the friend to whom I had sold half of my American patent, but most of them infringements on my patent. Having obtained from my father in the summer of 1849 an agreement to reconvey to me his half of my patent, I tried to induce the friend who held the other half to join me in prosecuting our rights against infringers, but he declined to do so. After failing to make any satisfactory settlement with the infringers, who well knew my poverty and embarrassments, I filed a bill in equity against one of such persons, and made my friend a party defendant also, in order to bring him into court as co-owner of my machine. After this he joined me in a suit at law against another infringer. In this case the validity of my patent was fully established by a verdict and judgment at law. After several transfers of the half share sold my friend, I purchased it back about 5 years ago, and I am now sole owner of the American patent. Thus did Howe modestly tell the story of his terrible trials and suffering. After long litigation, Mr. Howe's claim to have been the original inventor was legally and irreversibly established, the judge deciding that there was no evidence which left a shadow of doubt that for all the benefit conferred upon the public by the introduction of the sewing machine, the public are indebted to Mr. Howe. Therefore to him all inventors or improvers had to pay a royalty on each machine they made. From being a poor man living in a garret, Howe became one of the most noted millionaires in America. Doubtless many of our readers would be interested in the principles involved in Mr. Howe's machine, which seem to be essential in all two-threaded machines. We find that two threads are employed, one of which is carried through the cloth by means of a curved pointed needle. The needle used has an eye that is to receive the thread, about 1/8 of an inch from the pointed end. When the thread is carried through the cloth, which may be done to the distance of about 3/4 of an inch, the thread will be stretched above the curved needle, something like a bowstring, leaving a small open space between the two. A small shuttle carrying a bobbin filled with thread is then made to pass entirely through this open space between the needle and the thread which it carries, and when the shuttle is returned the thread which was carried in by the needle is surrounded by that received from the shuttle. As the needle is drawn out it forces that which was received from the shuttle into the body of the cloth, giving the seam formed the same appearance on each side of the cloth. Thus, according to this arrangement, a stitch is made at every back and forth movement of the shuttle. The two thicknesses of cloth that are to be sewed are held upon pointed wires which project out from a metallic plate, like the teeth of a comb, but at a considerable distance from each other. These pointed wires sustaining the cloth and answering the purpose of ordinary basting. The metallic plate from which these wires project has numerous holes through it, which answer the purpose of rack teeth in enabling the plate to move forward, by means of a pinion, as the stitches are taken. The distance to which the plate is moved, and, consequently, the length of the stitches, may be regulated at pleasure. He opened a manufactory for his machines where he could carry on the business in a small way. From this small beginning his business grew until, with the royalties he received, his income reached $200,000 annually. Notwithstanding his wealth, he enlisted in the war as a private, and his principles and sympathy were displayed at one time when, seeing the men needy, the government having been unable to pay promptly, he himself advanced enough money to pay the entire regiment. In the month of October, 1867, at the early age of 48, he died. But he had lived long enough to see his machine adopted and appreciated as one of the greatest labor-saving devices in the world. It is estimated that today the sewing machine saves annually the enormous sum of $500 million. It has been truly said that had it not been for the sewing machine, it would have been impossible to have clothed and kept clothed the vast armies employed on both sides during the late war. Great indeed is a world's benefactor. Such is Elias Howe. End of section 78. Elias Howe, Jr. Read by Tom Merritt.
Section 79 of Hidden Treasures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hidden Treasures by Harry A. Lewis. Isaac M. Singer. The greatest competitor of Mr. Howe was I. M. Singer. In 1850 there appeared in a shop in Boston a man who exhibited a carving machine as his invention. Mr. Parton, in the Atlantic Monthly, said, "Singer was a poor, baffled adventurer. He had been an actor and a manager of a theatre, and had tried his hand at various enterprises, none of which had been successful. The proprietor of the shop, who had some sewing machines there on exhibition, speaking of them, said, 'These machines are an excellent invention, but have some serious defects. Now, if you could make the desired improvement, there would be more money in it than in making these carving machines.' This seemed to gently impress Singer, and the friend advancing $40, he at once began work. According to Singer's testimony in the Howe versus Singer suits, the story of this wonderful man runs something like this: "I worked day and night, sleeping but 3 or 4 hours out of the 24, and eating generally but once a day, as I knew I must get a machine made for $40 or not get it at all. The machine was completed the night of the 11th day from the day it was commenced. About 9 o'clock that evening we got the parts of the machine together, and commenced trying it. The first attempt to sew was unsuccessful, and the workmen, who were tired out with almost unremitting work, left me one by one, intimating that it was a failure. I continued trying the machine, with Zeber, who furnished the $40, to hold the lamp for me; but in the nervous condition to which I had been reduced, by incessant work and anxiety, was unsuccessful in getting the machine to sew light stitches. About midnight I started with Zeber to the hotel, where I boarded. Upon the way we sat down on a pile of boards, and Zeber asked me if I had not noticed that the loose loops of thread on the upper side of the cloth came from the needle. It then flashed upon me that I had forgotten to adjust the tension upon the needle thread. Zeber and I went back to the shop. I adjusted the tension, tried the machine, and sewed 5 stitches perfectly, when the thread broke. The perfection of those stitches satisfied me that the machine was a success, and I stopped work, went to the hotel, and had a sound sleep. By 3 o'clock the next day I had the machine finished, and started with it to New York, where I employed Mr. Charles M. Keller to get out a patent for it. The trial resulted in favor of Howe, but of the 2 men Singer was in every way the superior in business capacity. In fact, There never has been a sewing machine manufacturer that could compare with I. M. Singer. Great and manifold were the difficulties which arose in his path, but one by one he overcame them all. He advertised, he travelled, he sent out agents, he procured the insertion of articles in newspapers, he exhibited the machines at fairs in town or country. Several times he was on the point of failure, but in the nick of time something always happened to save him, and year after year he advanced toward an assured success. We well remember his early efforts, when he only had the back part of a small store on Broadway, and a little shop over a railroad depot; and we remember also the general incredulity with regard to the value of the machine with which his name was identified. Even after hearing him explain it at great length, we were very far from expecting to see him one day riding to the Central Park in a French diligence, drawn by 5 horses paid for by the sewing machine. Still less did we anticipate that within 12 years the Singer Company would be selling 1,000 sewing machines a week, at a profit of $1,000 a day. He was the true pioneer of the mere business of selling machines, and made it easier for all his subsequent competitors. The peculiarity of the Singer machine is the chain stitch or single thread device, but with the employment of an eye-pointed needle, and other appliances, so as to make it admirably adopted for the general purposes of sewing. At Mr. Singer's death, it was found that his estate amounted to about $19 millions. End of Section 79. Isaac M. Singer. Section 80 of Hidden Treasures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hidden Treasures by Harry A. Lewis. Richard M. Hoe. The recent death of Richard March Hoe, in Florence, Italy, closes the career of one whose name is known wherever the newspaper is used to spread intelligence. He was the senior member of the firm of printing press makers, and one of the leading inventors and developers of that great lever of public opinion. Mr. Hoe's father was the founder of the firm. He came to this country from England in 1803, and worked at his trade of carpentry. Through his skill as a workman he was sought out by a man named Smith, a maker of printer's material. He married Smith's sister, and went into partnership with Smith and brother. The printing presses of those days were made chiefly of wood, and Hoe's skill as a woodworker was valuable to the firm. In 1822 Peter Smith invented a hand press. This press was finally supplanted by the Washington press, invented by Samuel Rust in 1829. Mr. Smith died a year after securing his patent, and the firm name was changed to R. Hoe & Company, but from the manufacture of the Smith press the company made a fortune. The demand for hand presses increased so rapidly that 10 years later it was suggested that steam power might be utilized in some way to do the pulling and tugging necessary in getting an impression. At this time Richard M., one of the sons of the founder of the house, was an attentive listener to the discussions. Young Richard M. Hoe was born in 1812. He had the advantage of an excellent education, but his father's business possessed such a fascination for him that it was with difficulty he was kept in school. He was a young man of 20 before his father allowed him to work regularly in his shop, but he had already become an expert in handling tools, and soon became one of the best workmen. He joined with his father in the belief that steam would yet be applied to the printing press, and the numerous models and experiments they made to that end would, in the light of the present day, appear extremely ridiculous. In 1825 to 1830 Napier had constructed a steam printing press, and in 1830 Isaac Adams of Boston secured a patent for a power press. These inventions were kept very secret, the factories in which they were made being guarded jealously. In 1830 a Napier press was imported into this country for use on the National Intelligencer. Mordecai Noah, editor of Noah's Sunday Times and Messenger, was collector of the port of New York at that time, and being desirous of seeing how the Napier press would work, sent for Mr. Hoe to put it up. He and Richard succeeded in setting up the press, and worked it successfully. The success of Napier's press set the Hoes to thinking. They made models of its peculiar parts and studied them carefully. Then, in pursuance of a plan suggested by Richard, his father sent his partner, Mr. Newton, to England for the purpose of examining new machinery there, and to secure models for future use. On his return with ideas, Mr. Newton and the Hoes projected and turned out for sale a novel 2-cylinder press, which became universally popular and soon superseded all others, the Napier included. Thus was steam at last harnessed to the press, but the demand of the daily papers for their increasing editions spurred the pressmakers to devise machines that could be worked at higher speed than was found possible with the presses, in which the type was secured to a flat bed, which was moved backward and forward under a revolving cylinder. It was seen, then, that if type could be secured to the surface of a cylinder, great speed could be attained. In Sir Rowland Hill's device the type was cast wedge shape, that is, narrower at the bottom. A broad nick was cut into its side, into which a lead fitted. The ends of the lead in turn fitted into a slot in the column rules, and these latter were bolted into the cylinder. The inventor, Sir Rowland Hill, the father of penny postage in England, sunk, it is said, £80,000 in the endeavour to introduce this method. In the meantime Richard M. had succeeded to his father's business, and was giving his attention largely to solving this problem of holding type on a revolving cylinder. It was not until 1846 that he hit on the method of doing it. After a dozen years of thought the idea came upon him unexpectedly, and was startling in its simplicity. It was to make the column rules wedge shape instead of the type. It was this simple device, by the introduction of the lightning press, that revolutionized the newspaper business of the world, and made the press the power it is. It brought Hoe fame and put him at the head of pressmakers. His business grew to such dimensions that he has in his employ in his New York factory from 800 to 1,500 hands, varying with the state of trade. His London factory employs from 150 to 250 hands. Yet the great daily cravings demanded still faster presses. The result was the development of the web press, in which the paper is drawn into the press from a continuous roll, at a speed of 12 miles an hour. The very latest is a machine called the supplement press, capable of printing complete a paper of from 8 to 12 pages, depending on the demand of the day, so that the papers slide out of the machine with the supplements gummed in, and the paper folded ready for delivery. Of late years many other remarkably ingenious presses of other makers have come into the market, but still the genius of R. M. Hoe has left an indelible mark in the development of the printing press. He died June 6th, 1886. End of Section 80. Richard M. Hoe.
Section 81 of Hidden Treasures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hidden Treasures by Harry A. Lewis. Charles Goodyear. About the year 1800 was born in New Haven, Connecticut, Charles Goodyear. He received only a public school education, and when 21 years of age joined his father in the hardware trade in the city of Philadelphia. But in the financial troubles of 1830 the firm went under, and the next 3 years was spent in looking for a life work. Passing a store in the city of New York, his eye was attracted by the words "India Rubber for Sale." Having heard much of this new article of late, he purchased a life preserver which he carried home, and so materially improved in conception that he was induced to return to the store for the purpose of explaining his ideas. At the store he was now told of the great discouragements with which the rubber trade was contending, the merchants giving this as a reason for not taking to his improvement. The rubber, as then made, would become as hard as flint during cold weather, and if exposed to heat would melt and decay. Returning to Philadelphia, Goodyear commenced experiments, trying to discover the secret of how to remedy this trouble. He was very poor, and to support his family he cobbled for his neighbors. He tried every experiment within his grasp of intellect, but met only with failure. His friends who had helped him left him one by one. His failures continued, but he would not give up. The last piece of furniture was sold, and his family moved into the country, taking up cheap lodgings. Finally, he found a druggist who agreed to furnish him with what he needed from his store to use in his investigations, and purchasing small quantities of rubber at a time, he continued his experiments. At length, after 3 years, he discovered that the adhesiveness of the rubber could be obviated by dipping it in a preparation of nitric acid, but this only affected the exterior, and he was once more plunged into the worst of poverty. It was generally agreed that the man who would proceed further in a cause of this sort was fairly deserving of all the distress brought on himself, and justly debarred the sympathy of others. His suffering during the years that followed is simply incredible. The prejudice against him was intense. Everybody characterized him as a fool, and no one would help him. A witness afterwards testified in a trial. "They had sickness in the family. I was often in and found them very poor and destitute for both food and fuel. They had none, nor had they anything to buy any with. This was before they boarded with us, and while they were keeping house. They told me they had no money with which to buy bread from one day to another. They did not know how they should get it. The children said they did not know what they should do for food. They dug their potatoes before they were half grown for the sake of having something to eat. Their son Charles, 8 years old, used to say that they ought to be thankful for the potatoes, for they did not know what they should do without them. We used to furnish them with milk, and they wished us to take furniture and bedclothes in payment rather than not pay for it. At one time they had nothing to eat, and a barrel of flour was unexpectedly sent them. It is a record of destitution, imprisonment for debt, and suffering from this time until 1841, when he began to see daylight. By accident he one day allowed a piece of rubber to drop on the stove, when lo, he had found the secret. Heat was the thing needed. 6 years had he struggled on through untold hardships, and now he seemed crowned with success. He had found the desired solution of the problem, but he made a fatal mistake here. Instead of settling down and manufacturing his discovery, which would have brought him a fortune, he sold rights and kept on experimenting. By certain legal informalities he secured no benefit whatever from his patent in France, and he was cheated entirely out of it in England. Although he lived to see large factories for its manufacture spring up in both America and Europe, employing 60,000 operatives, still he died in 1860 at the age of 71, leaving his family unprovided for. The cause was not lack of perseverance nor energy, but the sole cause was lack of judgment in business matters. The vulcanized rubber trade is one of the greatest industries of the world today, amounting to millions of dollars annually. The usefulness of India rubber is thus described in the North American Review. Some of our readers have been out on the picket line during the war. They know what it is to stand motionless in a wet and miry rifle pit in the chilly rain of a southern winter's night. Protected by India rubber boots, blanket, and cap, the picket man is in comparative comfort, a duty which without that protection would make him a cowering and shivering wretch, and plant in his bones a latent rheumatism to be the torment of his old age. Goodyear's India rubber enables him to come in from his pit as dry as when he went into it, and he comes in to lie down with an India rubber blanket between him and the damp earth. If he is wounded, it is an India rubber stretcher or an ambulance provided with India rubber springs that gives him least pain on his way to the hospital, where, if his wound is serious, a waterbed of India rubber gives ease to his mangled frame and enables him to endure the wearing tedium of an unchanged posture. Bandages and supporters of India rubber avail him much when first he begins to hobble about his ward. A piece of India rubber at the end of his crutch lessens the jar and the noise of his motions, and a cushion of India rubber is comfortable to his armpit. The springs which close the hospital door, the bands which excludes the draughts from doors and windows, his pocket comb, and cup and thimble are of the same material. From jars hermetically closed with India rubber he receives the fresh fruit that is so exquisitely delicious to a fevered mouth. The instrument case of his surgeon and the storeroom of his matron contains many articles whose utility is increased by the use of it, and some that could be made of nothing else. In a small rubber case the physician carries with him and preserves his lunar caustic, which would corrode any metallic surface. His shirts and sheets pass through an India rubber clothes wringer, which saves the strength of the washerwoman and the fiber of the fabric. When the government presents him with an artificial leg, a thick heel and elastic sole of India rubber give him comfort every time he puts it on the ground. In the field this material is not less strikingly useful. During the late war armies have marched through 10 days of rain and slept through as many nights, and come out dry into the returning sunshine, with their artillery untarnished and their ammunition not injured, because men and munitions were all under India rubber. Ought we soon to forget him to whom we are indebted in a large measure for all this? The American people will long remember Charles Goodyear when others have faded from memory. End of section 81. Charles Goodyear. Recording by Tom Merritt.
Section 82 of Hidden Treasures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in December 2012. Hidden Treasures by Harry A. Lewis. Professor S.F.B. Morse. Canst thou send lightnings that they may go and say unto thee, Here we are? Said the Lord from the whirlwind to afflicted Job, who remained dumb, for he could not answer. The question has been answered in the affirmative in our day by the Prefecture of the Electromagnetic Telegraph, the late Professor Morse, by whose invention the promise has been fulfilled, I'll put a girdle around the globe in 40 minutes. Samuel Finley Breese Morse was born in Charleston, Massachusetts, April 27, 1791. His father was the first person to publish geographies in America. His father was also a celebrated congregational minister, spending much of his time in religious controversy, in maintaining the Orthodox faith throughout the New England churches and against Unitarianism. He was prominent among those who founded Andover Theological Seminary and published many religious periodicals. S.F.B. Morse was a graduate from Yale at the age of 19, and soon went to England for the purpose of studying painting. At the end of 2 years he received the gold medal of the Adelphia Society of Arts for an original model of Dying Hercules, his first attempt at sculpture. The following year he exhibited The Judgment of Jupiter, a painting praised by his teacher, Mr. West. Becoming quite proficient in painting and sculpture, he returned home in 1815, following his profession in Boston, Charleston, South Carolina, and later in New York City. At the latter place, in connection with other artists, he organized a drawing association, which resulted in the establishment of the National Academy of Design. Professor Morse was chosen its first president, and was continued in that office for the following 16 years. He painted a great many portraits, among which was a full-length portrait of Lafayette, which was highly prized and commended by the association. In 1829 he visited Europe a second time to complete his studies in art reading for more than 3 years in the principal cities of the continent. During his absence abroad he was elected professor of the literature of the arts of design in the University of New York, and in 1835 he delivered a course of lectures before that school on the affinity of those arts. While in college, Mr. Morse had paid special attention to chemistry and natural philosophy, but his love of art seemed to be the stronger. Later, however, these sciences became a dominant pursuit with him. As far back as 1826-27, he and Professor J. Freeman Dana had been colleague lecturers at the Athenaeum in the city of New York, the former lecturing on the fine arts and the latter upon electromagnetism. They were intimate friends, and in their conversation the subject of electromagnetism was made familiar to the mind of Morse. The electromagnet on Sturgeon's principle, the first ever shown in the United States, was exhibited and explained in Dana's lectures, and at a later date, by gift of Professor Torrey, came into Morse's possession. Dana even then suggested, by his special volute coil, the electromagnet of the present day. This was the magnet in use when Morse returned from Europe, and it is now used in every Morse telegraph throughout both hemispheres. On his second return to the United States, he embarked from Havre on the packet ship Sully in the autumn of 1832, and in a casual conversation with some of the passengers on the then recent discovery in France of the means of obtaining the electric spark from the magnet, showing the identity or relation of electricity and magnetism, Morse's mind conceived, not merely the idea of an electric telegraph, but of an electromagnetic and chemical recording telegraph, substantially and essentially as it now exists. The testimony to the paternity of the idea in Morse's mind, and to his acts and drawings on board the ship, is ample. His own testimony was corroborated by all the passengers, with a single exception, Thomas Jackson, who claimed to have originated the idea and imparted the same to Morse. However, there is little controversy in regard to this matter at the present day, as the courts decided irrevocably in favor of Morse. The year 1832 is fixed as the date of Morse's conception and realization, also so far as drawings could embody the conception of the telegraph system, which now bears his name. A part of the apparatus was constructed in New York before the close of the first year, but circumstances prevented its completion before 1835, when he put up a half-mile of wire in coil around a room, and exhibited the telegraph in operation. 2 years later he exhibited the operation of his system before the University of New York. From the greater publicity of this exhibition, the date of Morse's invention has erroneously been fixed in the autumn of 1837, whereas he operated successfully with the first single instrument in November 1835. In 1837 he filed his caveat in the Patent Office in Washington, and asked Congress for aid to build an experimental line from that city to Baltimore. The House Committee on Commerce gave a favorable report, but the session closed without action, and Morse went to Europe in the hope of interesting foreign governments in his invention. The result was a refusal to grant him letters patent in England, and the obtaining of a useless brevet d'invention in France, and no exclusive privileges in any other country. He returned home to struggle again with scanty means for 4 years, during which he continued his appeals at Washington. His hope had expired on the last evening of the session of 1842-43, but in the morning, March 4th, he was startled with the announcement that the desired aid of Congress had been obtained in the midnight hour of the expiring session, and $30,000 placed at his disposal for his experimental essay between Washington and Baltimore. In 1844 the work was completed, and demonstrated to the world the practicability and the utility of the Morse system of electromagnetic telegraphing. Violations of his patents and assumption of his rights by rival companies involved him in a long series of lawsuits, but these were eventually decided in his favor, and he reaped the benefits to which his invention entitled him. It is doubtful if any American ever before received so many marks of distinction. In 1846 Yale College conferred on him the degree of LL.D. In 1848 he received the decoration of the Nishan Iftikur in diamonds from the Sultan of Turkey. Gold medals of scientific merit were awarded him by the King of Prussia, the King of Württemberg, and the Emperor of Austria. In 1856 he received from the Emperor of the French the Cross of Chevalier of the Legion of Honor. In 1857 from the King of Denmark the Cross of Knight Commander of the First Class of the Dannebrog. In 1858 from the Queen of Spain the Cross of Knight Commander of the Order of Isabella the Catholic. From the King of Italy the Cross of the Order of SS Maurice and Lazarus, and from the King of Portugal the Cross of the Order of the Tower and Sword. In 1856 the telegraph companies of Great Britain gave him a banquet in London, and in Paris, in 1858, another banquet was given him by Americans numbering more than 100 and representing almost every state in the Union. In the latter year, at the instance of Napoleon III, representatives of France, Russia, Sweden, Belgium, Holland, Austria, Sardinia, Tuscany, the Holy See, and Turkey met in Paris to decide upon a collective testimonial to him, and the result was a vote of 400,000 francs as a personal reward for his labors. On December 29, 1868, the citizens of New York gave him a public dinner. In June 1871, a bronze statue of him, erected by the voluntary contributions of telegraph employees, was formally unveiled in Central Park, New York, by William Cullen Bryant, and in the evening a reception was held in the Academy of Music, at which Professor Morse telegraphed, by means of one of the instruments used on the original line between New York and Washington, a message of greeting to all the cities of the continent. The last public service which he performed was the unveiling of the statue of Franklin in Printing House Square, New York, on January 17, 1872. Submarine telegraphy also originated with Professor Morse, who laid the first submarine lines in New York Harbor in 1842, and received at the time from the American Institute a gold medal. He died in the city of New York, April 2, 1872. While in Paris in 1839, he made the acquaintance of Daguerre, and from drawings furnished him by the latter, he constructed, on his return, the first daguerreotype apparatus, and took the first sun pictures ever taken in America. He was also an author and poet of some standing. End of section 82. Professor S. F. B. Morse.
Section 83 of Hidden Treasures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Hidden Treasures by Harry A. Lewis. Cyrus W. Field. There are few people living who have not heard of Cyrus W. Field. Few people, however, have taken the trouble to learn more of him, other than the fact that to him are we indebted for the Atlantic cable, and this information has been forced upon them. One often hears the old saying, "Blood tells," and when we review the Field family we are constrained to admit its truth. David Dudley Field Sr., the father, was a noted divine. He had a family of 7 sons, the oldest of which, David Dudley Jr., is a most conspicuous lawyer. Stephen Johnson has held some of the most exalted positions as a jurist within the gift of the nation and his adopted state, California. Henry Martin is a renowned editor and Doctor of Divinity. Matthew D. is an expert engineer, and in this capacity did much to aid the success of the cable which has made famous for all time the subject of this narrative. Matthew is also a somewhat noted and successful politician. Another brother, Timothy, entered the Navy, and we doubt not would have become equally distinguished but for his untimely death. Cyrus West was born at Stockbridge, Massachusetts, November 30th, 1819. Unlike the Appletons, Harpers, and numerous other noted families, the Fields seem to discard the idea, "in union is their strength," each selecting his own calling, to become individually singled out and honored. As heretofore shown, almost the entire Field family have made history, but upon Cyrus does the world bestow the greatest distinction. He was the only brother choosing a mercantile life, and at the age of 15, nearly 16, he was apprenticed to the great A.T. Stewart. After his apprenticeship he returned to Massachusetts and started a small paper mill, and still later came to New York again, this time to open a paper warehouse, but for some reason failed. One feature of the great success which has attended Mr. Field was his stick-to-itiveness, which enabled him to fight it out on that line if it took all summer. He accordingly compromised the matter with his creditors, re-established the business, profited by his past mistakes, and in the course of 11 or 12 years had amassed an ample fortune. Accordingly, about 1853, he decided to retire, and spent 6 months traveling in South America, not, however, until he had enclosed a check to each of his old creditors, thereby discharging a moral obligation, although not legally bound. In the meantime, a Mr. Gibson had enlisted the sympathy of his brother Matthew, the engineer, in a transatlantic telegraph company which was to be carried on by a cooperation of the telegraph and a system of fast ocean steamers. Although adverse to all thought of resuming any business, this brother obtained for Mr. Gibson an audience, and he presented to Mr. Field his scheme, which involved a telegraphic communication between New York and St. John. Hence, by fast ocean steamers, Mr. Gibson left without gaining his object, but upon reflection Mr. Field suddenly exclaimed, "Why not run a wire through the ocean itself instead of ending it at St. John?" Although it is claimed that Field had never heard of such an idea, yet it did not originate with him. In fact, a cable was then in operation between Dover and Calais, connecting England and France. Having become imbued with this plan, he at once consulted his brother David as to what legal obstacles might possibly arise, and, being satisfied on that score, he set about the accomplishment of his purpose. He saw Peter Cooper and several other moneyed men, and solicited their aid, forming a company, with Peter Cooper as president. Matthew was now interested as chief engineer, and David as counsel. These will be remembered as two of the famous brothers. The burden of the work, however, fell upon our hero. He seemed to be everywhere. First in Newfoundland, where he bought the rights of a rival company then before the provincial government, where his influence secured the consent of the legislature of Newfoundland. Then he is over in England, where he is successful in not only securing the necessary rights and privileges to occupy British territory, but the special favor of the Queen and the capital stock of about $1,680,000, which it was hoped could be placed in England, and was taken in a few weeks. And not only this, but the British government agreed to pay an annual subsidy of about $68,000 for the use of the cable by that government and ships, not only for surveying, but to help lay the cable. Mr. Field now ordered the cable made, and again set sail for America, and is soon at the national capital trying to enlist the sympathy and aid of our country. The lobby and other influences seemed to be against him, and he met with the cold shoulder at every turn, but nothing dismayed this man. At last the bill passed the Senate by the majority of but one vote, and in the lower house by an absolutely small majority, but after a hard fight it became a fixed thing and received the signature of President Buchanan. Reader, look back upon the trials of Cyrus Field as you have followed them thus far. Imagine, if you can, the trouble, vexation, and disappointments which have thus far attended him, and when you think that he had all this trouble to get permission to lay the cable, and that while he had already passed through much, yet his disappointments were destined to be tenfold greater ere success attended him, will you say he is undeserving of that success? The rights are secure, the stock taken, the cable is done, and all seems fair sailing. The Agamemnon of the Royal Mary and the Niagara, furnished by the United States government, started with their precious burden. The paying out machine kept up its steady revolutions. Slowly but surely the cable slips over the side and into the briny deep. Many eminent men were eagerly watching with Mr. Field on the Niagara. A gradual solemnity took possession of the entire ship's company. Who would not be interested? Who would not feel the powerful pressure of responsibility? And when at last the too sudden application of a brake parted the cable, and it wholly disappeared from view, the shock was too much for the stoutest nerves. All appeared to feel that a dear friend had just slipped the cable of life, and had gone to make his grave beneath the deep waters. But of all that sad company Mr. Field is the least dismayed. He recognized that a most expensive and disastrous accident had happened, but the belief was firmly fixed in his mind that the plan was practicable. He was now offered the position of general manager at a salary of $5,000 per year. The position he accepted, but declined the salary. In 1858 the second attempt was begun, but when about 200 miles had been laid, the cable parted, and the result of months of labor and large capital was remorsefully swallowed up by the mighty deep. But while all seemed ready to give up, Cyrus Field seemed to be everywhere. His activity seemed to exceed the bounds of human endurance. Many were the successive 24 hours in which he had no sleep, and his friends were alarmed lest he and the new enterprise should break together. By his assiduousness the work was recommenced the same year, and on the 5th of August, 1858, was completed. Messages were exchanged between Queen Victoria and President Buchanan, and for about a month the cable worked perfectly, amid great rejoicing, when all at once it stopped. The cable refused to respond. Few thought the project would be prosecuted further, but they miscalculated the power of endurance, the possession of which has brought the success of that man whom they now envy, because fortune has smiled upon him more especially than them. How often do we find ourselves wishing we were as rich as some person, or as influential as another, when we have but to follow their example, do as they have done, endure what they have endured, to acquire the coveted success? If we would stop to consider that 73% of our great men were poor boys, we would readily see that those we now envy are only enjoying the fruit of their own toil. The Civil War broke out and all work was suspended, but in 1863 a new cable was ordered of Gloss, Elliot & Company in London, and a capital of $3 millions was raised by the indomitable energy of Mr. Field. The Great Eastern was employed to lay it, and on the 23rd day of July, 1865, that leviathan of the deep started on her momentous journey, successfully traversing about 3/4 of the entire distance, when the cable once more parted, carrying with it to the bottom of the ocean every fond hope cherished by so many. But once more arose Cyrus West Field, and an entirely new company is formed, and $3 millions more is raised. On Friday, July the 13th, 1866, the Great Eastern once more starts, and on Friday, the 27th of July, the following cablegram is received: Heart's Content, July 27th. We arrived here at 9 o'clock this morning. All well, thank God. The cable is laid, and is in perfect working order. Signed, Cyrus W. Field. To make the victory more complete, the Great Eastern again put to sea, raising the cable which was lost the preceding year, spliced it, and the two have since been in constant use. Who dares deny that Cyrus W. Field is not deserving of enduring fame? For 13 years he had borne the brunt of all the ridicule and sneers directed at this greatest enterprise of modern history. He has been bitterly denounced by many as a capitalist, a monopolist, and the like. But if the world has been benefited so many millions by the ocean telegraph, it seems to us that the best is inadequate as a reward to its proprietor. End of Section 83.
Section 84 of Hidden Treasures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hidden Treasures by Harry A. Lewis. George M. Pullman. The subject of this sketch we consider one of the greatest of philanthropists. He is a modest man, and for this reason disclaimed all desire to be known as a benefactor. But we cannot now think of any one who is more clearly identified with the great effort which is going on for the benefit of mankind. He is a native of the grand old Empire State, being born in the western part of New York, March 3rd, 1831. His father was a mechanic of some note, but died before George was of age, leaving him to help support his mother and younger brothers. He worked for a time in a furniture establishment, but this kind of employment did not satisfy his active nature, and he went to Chicago, where his enterprise could have sea room. He at first became identified with the work of raising and placing new foundations under several large buildings of that city. He helped raise a whole city block several feet high, an enterprise which was accomplished without hardly a break, discontinuing none of the business firms who occupied the building, their business being carried on uninterrupted. George M. Pullman had a perceptive mind. So have all truly successful men. He perceived that while railway coaches were far superior to the old stages, yet they were far inferior to what he imagined they ought to be. He at once applied to the Chicago and Alton Railway Management and laid his plan before them. They furnished him with 2 old coaches with which to experiment. These he fitted up with bunks, and while they were not to be compared with the elegant palaces which he has since constructed, still one could lie down and sleep all night, which was so far in advance of anything the people had seen that they were very highly appreciated. He now went to Colorado and engaged in various mining schemes, but here he was out of his sphere, and after 3 years' sojourn returned to Chicago. His active imagination had thought out many improvements on the cars he had previously constructed, and he had also secured capital with which to carry out his ideas. Fitting up a shop on the Chicago and Alton road, he constructed 2 coaches at the then fabulous cost of $18,000 each. The management of the various western roads looked upon such enterprise as visionary. George M. Pullman, however, cared but little about their opinion. The Union and Pacific was then exciting much attention. He knew that on the completion of such a road, travelers would appreciate a car in which they could enjoy the comforts of home for the entire tedious trip. To say that his hopes were fully realized would be inadequate. So popular did they become that his shops at Chicago could not begin to fill the demands made upon it for his parlor, dining, and sleeping cars. Branches were started at Detroit, St. Louis, Philadelphia, and various places in Europe. These establishments, of necessity, could not come under his immediate supervision. He, therefore, conceived the idea of concentrating his business into one vast establishment, and gathered about him a force of skilled workmen. He looked upon Chicago and its locality as the coming center of population in the United States, but a site in that city would be far too expensive, if indeed one could have been found sufficient for his purpose. About 12 to 15 miles from Chicago was a swamp. It was considered worthless, but it was as easy for this natural mechanic to conceive the idea of draining this tract of land as it was to conceive methods to raise buildings. A very large force of men were put to work draining, gas pipes were laid, streets were laid out and graded, and an architect employed to draw the plans for the building of a whole city at once. Gigantic workshops were built, and a water supply brought from Lake Michigan miles away. Besides all this, over 1,400 beautiful homes were built before any man was asked to come to Pullman to enter the shops. A bank was opened. A library containing thousands of volumes was provided. All these things were brought about by Mr. Pullman. He has expended several millions of dollars in beautifying and providing for the comfort and pleasure of his employees. The buildings are not mushroom affairs, but substantial brick edifices which give this place an appearance which will compare favorably with any city. He built a fine hotel and erected a beautiful church, placing a rich toned organ in it, which alone cost $3,500. Every honest tradesman can come to Pullman. None but liquor dealers or men who desire to keep low groggeries are excluded. No property is sold, but if a party desires to live there he applies to the superintendent, and a lease is given, which can be canceled by either party at 10 days' notice. Nothing but liquor is forbidden. A man can squander his time, can gamble, possibly, but he cannot obtain drink. The result is there are no policemen, no visible form of government, save Mr. Pullman, and yet this is a city of nearly 8,000 people. The people are not muddled with drink. They are promptly paid. Their personal rights are not interfered with, save in respect to the selling of the liquor. They are contented and happy. Mr. Pullman has been largely identified with the Metropolitan Railway and the Eagleton Wire Works in New York City, but the name of Pullman is destined to long remain a synonym of philanthropy. He has practically demonstrated the benefit of legislation against the sale of intoxicating liquors as a beverage. He claims to have done this as a business policy, and disclaims all honor as a philanthropist. We answer, would that we had more men who would follow this kind of a business policy. End of section 38. George M. Pullman.
Section 85 of Hidden Treasures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in December 2012. Hidden Treasures by Harry A. Lewis. Thomas A. Edison. On February 11, 1845, was born at Milan, Ohio, Thomas A. Edison, now a little over 42 years of age, and today enjoying a reputation as an inventor that is without a parallel in history. At 8 or 9 years of age, he began to earn his own living, selling papers. When 12 years old, his enterprise, pushed by ambition, secured him a position as newsboy on the Grand Trunk Railroad. Here his inventive genius manifested itself. Arranging with station agents along the line, he caused the headings of news to be telegraphed ahead, the agents posting the same in some conspicuous place. By this means the profits of his business were greatly augmented. He next fitted up a small printing press in a corner of a car, and when not busy in his regular work as newsboy, successfully published a small paper. The subject matter was contributed by employees on the road, and young Edison was the proprietor, editor, publisher, and selling agent. He also carried on electrical experiments in one corner of the car. Finally, he entered one of the offices on the road, and here he learned the art of telegraphy. The next few years he was engaged as an operator in several of the largest cities throughout the Union, such as Cincinnati, Indianapolis, Louisville, Boston, New York, Memphis, and Port Huron. He not only became one of the most expert operators in the country, but his office was a laboratory for electrical experiments. All day long he attended to the duties of his office, and at night one would find him busy at experiments tending toward the development of the use of the telegraph. Hard work and frequent wanderings at last found him developing his ideas in Boston. He brought out duplex telegraphy and suggested a printing telegraph for the use of gold and stock quotations. His ability becoming so apparent, he was retained by wealthy men in New York at a high salary. In 1876 he removed to Menlo Park, New Jersey, where he fitted up an extensive laboratory for the prosecution and development of his enterprise. Here he has won his worldwide fame, keeping 2 continents in a fevered state of expectancy. Indeed, some of his inventions have been so wonderful that he might be accredited with supernatural powers. By improvement he brought the telephone of Gray, Bell, etc., from a mere toy to an instrument of great commercial worth. 10 years ago hardly a telephone was in use. Now the business of our country would hardly know how to do without it. Of all modern inventions connected with the transmission of electrical sound, the telephone has excited, perhaps, the most interest. An instrument which not only transmits intelligible signals great distances, but also the tones of the voice, so that the voice shall be as certainly recognized when heard hundreds of miles away as if the owner was speaking in the same room. No great skill is required of the operator, and if a businessman desires to speak with another person, he has but to step to an instrument in his own office, ring a bell, and thus, through a central office, connect himself with the instrument of the desired party, when a conversation can take place. In its mechanism the telephone consists of a steel cylindrical magnet, perhaps 5 inches long and 1/2 of an inch thick, encircled at one end by a short bobbin of ebonite, on which is wound a quantity of fine insulated copper wire. The 2 ends of the coil are soldered to thicker pieces of copper wire, which traverse the wooden envelope from end to end, and terminate in the screws of its extremity. Immediately in front is a thin circular plate of iron. This is kept in place by being jammed between the main portion of the wooden case and the cap, which carries the mouth or ear trumpet, which are screwed together. Such is the instrument invented by Bell and Edison. The means to produce light by electricity next occupied his attention, and the Edison electric light was the result. The electric current for this light is generated by means of large magneto-electric machines, which are driven by some motive power. It is the only light known to science which can be compared to the rays of the sun. Especially is this light useful in lighthouses, on board ships, and for lighting streets in cities. It is, however, used in factories, workshops, large halls, etc., and in the very near future will doubtless become a light in private dwellings. But, possibly, the most wonderful invention which has been the result of the inventive conception of Mr. Edison is the phonograph, a simple apparatus consisting in its original mechanism of a simple cylinder of hollow brass, mounted upon a shaft, at one end of which is a crank for turning it, and at the other a balance wheel, the whole being supported by 2 iron uprights. There is a mouthpiece, as in the telephone, which has a vibrating membrane similar to the drum of a person's ear. To the other side of this membrane there is a light metal point or stylus, which touches the tin foil which is placed around the cylinder. The operator turns the crank, at the same time talking into the mouthpiece. The membrane vibrates under the impulses of the voice, and the stylus marks the tinfoil in a manner to correspond with the vibrations of the membrane. When the speaking is finished, the machine is set back to where it started on the tinfoil, and by once more turning the crank, precisely the same vibrations are repeated by the machine. These vibrations affect the air, and this again the ear, and the listener hears the same words come forth that were talked into the instrument. The tinfoil can be removed, and, if uninjured, the sounds can be reproduced at any future date. Different languages can be reproduced at once, and the instrument can be made to talk and sing at once without confusion. Indeed, so wonderful is this piece of mechanism that one must see it to be convinced. Even the tone of voice is retained, and it will sneeze, whistle, echo, cough, sing, etc., etc. Improvements are in progress, notably among which is an apparatus to impel it by clockwork instead of a crank. The phonograph as yet has never come into extended use, but its utility is obvious when its mechanism is complete. Businessmen can use it for dictating purposes, as it is possible to put 40,000 words on a tinfoil sheet 10 inches square. The invention of any one of the foregoing must have made for Mr. Edison a worldwide fame, but when it is remembered that he has already taken out over 200 patents, one realizes something of the fertility of his imagination. Many other inventions are worthy of note which have originated at the Menlo Park Laboratory, but space forbids, although it is safe to predict that more startling inventions may yet be in store for an expectant world. End of section 85. Thomas A. Edison. Section 86 of Hidden Treasures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in January 2013. Hidden Treasures by Harry A. Lewis. Why some succeed while others fail. Success and failure. Young man, two ways are open before you in life. One points to degradation and want, the other to usefulness and wealth. In the old Grecian races, only one, by any possible means, could gain the prize, but in the momentous race of human life, there is no limiting of the prize to one. No one is debarred from competing, all may succeed, provided the right methods are followed. Life is not a lottery, its prizes are not distributed by chance. There can hardly be a greater folly, not to say presumption, than that of so many young men and women who, on setting out in life, conclude that it is no use to mark out for themselves a course, and then set themselves with strenuous effort to attain some worthy end, who conclude, therefore, to commit themselves blindly to the current of circumstances. Is it anything surprising that those who aim at nothing accomplish nothing in life? No better result could reasonably be expected. 20 clerks in a store, 20 apprentices in a shipyard, 20 young men in a city or village, all want to get on in the world, most of them expect to succeed. One of the clerks will become a partner and make a fortune. One of the young men will find his calling and succeed. But what of the other 19? They will fail, and miserably fail, some of them. They expect to succeed, but they aim at nothing, content to live for the day only. Consequently, little effort is put forth, and they reap a reward accordingly. Luck! There is no luck about it. The thing is almost as certain as the rule of 3. The young man who will distance his competitors is he who will master his business, who lives within his income, saving his spare money, who preserves his reputation, who devotes his leisure hours to the acquisition of knowledge, and who cultivates a pleasing manner, thus gaining friends. We hear a great deal about luck. If a man succeeds finely in business, he is said to have good luck. He may have labored for years with this one object in view, bending every energy to attain it. He may have denied himself many things, and his seemingly sudden success may be the result of years of hard work, but the world looks in and says, he is lucky. Another man plunges into some hothouse scheme and loses. He is unlucky. Another man's nose is perpetually on the grindstone. He also has bad luck. No matter if he follows inclination rather than judgment, if he fails, as he might know he would, did he but exercise one half the judgment he does possess, yet he is never willing to ascribe to failure to himself. He invariably ascribes it to bad luck, or blames someone else. Luck. There is no such factor in the race for success. Rufus Choate once said, "There is little in the theory of luck which will bring men success, but work, guided by thought, will remove mountains or tunnel them." Carlyle said, "Men know thy work, then do it." How often do we see the sign, "Gentlemen will not, others must not loaf in this room." True, gentlemen never loaf, but labor. Fireflies shine only in motion. It is only the active who will be singled out to hold responsible positions. The fact that their ability is manifest is no sign that they are lucky. Thiers, of France, was once complimented thus: "It is marvelous, Mr. President, how you deliver long improvised speeches about which you have not had time to reflect." His reply was, "You are not paying me a compliment. It is criminal in a statesman to improvise speeches on public affairs. Those speeches I have been 50 years preparing." Daniel Webster's notable reply to Hayne was the result of years of study on the problem of state rights. Professor Mowry once told the following story. A few years ago a young man went into a cotton factory and spent a year in the cardroom. He then devoted another year to learn how to spin, still another how to weave. He boarded with a weaver and was often asking questions. Of course he picked up all kinds of knowledge. He was educating himself in a good school and was destined to graduate high in class. He became superintendent of a small mill at $1,500 a year. One of the large mills in Fall River was running behindhand. Instead of making money, the corporation was losing. They needed a first-class man to manage the mill, and applied to a gentleman in Boston well acquainted with the leading men engaged in the manufacture of cotton. He told them he knew of a young man who would suit them, but they would have to pay him a large salary. "What salary will he require?" "I cannot tell, but I think you will have to pay him $6,000 a year." "That is a large sum. We have never paid so much." "No, probably not, and you have never had a competent man. The condition of your mill and the story you have told me today show the result. I do not think he would go for less, but I will advise him to accept if you offer him that salary." The salary was offered, the man accepted, and he saved nearly 40% of the cost of making the goods the first year. Soon he had a call from one of the largest companies in New England at a salary of $10,000 per year. He had been with this company but 1 year when he was offered another place at $15,000 per year. Now some will say, well, he was lucky, this gentleman was a friend who helped him to a fat place. My dear reader, with such we have little patience. It is evident that this young man was determined to succeed from the first. He mastered his business, taking time and going thorough. When once the business was mastered, his light began to shine. Possibly the gentleman helped him to a higher salary than he might have accepted, but it is also evident that his ability was manifest. The gentleman knew whereof he spoke. The old proverb that circumstances make men is simply a wolf in wool. Whether a man is conditioned high or low, in the city or on the farm, if he will, he will. They can who think they can. Wishes fail, but wills prevail. Labor is luck. It is better to make our descendants proud of us than to be proud of our ancestry. There is hardly a conceivable obstacle to success that some of our successful men have not overcome. What man has done, man can do. Strong men have wills, weak ones wishes. In the contest, wills prevail. Some writers would make men sticks carried whither the tide takes them. We have seen that biography vetoes this theory. Will makes circumstances instead of being ruled by them. Alexander Stephens, with a dwarf's body, did a giant's work. With a broken scythe in the race, he overmatched those with fine mowing machines. Will-power, directed by a mind that was often replenished, accomplished the desired result. Anyone can drift. It takes pluck to stem an unfavorable current. A man fails and lays it to circumstances. The fact too frequently is that he swallowed luxuries beyond his means. A gentleman asked a child who made him. The answer was, "God made me so long," measuring the length of a baby, "and I growed the rest." The mistake of the little deist in leaving out the God of his growth illustrates a conviction. We are what we make ourselves. Garfield once said, "If the power to do hard work is not talent, it is the best possible substitute for it." Things don't turn up in this world until someone turns them up. A pound of pluck is worth a ton of luck. Luck is a false light. You may follow it to ruin, but never to success. If a man has ability which is reinforced by energy, the fact is manifest, and he will not lack opportunities. The fortunes of mankind depend so much upon themselves that it is entirely legitimate to inquire by what means each may make or mar his own happiness, may achieve success or bring upon himself the sufferings of failure. End of section 86. Section 87 of Hidden Treasures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in January 2013. Hidden Treasures by Harry A. Lewis. Concentration of effort. The man who has no occupation is in a sad plight. The man who lacks concentration of effort is worse off. In a recent test of the power of steel plates designed for ship armor, 1,000 cannon were fired at once against it, but without avail. A large cannon was then brought out. This cannon used but 1/10 as much powder as did the combined force of the others. Yet it was found, when the smoke had cleared away, that the ball had pierced the plate. 10 times the powder needed availed naught, because the law of concentration was disregarded. One of the essential requisites to success is concentration. Every young man, therefore, should early ascertain his strong faculties, and discern, if possible, his especial fitness for any calling which he may choose. A man may have the most dazzling talents, but if his energies are scattered, he will accomplish nothing. Emerson says, "A man is like a bit of Labrador spar, which has no luster as you turn it in your hand, until you come to a particular angle. Then it shows deep and beautiful colors." There is no adaptation or universal applicability in man. Dryden has said, "What the child admired, the youth endeavored, and the man acquired." Is it not so? Do we not find Michelangelo neglecting school to copy drawings? Henry Clay learning pieces to recite in the barn or cornfield? Yet, as Goethe says, we should guard against a talent which we cannot hope to practice in perfection. Improve it as we may, we shall always, in the end, when the merit of the master has become apparent to us, painfully lament the loss of time and strength devoted to such botching. The man who would know one thing well must have the courage to be ignorant of 1,000 other things, no matter how attractive they may be, or how desirable it may seem to try them. P.T. Barnum, the veteran showman, who has lost several fortunes but risen above all, paid every dollar of his indebtedness and is today a millionaire, says in his lecture on The Art of Money Getting, "Be a whole man in whatever you undertake. This wholeness is just what distinguishes the shabby, blundering mechanic from the splendid workman. In earlier times, when our country was new, there might have been a chance for the man who gave only one corner of his brain to his chosen calling, but in these days of keen competition, it demands the most thorough knowledge of the business and the most earnest application to bring success. Stick to your business, and you may be sure that your business will stick to you. It is this directing your whole mind and energies at one point that brings success." The first thing a young man should do after selecting his vocation is to become thoroughly satisfied with his choice. He must be thoroughly satisfied, or he is defeated at the start. In arriving at his decision, he must bear in mind that if he would find a calling in which all will be sunshine, where the clouds never darken the pathway, he must look in some other world for that calling. On earth there are no such callings to be found. When we see Spurgeon, the great London preacher, swaying the multitudes, we possibly do not remember the time when, as a poor boy of but 18, he begins preaching on the street corners to a shabby crowd. We would possibly be willing to partake of the fame that he may now enjoy, but might object to the pastoral visiting he is obliged to do each week. We would not object to the fame of Webster, of Calhoun, or of Clay, but we might think it tedious to work night after night to obtain the knowledge which brought this fame. How many of us would peter out in a short time? When one is satisfied with his calling, he must work at it, if need be, day and night, early and late, in season and out of season, never deferring for a single hour that which can now be done. The old proverb, "What is worth doing at all is worth doing well," was never truer than it is today. A certain class are clamoring for a division of the national wealth. They are like the worthless vagabond who said to the rich man, "I have discovered that there is money enough in the world for all of us if it were equally divided. This must be done, and we shall all be happy together." "But," replied the rich man, "if everybody was like you, it would be spent in 2 months, and what would we then do?" "Oh, divide again! Keep dividing, of course." And yet a very considerable number of people think this is the solution of the labor problem. The point is, we must distinguish the dividing line between the rights of property and the wrongs of oppression. Either extreme is fatal. Education is surely the solution of the labor question. Listen. Our country is the freest, the grandest, the best governed of any nation on earth, yet we spend yearly $900 million for drink and only $85 million for education. Thus, while $1 tends to education and wealth, over $10 is used to bring ignorance, degradation, and want. Over 10 times the influence for evil that there is for good. Where is the remedy? Let Congress, which is supposed to control our interests, legislate against ignorance and for education. Suppose that 900 millions were yearly used to educate deserving young men and women in colleges, inaugurated into a fresh air fund for the children in our large cities who have never been under its ennobling influence, but who, on the contrary, have never seen aught but vice and degradation. 900 millions in 1 year. 9,000 millions in 10 years. How many thousands of young men could go through college if aided each $100 per year? If it were wholly devoted to this purpose, 9 million young people could be helped through college in 4 years. In 10 years there would be 18 or 20 million college graduates from this source alone. What would be the result? Suppose again that the money was devoted to building tenement houses that would be fit for human beings to live in. Look at the wonderful good that could be done. I am not desirous of giving here a dry temperance lecture, but the object of this work is to aid others to succeed, and if vice and drink were removed, there would be but little need for further advice. Ah, there lies the root of the evil. Strike the root, pull it up, and trample it underfoot until it is dead. Never allow it to take root again, and you can reasonably expect to be at least fairly successful. This chapter is on concentration of effort. Possibly some will imagine that we have wandered. Not at all as we see it. The abolition of these vices tends toward concentration. Bad habits, of no matter what nature, lead to failure and tend to draw the attention from one's calling. Then let the young man who would succeed join his heart, his sympathies, his desires, with the right. Let him live a consistent life. Let him lead a strictly temperate life. Let him give his whole influence of temperance, resting assured that if he puts his purposes into action, that he will succeed in more ways than one. End of section 87. Section 88 of Hidden Treasures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in February 2013. Hidden Treasures by Harry A. Lewis. Self-reliance. Of all the elements of success, none is more essential than self-reliance, determination to be one's own helper and not to look to others for support. God never intended that strong, independent beings should be reared by clinging to others, like the ivy to the oak, for support. God helps those who help themselves, and how true we find this quaint old saying to be. Every youth should feel that his future happiness in life must necessarily depend upon himself, the exercise of his own energies, rather than the patronage of others. A man is in a great degree the arbiter of his own fortune. We are born with powers and faculties capable of almost anything, but it is the exercise of these powers and faculties that gives us ability and skill in anything. The greatest curse that can befall a young man is to lean, while his character is forming, upon others for support. James A. Garfield, himself one of the greatest examples of the possibilities in our glorious republic, once said, "The man who dares not follow his own independent judgment, but runs perpetually to others for advice, becomes at last a moral weakling and an intellectual dwarf. Such a man has not self within him, but goes as a supplicant to others, and entreats, one after another, to lend them theirs. He is, in fact, a mere element of a human being, and is carried about by the world an insignificant cipher, unless he by chance fastens himself to some other floating elements, with which he may form a species of corporation resembling a man." The best capital with which a young man can start in life, 9 times out of 10, is robust health, good morals, fair ability, and an iron will, strengthened by a disposition to work at some honest vocation. We have seen in the preceding pages that a vast majority of our great men started life with these qualifications and none other. The greatest heroes in battle, the greatest orators, ancient or modern, were sons of obscure parents. The greatest fortunes ever accumulated on earth were the fruit of great exertion. From Croesus down to Astor, the story is the same. The oak that stands alone to contend with the tempest's blast only takes deeper root and stands the firmer for ensuing conflicts, while the forest tree, when the woodman's axe has spoiled its surroundings, sways and bends and trembles, and perchance is uprooted. So is it with man. Those who are trained to self-reliance are ready to go out and contend in the sternest battles of life, while those who have always leaned for support upon those around them are never prepared to breast the storms of life that arise. How many young men falter and faint for what they imagine is necessary capital for a start. A few thousands or even hundreds in his purse he fancies to be about the only thing needful to secure his fortune. How absurd is this! Let the young man know now that he is unworthy of success so long as he harbors such ideas. No man can gain true success, no matter how situated, unless he depends upon no one but himself. Remember that. Does not history bear us out in this? We remember the adage, "Few boys who are born with a silver spoon in their mouth ever achieve greatness." By this we would not argue that wealth is necessarily derogatory to the success of youth. To the contrary, we believe it can be a great help in certain cases and conditions, but we have long since discarded the idea that early wealth is a preeminent factor in success. If we should give our unbiased opinion, we should say that, to a vast majority of cases, it is a preeminent factor of failure. Give a youth wealth, and you only too often destroy all self-reliance which he may possess. Let that young man rejoice, rather, whom God hath given health and a faculty to exercise his faculties. The best kind of success is not that which comes by accident, for as it came by chance, it will go by chance. The wisest charity, in a vast majority of cases, is helping people to help themselves. Necessity is very often the motive power which sets in motion the sluggish energies. We thus readily see that poverty can be an absolute blessing to youth. A man's true position in the world is that which he himself attains. How detestable to us is the Briton's reverence of pedigree. Americans reverence achievement, and yet we are tending towards the opposite. Witness society as it bows with smile and honor to the $8 clerk, while frowning on the $18 laborer. This is wrong. Work is work, and all work is honorable. It is not only wrong, but disgraceful. It is better to make our ancestry proud of us than to be proud of our ancestors. He is a man for what he does, not what his father or his friends have done. If they have given him a position, the greater is his shame for sinking beneath that position. The person who is above labor or despises the laborer is himself one of the most despicable creatures on God's earth. He not only displays a dull intelligence of those nobler inspirations with which God has endowed us, but he even shows a lack of plain common sense. The noblest thing in this world is work. Wise labor brings order out of chaos. It builds cities. It distinguishes barbarism from civilization. It brings success. No man has a right to a fortune. He has no right to expect success, unless he is willing to work for it. A brother of the great orator, Edmund Burke, after listening to one of those eloquent appeals in Parliament, being noticed as employed in deep thought, was asked of whom he was musing. He replied, "I have been wondering how Ned contrived to monopolize all the talent in the family, but I remember that all through childhood, while we were at play, he was at study." Ah, that's it! The education, moral or intellectual, must be chiefly his own work. Education is education, no matter how obtained. We do not wish to be understood as deprecating the usefulness of colleges, not at all. But a mere college diploma will avail a young man but little. As before stated, education, no matter how obtained, is equally valuable. Study like that of Webster and Greeley by New Hampshire pine knots, and that of Thurlow Weed before the sap house fire, is just as valuable, when once obtained, as if it had the sanction of some college president. The world will only ask, what can he do, and will not care a fig for any college certificate. The point is, if a young man be not endowed by self-reliance and a firm determination, colleges will avail him nothing, but if he have these, colleges will push him wonderfully. Nevertheless, colleges are not essential to success. An educated idiot will never make a statesman. It is said that when John C. Calhoun was attending Yale College, he was ridiculed for his intense application to his studies. He replied, "Why, sir, I am forced to make the most of my time, that I may acquit myself creditably when in Congress." A laugh followed which roused his Southern blood, and he exclaimed, "Do you doubt it? I assure you that if I was not convinced of my ability to reach the national capital as a representative within 3 years from my graduation, I would leave college this very day." While there are some things in this speech that were possibly unbecoming, yet the principle of self-reliance, this faith in himself, this high aim in life, was undoubtedly the marked characteristic which brought to Calhoun his splendid success. No young man will ever succeed who will not cultivate a thinking mind. If he is not original in aims and purposes, he will not succeed. Witness the attempt of others to continue the business of Stuart. They had not only his experience, but the benefit of his great wealth. He succeeded without either. They failed with both. He was obliged to establish a business. They had the benefit of his great patronage. It has been said that a lawyer cannot be a merchant. Why? While a lawyer, he thinks for himself. When a merchant, he allows others to think for him. A certain great manufacturer made kid gloves his specialty, and so well did he succeed that today his trademark imports to manufactured rat skins a value incommunicable by any other talisman. It is a poor kind of enterprise which thus depends upon the judgment of others. What can be more absurd than for a man to hope to rank as a thundering Jupiter when he borrows all his thunder? Remember that the world only crowns him as truly great who has won for himself that greatness. End of section 88. Section 89 of Hidden Treasures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in February 2013. Hidden Treasures by Harry A. Lewis. Economy of Time. Full many a gem of purest ray serene, the dark unfathomed caves of ocean bear. Full many a flower is born to blush unseen, and waste its sweetness on the desert air. How many young men for whom nature has done so much, blush unseen, and waste their ability? Franklin said, "Dost thou love life? Then do not squander time, for that is the stuff life is made of." We have seen how Franklin used his time. Born the son of a soap boiler, lived to become one of our most noted philosophers, died worth thousands. Advice from such men carries conviction, for we cannot but feel that our chances are fully equal to what theirs were. Gladstone, England's most noted premier, once said, "Believe me when I tell you that thrift of time will repay you in after life with usury, but the waste of it will make you dwindle away until you fairly sink out of existence, unknown, unmourned." Thurlow Weed was so poor in boyhood that he was of necessity glad to use pieces of carpet to cover his all but freezing feet. Thus shod, he walked 2 miles to borrow a history of the French Revolution, which he mastered stretched prone before the sap fire, while watching the kettles of sap transformed to maple sugar. Thus was it that he laid the foundation of his education, which in after years enabled him to sway such mighty power at Albany, known as the King-maker. Elihu Burritt, a child of poverty, the son of a poor farmer, the youngest of 10 children. He was apprenticed at 18 to a blacksmith. He wanted to become a scholar and bought some Greek and Latin works, carrying them in his pocket and studying as he worked at the anvil. From these he went to Spanish, Italian, and French. He always had his book near him and improved every spare moment. He studied 7 languages in 1 single year. Then he taught school 1 year, but his health failing, he went into the grocery business. Soon what money he had was swept away by losses. Here we see him at 27, life seemingly a failure. Alas, how many would have given up? He left New Britain, his native town, walked to Boston, and from there to Worcester, where he once more engaged himself at his trade. His failure in business turns his attention once more to study. He now is convinced as to the proper course to pursue, his aim is fixed, and he now sets himself strenuously about the accomplishment of this purpose. At 30 years of age he is master of every language of Europe, and is turning his attention to those of Asia, such as Hebrew, Syriac, Chaldaic. He is offered by a wealthy gentleman a course in Harvard University, but prefers to work with his hands while he studies. He now begins to lecture, and everybody is eager to hear the learned blacksmith. After a very successful tour, he returns to the anvil. After this he visits Europe, becomes the warm friend of John Bright and other eminent men, writes books, lectures, edits newspapers, builds a church, and holds meetings himself. He said, "It is not genius that wins, but hard work and a pure life." He chose the best associates only, believing that a boy's companions have much to do with his success in life. At 68 he died, honored by 2 hemispheres. If our readers want further proof as to the result of improving spare moments, let them study the lives of such men as Douglas, Lincoln, Grant, Garfield, Blaine, Cleveland, and others too numerous to mention, and they will find that they were reared in the lower walks of life, but by using every available minute they have been enabled to rise to influence and usefulness. By this means they have worked the very odds and ends of time into results of the greatest value. An hour every day for 10 years will transform anyone of ordinary ability from ignorance to learning. Think of it. 1 hour could be easily improved each evening, counting 300 weekdays to a year. In 10 years you have spent 3,000 golden hours. If directed toward some specific end, think what it would accomplish. Then there are the Sundays devoted to religious knowledge. One of the first things to be learned by him who would succeed is economy of time. Lost wealth can be replaced by industry, lost health by hygiene, but lost time is gone forever. The most frequent excuse one hears is, "I have no time." They cheat themselves with the delusion that they would like to do this or that, but cannot, as they have no leisure. Dear reader, did you ever think that the more a person has to do, the more they feel they can do? Look at the men in our community who have done the most for mankind. Are they the wealthy, whose only duty seems to be kill time? No. Almost universally they are the overworked class who seemed already burdened with cares. These are the men who find time to preside at public meetings and to serve on committees. It is easier for an overworked man to do a little more than for a lazy one to get up steam. A light stroke will keep a hoop in motion, but it takes a smart blow to start it. The busy man succeeds. While others are yawning and stretching, getting their eyes open, he will see the opportunity and improve it. Complain not that you have no leisure. Rather be thankful that you are not cursed with it. Yes, cursed it is 9 times out of 10. Think of the young man going to some vile place of amusement to kill time, then think of that young man utilizing that hour every night in the acquisition of knowledge which will fit him for life's journey. Think also of the money he will save. Leisure is too often like a two-edged sword. It cuts both ways. End of section 89. Section 90 of Hidden Treasures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in March 2013. Hidden Treasures by Harry A. Lewis. Causes of Failure. Horace Greeley has truly said, "If any man fancies that there is some easier way of gaining $1 than by squarely earning it, he has lost the clue to his way through this mortal labyrinth, and must henceforth wander as chance may dictate." Look about you. How many there are who are determined to share all the good things of this world without exchanging an equivalent. They go into business, but are not content to wait patiently, adding $1 to another, and thus rendering to mankind an equivalent for this wealth for which they are asking. This excessive haste to become rich is one of the most frequent causes of failure. When a young man has decided to work with a will, and to accumulate every dollar he legitimately can, he has made a long stride towards success. We do not deprecate a desire to be someone in the world, but we do most emphatically frown upon the desire to get wealth by speculation or illicit means. We most earnestly advise all young men to choose a calling, become thoroughly master of that calling, and then pursue that vocation to success, avoiding all outside operations. Another man who has dealt in stocks all his life may be able to succeed, but your business is to stick to your vocation until, if necessary, you fairly wring success from it. Moses Taylor was a successful merchant. He had long deposited with the City Bank and was finally made its president. The late Commodore Vanderbilt often tried to induce him to enter into his grand speculations, but of no avail. At last the crash of '57 came. The bankers called a meeting to discuss the situation. One bank after another reported drafts of from 60 to even 90% of their specie. When Mr. Taylor was called, he replied, "The City Bank contained this morning $400,000. Tonight we had $480,000. This was the kind of a bank president such principles made him. Hardly anything is more fatal to success than a desire to become suddenly rich. A businessman now counts his wealth by the thousands, but he sees a grand chance to speculate. This is a little risky, of course, but then the old adage, "Never venture, never have." I admit I may lose, but then all men are subject to loss in any business, but I am reasonably sure of gaining an immense amount. Why, what would folks think? I would be a millionaire. I would do so and so. Thus he indulges in this sort of reasoning, goes into a business of which he knows nothing, and loses all. Why wouldn't he? Men who have made a study of that business for years and who have amassed a fortune in it are daily becoming bankrupt. What an idiot a man makes of himself when he leaves a calling in which he has been eminently successful to embark in a calling which is, at best, uncertain, and of which he knows nothing. Once for all, let me admonish you. If you would succeed, never enter outside operations. especially if they be of a speculative nature. Select a calling, and if you stick to your calling will stick to you. Frequent changes of business is another cause of failure, but we have treated this subject quite thoroughly elsewhere in this work. Therefore it seems to us that to add more here would be superfluous. True it is that some men have succeeded who have seemingly drifted about. Dr. Adam Clarke has said, "The old adage about too many irons in the fire conveys an abominable lie. Keep them all a-going, poker, tongs, and all." But Dr. Clarke seems to forget that the most of the people who try to follow his advice either burn their fingers or find their irons cooling faster than they can use them. We cannot all be Clarkes if we try, and to follow this method the most of us will fail, but we can, by following one line of procedure, at last bring success. Extravagance of living is another prolific cause of bankruptcy. A man imagines that by hiring a horse and driving in the park he will show people that he is as good as the neighbor who drives his own horse. He deludes himself with the idea that this sort of extravagance will, in the eyes of his fellow men, place him on an equal footing with millionaires. Dr. Franklin has truly said, "It is not our own eyes, but other people's, that ruin us." It has been said that the merchant who could live on 500 a year 50 years ago now requires 5,000. In living, avoid a penny-wise and pound-foolish custom. A man may think he knows all about economy and yet be ignorant of its first principles. For instance, a businessman may save every imaginable piece of writing paper, using all the dirty envelopes that come in his way. This he does instead of using a neat letterhead and clean paper at a slight additional cost, and vast gain in the influence which such a letter carries over the other. Some years ago a man stopped at a farmhouse overnight. After tea he much desired to read, but found it impossible from the insufficient light of one candle. Seeing his dilemma, the hostess said, "It is rather difficult to read here evenings. The proverb says, 'You must have a ship at sea in order to be able to burn 2 candles at once.'" She would as soon have thought of throwing a $5 bill into the fire as of setting the example of burning 2 candles at once. This woman saved perhaps $5 or $6 a year, but the information she thus denied her children would, of course, outweigh a ton of candles. But this is not the worst of it. The businessman, by such costly stinginess, consoles himself that he is saving. As he has saved a few dollars in letter paper, he feels justified in expending 10 times that amount for some extravagance. The man thinks he is a saving man. The woman is a saving woman. She knows she is a saving woman. She has saved $5 or $6 this year in candles, and so feels justified in buying some needless finery which could gratify nothing but the eye. She is sure she understands economy, yet she starves the mind to clothe the body in finery. She is something like the man who could not afford to buy more than a penny herring for his dinner, yet hired a coach and 4 to take it home. Saving by retail and wasting by wholesale. Nowadays we use kerosene, and thus our light is both good and cheap, but the principle remains. Wear the old clothes until you can pay for more. Never wear clothes for which you owe anyone. Live on plainer food if need be. Greeley said, "If I had but 50 cents a week to live on, I'd buy a peck of corn and parch it before I'd owe any man $1. The young man who follows this principle will never be obliged to live on parched corn. How few people keep an itemized account of their expenses. Spendthrifts never like to keep accounts. Buy a book, post in it every night your daily expenditures in the columns, one headed Necessaries, the others Luxuries, and you will find that the latter column will be at least double the former. Indeed, in some cases it will exceed it 10 times over. It is not the purchase of the necessaries of life that ruin people, but the most foolish expenditures which we imagine necessary to our comfort. Necessary to our comfort. Ah, what a mistake is that, as many a man will testify who is perpetually dunned by uneasy creditors. It is the sheerest kind of nonsense, this living on credit. It is wicked. Yet a gentleman recently told the writer that he personally knew a clergyman who had been preaching for years on a salary exceeding $700 per year, and of late on $1,200 per year. Yet this man of the gospel today owes his college debts. A man loaned him money to go through school, and he has never been able to repay that money, although he has practiced the most rigid economy. Stuff! This man knows nothing of the first principles of economy. In my opinion, there are many clergymen who will have to answer for the sin of extravagance. There are many more who will have to answer for the sin of slothfulness. The Bible says, 6 days shalt thou labor, and do all thy work. Ah, there is a part of the commandments too often skipped flippantly over. Many a clergyman would be horrified if asked to do any labor on the 7th day, but would be equally horrified if accused of sinning by attending to a foreign business, thereby neglecting to do all his labor during the 6 other days. God gave us ample time to do our work, and it is a sin to leave any of it undone. God expects a man to choose some calling, and he also expects that man to master that calling, and he expects him to do his utmost to excel in that calling. No clergyman can spend 4 days out of a week in some foreign work, and in the 2 remaining days thoroughly prepare himself for the Sabbath work. For 2 reasons. One is, he disregards the law of concentration, divides his mind and thoughts, hence loses force and influence. The other, that God does not approve of other than our best effort. This preacher will occupy 1 hour in preaching a 25-minute discourse, and then complain because people are not interested in his sermons. We do not justify Sabbath breaking, nor a lack of religious interest, but the preacher who is unwilling to take any responsibility upon himself for such a state of things is lacking somewhere. We speak of the clergyman simply as illustrative of our idea in this matter. The same rule applies to the lawyer, physician, or merchant, the mechanic, artist, or laborer. If I was a day laborer building a stone wall, I'd study my work and push it so vigorously that I would soon be, if not the best, at least one of the best workmen anywhere to be found. Strive to be an authority. Wasted opportunity, there is the root of thousands of failures. A recent paper states that 9/10 of our young lawyers fail from lack of study. Here is a thought for the clergyman who thinks he should have a better place. Of course, there are circumstances to be considered, but the man of determination bends circumstances to his will. A man imagines himself capable of filling a higher place than he does. He imagines himself a Webster, a Lincoln, a Garfield, a Spurgeon, but vainly waits for circumstances to favor his deserved promotion. Look at Spurgeon. Was he picked up bodily and placed in the pulpit he now stands upon? No, but he was full of the Holy Ghost, and without thought of what he deserved, began preaching in the street. Was Talmage placed in the tabernacle because he was of real inferiority to other preachers? No, but he was original, he borrowed from no one, he did his best, he fits the notch in which he is placed. Did people get down on their knees to Beecher, begging him to occupy Plymouth Church? They recognized the necessity of concentration, and, although you see them in other fields, at times skill it was not until they had mastered their first undertaking. Elihu Burritt mastered over 40 different languages by taking one at a time. The writer, in early youth, learned a lesson which has ever been of inestimable benefit to him. The next lessons would begin fractions, something we never had taken. We began to glance through that part of the book, and soon became thoroughly convinced that we should never be able to master the intricacies, at once becoming despondent. Coming home at night, he spoke of his discouragement, when his father set to work explaining the first principles. Thus, step by step, the stubborn principles were mastered, and today, if there is any part of arithmetic in which he excels, it is in fractions. Never cross bridges until you come to them. A man should plan ahead, but he should be hopeful, not confident, should never borrow trouble, and must avoid all extremes. Another cause of failure is the habit of endorsing without security. No one should ever endorse any man's paper without security or an equivalent. I hold that no man has a right to ask you to endorse his paper unless he can either endorse for you or give good security. Of course, there are cases where a brother who is young and cannot give security can be helped into business, but his habits must be his security, and his duty is to have made his previous life a guarantee of his ability to safely conduct the business. But even in such cases, a man's first duty is to his family, and he should never endorse even a brother's paper to a greater amount than he feels that he could reasonably lose. A man may be doing a thriving manufacturing business. Another man comes to him and says, "You are aware that I am worth $20,000 and don't owe a dollar. My money is all locked up at present in my business, which you are also aware is today in a flourishing condition. Now, if I had $5,000 today, I could purchase a lot of goods and double my money in a few months. Will you endorse my note for that amount?" You reflect that he is worth $20,000, and therefore you incur no risk by endorsing his note. Of course, he is a neighbor, you want to accommodate him, and you give him your name without taking the precaution of being secured. Shortly after, he shows you the note, cancelled, and tells you, probably truly, that he made the profit expected by the operation. You reflect that you have done him a favor, and the thought makes you feel good. You do not reflect, possibly, that he might have failed for every dollar that he was worth, and you would have lost $5,000. You possibly forget that you have risked $5,000 without even the prospect of 1 cent in return. This is the worst kind of hazard. But let us see. By and by the same favor is again asked, and you again comply. You have fixed the impression in your mind that it is perfectly safe to endorse his notes without security. This man is getting money too easily. All he has to do is take the note to the bank, and as either you or he are considered good for it, he gets his cash. He gets the money for the time being without an effort. Now mark the result. He sees a chance for speculation outside of his business. A temporary investment of only $10,000 is required. It is sure to come back even before the note is due. He places the amount before you, and you sign in a mechanical way. Being firmly convinced that your friend is perfectly responsible, you endorse his notes as a matter of course. But the speculation does not develop as soon as was expected. However, it is all right. All that is needed is another $10,000 note to take up the former one at the bank. Before this comes due, the speculation turns out a dead loss. This friend does not tell you that he has lost 1/2 his fortune. He does not even tell you that he has speculated at all. But he is now thoroughly excited. He sees men all around making money. We seldom hear of the losers. He looks for his money where he lost it. He gets you to endorse other notes at different times upon different pretenses, until suddenly you are aware that your friend has lost all his fortune and all of yours. But you do not reflect that you have ruined him as well as he has ruined you. All this could have been avoided by your gentlemanly but businesslike bearing on the start. If you had said, "You are my neighbor, and of course if my name will be of use to you at the bank, you can have it. All I ask is security. I do not at all distrust you or your plan, but I always give security when I ask such a favor, and I presume that you do too." If you had simply asked security, he could not have gone beyond his tether, and possibly, very likely, would not have speculated at all. What the world demands is thinking men. Let justice rule in all business transactions. How many men would not waste another man's property, but would waste that which belongs to his family? Ah, we want more men who will recognize family demands for justice, as well as other people's demands, men who have the brains to comprehend that it is possible to cheat their own family as well as their neighbor. Another frequent cause of failure is a neglect of one's business. There are many causes for this. One thing is certain, a man will attend to his business in proportion to the amount of interest he has in that business. This applies to all vocations, either in the professions, business, or manual labor. If we see a man playing checkers day after day in some cornerstone, although the game itself may be no harm, still it is wrong for that man to waste valuable time. Then there are pools and billiards. How many young men have been ruined for life, and possibly eternally damned, just by beginning a downward course at the billiard room? There is a peculiar fascination in the game of pool or billiards which cannot be described. Of course it is only a game for the cigars. Yes, that's it. One habit leads to another. The young man who smokes goes in, and in one evening's fun wins 15 or 20 cigars. He argues that he has got smoking material for 2 or 3 days, or a week, for nothing. But listen, he plays pool for 10 cents a game. If he beats, his opponent pays. If his opponent beats, he pays. Each game is distinct by itself, and has no bearing on any previous game. Now, if you play and win 2 out of 3 games right straight along, you are steadily losing. Every game you lose is 10 cents gone that you cannot possibly win back. If you play 25 games, and it won't take long for good players to do that in an evening, and you win 2 out of 3, you will then be out at least 80 cents. If you win 24 out of the 25, you would be out 10 cents. Don't you see that the percentage is against the player? You never heard of a man making anything playing pool or billiards unless he was in the business. You have personally seen many young men working by the day who admit that they have spent from $100 to $1,000 during the 3 to 5 days they had played. Now, why is it some succeed while others fail? There is one thing that nothing living ever naturally liked except a vile worm, and that is tobacco. Yet how many people there are who cultivate this unnatural habit. They are well aware that its use does harm. It is a harder job to learn it than to learn to like castor oil, yet they will persist in it until they learn to long for it. Young lads regret that they are not men. They would like to go to bed boys and wake up men. Little Charlie and Harry see their fathers or uncles smoke. If not, then they see somebody's father or uncle puffing along the street, taking comfort, and they think that is one of the essentials of being a man. So they get a pipe and fill it with tobacco, and as the parents, instead of persisting until they gain their affections, slowly teaching them to detest wrong, fly to pieces and say, "I will whip you if I see you doing that again." So little Charlie and Harry get out behind the barn and light up. By and by Charlie says, "Do you like it, Harry?" And that lad dolefully replies, "Not very much. It tastes bitter." Presently he turns pale and soon offers up a sacrifice on the altar of fashion. But the boys stick to it, and at last conquer even their appetites, learning to prefer their quid to the most delicious peach. I speak from personal knowledge, for I have seen the time that I never felt prouder than when behind a 5 or 10-cent cigar or meerschaum. But that time is past with me, and I never see a poor clerk going along the street puffing a cigar, which he must know he can ill afford to buy, but I think of what a man once said in speaking of a cigar: "It is a roll of tobacco with fire on one end and a fool on the other." One cigar excites the desire for another, hence the habit grows on a person. These remarks apply with tenfold force to the use of intoxicants. No matter how bountifully a man is blessed with intelligence, if the brain is muddled and his judgment warped by intoxicating drinks, it will simply be impossible for him to succeed, to his utmost bounds, at least. Orators for years have told you of the degradation and want that the social glass brings to us. Stories innumerable have been told of husbands leaving all they loved in this world to satisfy these unnatural desires. One habit indulged leads to another. We have seen how even the innocent habit of smoking may have an influence in deciding a young man to take the next step. Once in the billiard room, it is not hard to see how the young can be led on to drink, first one thing, then another. We will say nothing of cards. Card playing, gambling, is only the natural result of these other evils. That is, they tend that way, they go with it, and it goes with them. Where one is found, you will often find the other. The coroner can tell you more about the results of bad habits than I can. To those who today may be so unfortunate as to be under the fascination of any habit, let me say that you can overcome that habit and learn to detest it too. Young man, you desire to be rich and succeed, but you disregard the fundamental principles of success. Hence, fail. Why wouldn't you? You might as well expect to build a fine house without a foundation. You desire to gain wealth, yet you spend 20 days every day on one extravagance or another, which, with interest, would amount to over $19,000 at the end of 50 years. There is food for thought for you. When you again wish to yourself that you were rich, and then take 10 cents out of your pocket in the shape of a cigar, and proceed to burn it up, just let the thought pass through your mind, "What a fool I make of myself every day." A man recently told the writer that he spent $1 every day in treating and smoking. He is an ice dealer in New York City, and has done a good business for 30 years. I cannot say how long he has been spending this dollar a day, but I do know that $1 earned each day, with interest, will make a man worth over $475,000 within 50 years. There is enough wasted by the average person within 25 years to make any family well off. The pennies are wasted in the desire to get the dollars. The dollars are not half so essential to success as the pennies. The old saying, "Honesty is the best policy," is surely true in more ways than one. There is more ways than one to succeed in this world. A man may succeed in national honor, and yet have little of this world's goods. Many a congressman, who has but little money, who sometimes feel the need of money, would not exchange places with a Rothschild. But it is not necessary to be either a Rothschild or a Webster in order to succeed. It is a question in my mind whether that man who has lived wholly for self is happy, even though he be rich as Croesus or as honored as Demosthenes. Therefore let us not entirely lose sight of the fundamental law of success. Do unto others as you would have them do to you. Put yourself in his place. What is success? It is doing our level best. It is the making the most of our abilities. If we do not do this, we both sin, and lose the goal of earthly happiness. And is it too late? No, for time is a fiction, and limits not fate. Thought alone is eternal. Time thralls it in vain. For the thought that springs upward and yearns to regain the pure source of spirit, there is no too late. End of section 90. End of Hidden Treasures by Harry A. Lewis.